Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day. I forgot what humidity was. And I'm being very much reminded by the beautiful, sunshiny state of Maine. Literally everything is ass. Everything is terrible. It's hot. It's sticky. It's annoying out. Oh, dude, I'm sweating just by existing. Sunshine is fine, the wet air is not. Yes. Yes. Once the air starts feeling like a bowl of jello, we have reached the point of no more fun. And it's also not a bowl of cold jello. It's a bowl of hot jello. It's just sticky, like everywhere. It's like you're walking into one of those like indoor heated pools. And it's too much. Then over in Italy, just want winter back. I don't know if I'm about that, like, give me winter back or give me death type vibe. I think for me, it might more so be just like, okay, what if it's summer, but like, summer is, you know, 75 degrees and not 85 and humid. That'd be wonderful. Decided to do some gardening today. Oh, I seem to choose the worst days. I mean, or the best, I'm not gonna lie, like, all of my plants love the fucking heat. And anytime that it's hot, I just give them extra water, and all the water immediately gets soaked right up, and then the plants just bloom up like crazy. So, it has been wonderful for all the flowers, all the shit that I'm trying to grow. Like, it is nice. It's giving spring and summer vibes. Like, we have a ton of flowers in the yard that are getting ready to bloom. I got plants that are, like, indoors and outdoors in pots that are doing quite well because of it. So, like, I'm not complaining about it, because I can just point a fan at me, but also, I can put an air conditioner in the window and then I don't have to worry at all. Imagine if Cali was in Force PvP server, how nice it'd be to live there. Weather's perfect there a lot. I mean, I think the weather in Maine is quite nice a lot of the time, too, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't mind the humidity outside when it's actually in the summer, because by the time the summer rolls around, I have air conditioners in the windows. Now, it is almost June, so I can probably warrant putting ACs in at this point. But, I don't know, if I put them in too early, it's kind of like OD. So, I have a fan in the window pointing out to pull air through the apartment, get fresh air into the stream room. And then I have another fan pointed at me that's, like, sat out, like, towards the hallway. So, it's also pulling in that fresh air and then catching it and just blasting it into the stream room. So, I'm trying to turn stream room into, like, a wind tunnel type shit. Agree, central AC is godsend. Yeah, if you get a newer place in Maine, you get central air, central, you know, heat, AC, all that shit. We also have a lot of, like, heat pumps up here. Like the little mini splits. We call them heat pumps because, you know, they do heat in the winter. But mini splits, the ones that do air conditioning as well. So, with those bad boys, a lot of people, if you have a smaller house, you'll just get a couple of mini splits up in your shit, and then it just stays nice and cool. They have reckoning's almost bonus. Diana got your skin on League, comes out tomorrow at 6 a.m. I don't think your new job is that good. I don't know that the new job is that good. Also, I don't know if I want to acknowledge this fake first in chat. This is like OKC getting referee whistles levels of fake first in chat, but Carla did get it, so she deserves praise for that. But also, she cheated. She knew when I was going live. She was literally sitting at her PC the second I went in the stream room. So, just throwing that out there. She was cheating today. Anyways, Sir Owen, Manny, Al, Lash, Wub, Johnny, my lurkers. What up, boys? I hope you guys are having beautiful days. 40 out of 54, we're almost there. You're doing the 54? Johnny, no. Johnny, no. What are you gonna do if they patch it literally tomorrow? Will you be okay with yourself? Will you be happy with yourself? I'll be happy then. Okay, okay. As long as you will be happy that it's patched, then continue and live your best life, my glorious king. But holy shit, man. I've done 3, I think, in terms of the alt runs. Big quality of life and balance, and Rogue getting some talent changes, apparently. Was there anything in, like, Discord about that, or what's up with the source for patch? Because they've been dropping weekly patches regardless. So it makes sense that there was some coming soon. Steven? Oh, fuck yeah. CM Steven! Oh, we love that. We love that. I was gonna say I was out and about most of the morning, and by out and about I mean I slept till noon. And basically... So basically I wasn't in the Discord at all. I heard some ramblings of like... Excuse me. I heard some ramblings of like new patches coming out. And I wasn't sure what, because I didn't really see shit. So until I saw, I tried not to spread any falsehoods. But that's fucking phenomenal. Fucking phenomenal. Like the game, I put a stream/podcast and put my brain off. Yeah. It's very good right now for just a cozy, accessible time filler, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it is getting to the point, if they can... Yo, Lou, thank you for following. Much love, dude. If they can get to the point where they have truly repeatable content that incentivizes players to stay, people are already starting to work into their daily loops of progression. And realistically, they started with this early access launch in a very rough state. Just on the server side of things, and it cost them a lot of players, I think. But the fact that they've been so diligent with, like, weekly content updates, and last week we got 2 updates for quality of life and bug fixes. Not necessarily that we're getting, you know, brand new content added, but they're fixing a lot of fluidity issues, continuity issues. It's the exact thing that I really, like, want to see fixed from my perspective right now. And if there's another, you know, quality of life fix coming in tomorrow that's solving some things that maybe aren't the most fluid right now, and maybe also B-Fury, I will probably just start, like, SpaceXing loads to the ceiling, I'm not gonna lie. That shit will be reusable, caught with chopsticks, and just not stop launching if that's the case. I will be very happy. At this point in time, I don't even really care about the B-Fury that much from a using it standpoint, because I'm on RAM so strong until they decide to nerf it. It's just like, I want B-Fury fixed. I want to see that shit actually, like, solved, so B-Fury's usable for Priest of the Main Hand again for people if they actually, like, want to, you know? Over 1 mil mastery. 1 mil mastery in silver is crazy. Sorry, my bad. My bad. That wasn't me. That was Leon. Somewhere. I was coming out of the league when there's nothing interesting to play. It's my comfy place. Been stuck plat emerald for 10 years. See, everybody has their comfy place. And to those people, I say fuck yourself, go straight to hell, and die pussies. All of my comfort places got fucking burned down. They got pillaged by the gaming Vikings. They basically came in, they took all our women, and our women work for them now. They killed all our men and children, and now we have nothing left. Polar? No, Amazon Games, and then the board of directors. So, you know. It's kind of, like, I'll be real, that's the strangest thing. What if Team Muggsy was Jason Karamanis all along? Sorry, anyways. It's the strangest thing for me right now, where I'm in a spot where all of my, like, comfort games are either things that wouldn't do well with my stream, or they are quite literally pillaged and dead. It's like you go to drive by your old house so you can show somebody, and the house has been, like, torn down and replaced with a fucking, like, Dollar Tree. And you're like, oh shit. Well, that's new. So I kind of, like, I look back on my old comfort games, right? When everything was bad, I'd go back to New World, chill out, do some wars. After New World, I'd go back to Ashes, and Ashes was constantly there despite having ups and downs. And both of those are cooked, and I'm like, huh, gotta find comfort somewhere, or things just need to keep coming around so quickly that I don't have to worry about establishing a comfort game. Yo, Riz, what up, dog? How's the grind in this game? Is there any end game to speak of? Kind of right now, but if I'm being completely honest, like, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Stream or not, but I myself am like a PvX MMO enjoyer. I really like what I call consequential PvP and PvE that we can actually fight over with our groups of players, our guilds, whatever, right? This game is not really that, nor is it entirely structured to be that, to a certain extent. they have released it in early access, right? So that's where we're at right now. And they do have a really solid roadmap that's on their Steam store page. So if we go down here, their roadmap includes, you know, content expansions, character expansions up to max level 50, 3 talent trees per class, new classes, new gathering systems, horizontal prog, vertical prog, some PvP systems, and some social features as well. So the roadmap is great. And I think if you're coming in looking for something to familiarize yourself with while you wait for a true endgame, then it can be really fun. But right now, I think it's more so a cozy co-op exploration game more than it is a super comp MMO title where you're gonna see like Liquid pulling all their people over here, and you're gonna see, you know, all of the arena players come over here as soon as they drop their PvP content. It's not necessarily set to be that. So there is good endgame, right, that's still here. I myself am like 150 hours in, and I'm being on. Sorry. I am 150.9 hours in, with 102 in the last 2 weeks. So at this point, I've played one character as my main. I have 3 legendary weapons, at which I've hit kind of the wall of progression, unless I want to make 54 alts and just hit a really arduous grind that's likely to be fixed relatively soon anyways. Or I'm at the point where I can farm materials, farm cosmetics. You can repeat dungeons and bosses and some open world grinds. So if you're looking for mounts, if you're looking for cosmetic drops, if you're looking to get gear for an alt, if you're looking to stock up on materials, so that way if a content expansion hits, you can have materials to trade or to use, then there is still stuff to do, right? But you will definitely at some point hit a wall. I'd say for most players, you can probably get 100 hours right now if you're doing a lot of the content. Keep in mind, I still don't have all of the mounts. There are 22 current gatherable mounts. 3 of them are bugged, so they're supposed to be 25, but 3 are unclaimable. There are a bunch of different gliders. I don't know the exact number of gliders, and there are a bunch of companions, little pets that you can summon out, non-combat pets. There are normal versions, and then the sparkly versions as well. Sparkly versions are just kind of like your rare spawns. So there are, I counted the other day, and I'm bad at counting, but I believe 99 different objectives throughout the map for you to complete that are marked. Then there are a lot of other objectives that aren't marked that you can figure out along the way. Some hidden things for chest mounts, collectible shit like that. So there is a lot to do, but right now, there's not PvE content that's really pushing the bar of like what our builds can go through. All of the PvE content in the game can be absolutely just blasted through with a proper build. Build diversity, there are actually really solid build choices that are out there. You can make a lot of different builds and progress and complete the hardest content in the game right now almost too easily. But again, they do have harder content planned within the roadmap, so even then you're likely to get some more difficult content and of course PvP content too. It's just not going to be that like full MMO vibe that some content creators were kind of, you know, yapping about earlier on. The devs have been very, very, very out there that it's meant to be a cozy, accessible, chill game at its core, and everything else is kind of a, you know, a side thing. It's not an MMO, it's a, like, it's an MMORPG. It's a multiplayer online role-playing game, not necessarily built around the mass scale, you know what I mean? So, PoE 2 updates looking sexy. You should watch it on stream. Oh, the PoE 2 update's fucking sick. If I thought that my stream wouldn't immediately die if I went into PoE 2, then I would probably check it out. But I really worry that my stream would basically die. I've streamed PoE before. The last time I streamed PoE, I might have set myself up for failure in the first place. But, like, I went down to about 30 average viewers. It was because I was also transitioning out of New World, so it wasn't necessarily, like, the best set of circumstances. But the last time I went to PoE 2, I didn't really retain viewers that well because so many PoE content creators are just literal walking geniuses regarding that game. And I kind of went in and was just playing a homebrew summon build, doing high tier maps, going "Duh," and sitting behind my summons. So, you know, I'm not like the craziest big brain PoE person or anything like that. The last time I went over there, it didn't really do well for the stream. And I almost fear that, you know, if I went back over there, it would be another instance of it not doing well for the stream, which is a little tragic. What's the purpose of killing scouts? So there are 3 of the packs that'll spawn, and it's just a really easy loop to run through, and you can get yourself a lot of materials. You'll notice that stale bread, pumpkins drop here, cheese drops here for cooking recipes. You also get a lot of green drops just in terms of armor. So level 16 armor drops, but you can also get, you know, amulets. If you ever need amulets, you can get rings. So there is a good amount of jewelry that you can grind out here. Actually, I don't know if this drops rings. I think this is just amulets in particular. But amulets, armor, all of these materials. Oh my god, Mr. Bebop. Mr. Bebop. What the heliante? Where is this coming from? Bebop, I ain't seen your handsome ass in ages. What up, my dude? Raiders. Welcome in, and good day. My name's Dusty. If you guys haven't been here before, I appreciate y'all being forced upon me by the big Bebop today. I stream every single day for 8 to 12 hours usually. I am quite literally addicted to gaming, but fortunately I've been able to make a job out of it, so now everybody just says I have a phenomenal work ethic. Mr. Bebop and I met back in the New World days, and we've been 2 wandering souls hoping to find love and reunite once again in an MMO down the road. And there is a lot that's on the horizon. So if you guys are new, I played a lot of New World, met Bebop there, played Ashes of Creation for a while after Ashes of Creation, or after New World died, and now that Ashes of Creation is dead, I've kind of gone into a little bit of a variety standpoint where I'm checking out a lot of up-and-coming MMO titles. A lot of the titles that are, you know, currently existing, from the WoWs, the BDOs, the ESOs, the 14s, the BBCs, the VCRs, the BBLs, they just don't really, you know, pull me in, so to say, like new and upcoming titles do. So right now I'm on FAREVER. FAREVER is a little bit lighter on the MMO side. Very much, in my opinion, currently not an MMO in the slightest. However, it does have a solid explorative nature to it. So I kind of describe it as like a Zelda-y with some multiplayer type vibes to it, which I think are a couple of the core aspects of strength that this game has. It's meant to be very accessible, very cozy, but there is still some depth to it. You get abilities by your class choice. I, for example, play a priest. However, with my priest, I run melee weapons because weapons are available for 2 different classes. So I run warrior priest weapons that can be used on either of those classes, and as a result, I've got a little melee priest build, kind of akin to a paladin, which personally I think the priest plays a little bit more paladinly than a priest in the first place anyways, but that's neither here nor there, kind of nitpicky. But all things considered, they currently have warrior, mage, rogue, and priest available. A lot of different weapon choices, also a really solid roadmap that includes social systems like guilds, wrong one, social systems like guilds, an auction house, friends list, duels, a PvP region in the open world battlegrounds, dedicated gear and balancing for PvP. They're going to be expanding the level cap to 50 over time, giving us 3 talent trees per class, more talent trees, more gathering skills, just more trade skills in general. Collections are a huge part of this game, a lot of horizontal prog. I'm running into a wall. So there are different companions that you can gather, pets, non-combat, gliders, and mounts from different sources. And as you collect them, those are account-wide claims. So any alts that you make, anything like that down the road, you're able to keep those. So it's a nice, cozy game, very chill. I just finished up the Dracantos playtest as well as the Scars of Honor playtest before that. Dracantos, if you guys don't hate pixel games, let me tell you what, I really think that Dracantos is going to be a very, very, very well-received game when it launches. I may have just cursed it, because everything I say is going to do well apparently goes to shit. But I do think Dracantos is going to do well. Don't look at me in the eyes too long, I'll seduce you a little bit. Just got brought here against my will. Nendi, this is what has to happen. I appreciate you being here, dog. I hope you're doing well. I love Dune Awakening, and that's rough. And dungeon running up to a level 100 on all the dungeons. In Dune, man, I was excited for Dune a little bit when it was first marketed as like the Dune MMO, because I really pictured this like living full PvX MMO. And then when it was kind of shifted to the survival multiplayer and they were like, hey, it's not actually an MMO, I was like, oh fuck, it could have been so special. It could have been so special. But I'm glad that it's actually recovered and kind of got through the identity crisis a little bit. I think that was the largest thing with Dune right off rip that caused a lot of issues with it. So many people, especially content creators, mimicked the whole like Dune MMO, Dune MMO, Dune MMO, Dune MMO. Your largest MMO YouTubers were calling it an MMO. And so many people just blindly got into it following those MMO content creators, and they were like, oh, this is an MMO. And then 20 hours in, they're like, where's my MMO? It's like how a lot of people were saying that this, FAREVER, is going to play like an MMO. And it's very simply not. This, to me, plays like a Palia, but with a combat system. Like a PAL world. Like just a very cozy game overall. I don't have to take it too seriously. There will be, you know, content to take it seriously with down the road, but it's been fun so far. I will say the top of my list currently, though, Jerkantos. Did you see the price target upgrade today? No, I didn't. I saw that we're at 42. The all-time high is well over 100, Lesh. Like, there's still a triple up left in that. What'd they upgrade the price target to today? Because something tells me since they broke the 52-week in their point of resistance there, because there was a point of resistance at like 37, 38 that they had to break through, and they absolutely blasted the point of resistance. 53? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Now, that's also contingent on contracts that they have right now. If the drone contract goes well, then that price target also probably gets upgraded. If they renew any of these contracts at the end of life, then that's going to be a huge long term. But also, depending on the length of these contracts, this is going to reflect on earnings through the latter half of this year, like they were saying in the earnings call. And likely the latter half of this year is where it's really going to take off. Also, chat, plug your ears. I might grab more Nokia and raise my cost basis because of 5G. They're, as of right now, set to be the leader in 5G, and the 5G capabilities with the new satellite launches kind of synergize with Nokia. Not financial advice, don't lose all your money. But I might grab some more Nokia relatively soon. Also, did you see Corsair? Lesh? Corsair showing signs of life. Do you know why? Bro, they pivoted to AI. They're an AI compute company now. They literally just AI'd it. They hit the cheat code. They literally flipped the cheat switch. They said, hey, we do AI now. 20%. I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it. I don't know. How's that toilet company doing that went to AI? Do we know that? I don't remember like which company it was that was a toilet company that was like, hey, we're AI now. But there was definitely a toilet company that said, hey, we're AI now. Would you ever touch Warframe for the movement? Warframe's the one that's like mecha-y, right? I think I watched a front page stream of a Warframe stream relatively recently. And everybody was just like floating around, flying and shit. Space Ninjas. Sounds like a Kanye song. It's like Iron Man in space. Very, very floaty, right? Like very in the air a lot, suspended type shit. Like, I'll be real. First of all, that guy didn't want to die. Toto, it's up 65% this year. Fuck! Alright. Alright. So, like, not financial advice. But maybe I grab Nokia and Corsair. Just for funsies. Corsair would actually lower my cost basis a little bit still. Nokia would unfortunately raise my cost basis right now, but my cost basis on Nokia is like $5. So I'm kind of chilling on Nokia anyways. I can afford to get a little bit deeper and not even bring my cost basis anywhere near what the current price is. So I do still have a safety net if I grab more Nokia. And I think if 5G pops, then Nokia could do really, really, really well if they win the race to 5G, which from everything I've read right now, Nokia is winning the race to 5G. It's just a matter of the actual infrastructure, or sorry, 6G? Well, when are we on next? What G are we on? 6G? I'm checking my phone. Is it 6G? Sorry. Whatever G is next. I think it's 6G, my bad. We on 5G. Fuck, man. I remember when we didn't have G's at all. We were fucking G-list like lasagna. It was crazy, bro. Now we got 5 of those hoes. God damn. Yeah, 6G. My apologies. Not 5G. Not 5G. See, this is why it's not financial advice. Never financial advice. I'm somehow winning, but I have no idea what I'm doing, chat. No idea. But yeah, it's the 6G race right now. That one. It's basically the old Dota 2 race to 10k MMR. That's now like 20k MMR. Yeah, all the G's. Yo, thank you for the 240G streak, dog. I appreciate you, Mr. Phoenix. Also, Sauce. Who's calling my phone? Your mother. She want to check up on you, dog. She want to see how you are. Use AI to build an algo to trade for you. Robinhood literally just enabled AI agents to start trading. That's why NVIDIA is partnering with Nokia, the 6G infrastructure for AI. Yes. It was a Nokia reference. The old Nokia. Y'all remember the old, like, can you hear me now ads? Drake Nokia? Why are we bringing Drake up here? Bro, Iceman sucked. I'm standing on this business. Iceman was uninspired, and Carla basically asked to turn it off in the car when we were listening to it because it felt like it had no emotion. Like, Carla literally said, I understand this is supposed to be like a journal of his, you know, thoughts and feelings at the start of it throughout the album, and it's supposed to be taking us on a journey. But something along the lines was said of, this journey's boring as fuck. And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of agreed. It was just like... It was like fucking with a soft dick. You know? Like, you're still fucking, but you're not really getting, like, into it. You're not really putting the most effort into it. Everybody can tell that you're not really there. And it's like, do you want to maybe, like, stop just dropping 3 albums at once and maybe work on, like, 1 banger album and, like, inspire yourself a little bit? And apparently no. Album was fire. Was the album fire, or were there a couple of tracks on the album that have the potential to be club bangers 2 years from now? Because my take on an album being fire, I need to be able to start to finish listen through, no skips, no stops, no like boring down moments. Well, I'm just like, man, this really feels like it doesn't really fit. Lyrically insane. I think every rapper is lyrically talented these days, like, except Too Slimy. Except Too Slimy. But I think the floor of rap has evolved so much. Same thing with music in general. The capabilities for people to produce high quality music have never been higher. In a world where you used to need a ton of resources and a writing team and a production team and studio time, you can now grab a Shure SM7B and a $100 mix amp, and then you can mix and master on a fucking laptop if you really want to. I feel like the entry for music now is like the entry for streaming, and it's really risen the floor to where I truly do feel like, you know, you go to most rappers, most musical artists, and there is an immense amount of talent there, but it also gets diminished because there is so much talent there, right? Instead of having, like, everybody wants to say it's a big 3. Brother, there are, like, fucking 20 rappers that are constantly charting at this point anytime that they drop something new. Like, yeah, there's a massive 3, but it's so much deeper than that, and I feel like everybody just shits on anybody that's, like, not within that. We shitting on Drake? Half giving flowers, half shitting on Iceman directly as an album because it felt uninspired. I felt like it lacked a lot of energy that I expect out of Drake typically, and it felt like he was in the booth reading off his iPhone instead of rapping from the heart. Is my take on it. It felt like it was forced. 3 in a day? Yeah, and I wish he would have focused on one good one. You tweaking? Bro, go listen to the album. Get through 4 tracks and tell me that it doesn't just sound like he's tired rapping. Literally sounds like he is tired in the booth. Which, I would be too, dropping 3 albums at once and having all those goddamn fucking ice blocks and shit. There are no lyrics to the album at this point. Okay, I know the lyrics to Can't Hold Us by Macklemore. Does that mean that it's a fucking banger song? Yes. But does that mean that it's immediately the best song ever? No. It's a fucking slapper. But doesn't say I listen to it a lot. No, I know. I just, again, I've tried to get myself to like it on a start to finish. I can pick tracks off of it that I'm like, okay, I'd bump this, right? But I feel like, for me, I really like the energy that comes with music, right? And I feel like Iceman in particular, the first few tracks were very low energy for me, and it makes it very hard for me to get into the album without skipping, right? It was a very, like, as an album, if you're a Drake fan, you probably really appreciated it. As someone that wanted to come in and listen to this crazy hyped up album, 1 of 3, and have the energy with Iceman as a main feature of it, where he's like, just, you know, basically establishing he is so far above everybody else, and he is who he says he is and all that shit. Like, I expected I don't know, like a fake Toronto accent drill beat the entire time through. Girls from Atlanta call me Santa at the beginning of the second track didn't get you hype. Bro. It felt uninspired. Like, if there was energy, I would have, like, if I went to a concert, for example, right? And he started with the first few tracks of Iceman, I'd be like, oh, fuck. I'd be nodding off, bro. I'm the biggest fan of stupid Drake lyrics. Carla really likes campy music. And just like the one-liners that are just like, who the fuck decided on this? She really likes the 2 Chainz, she got a big booty, so I call her Big Booty. Which is absolutely a fucking timeless classic. Yeah, there are many one-liners that Carla has learned to love in the rap scene. Who wouldn't be drained of life after getting so historically owned by Kendrick? I mean, it's been like 2 years. It's been 2 years. But go find / listen to POV, how Drake sounds to non-Drake fans by Starboy. Spot on. I laughed so hard. Is it actually just like sad mumbling? Because it genuinely sounds like sad mumbling. Not the 2015 rap era. Brother, it's not the 2015 rap era. I'm going to see Lil Wayne and 2 Chainz in July, bitch. It might be 2015 to you, but that shit never fucking died. Hear me out. My summer tour is high school DustyWhy's dream, right? We go to Kanye, and then we go to Lil Wayne and 2 Chainz. The only thing that's missing is a Jay-Z appearance. And we literally have, like, the 4 horsemen of my high school apocalypse. Did not just say 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz. Yeah, just said fucking 2 Chainz, bro. How old Lil Wayne? How old Lil Wayne? Hold on. Lil Wayne age. 43. Wow, he looks old as fuck for 43. And 2 Chainz is 48. There are 91 years of rapper on the stage if both of them are on the stage at the same time. 91 years of man on the stage with both of them on stage. That's kind of fucking crazy to think about. Lil Wayne's really only 43? Wow, he looks like shit for 43. Yeah, he was born September 27th, 1982? Wait, so wouldn't that make him 44? Oh, wait, 44 this year. God damn, I thought he was high 50s. Yeah, I deadass thought he was almost 60 up in this bitch. The drugs got him. You know, they could have. They could have. It may have got him. Wait. Oh, he has epilepsy. Lil Wayne publicly disclosed in March 2013 that he had been diagnosed with epilepsy. While he has had seizure-like incidents since childhood, his condition became widely known to the public after a series of severe seizures required him to spend a week in the hospital. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That'd probably age a motherfucker by a couple of years. Fupo! What up, my friend? How are you? Listen, it's Daily Dusty. There's no clouds and tripping particles are clogging every computer on the planet. SpaceX went up into the sky to try to stop me. The satellites are actually just giant vacuums in the vacuum. They're meant to suck up all the dust, but I won't let them, Fupo. I won't let them. They cannot. Fupo makes me want to cuddle a Fupo. You can do that. I'm sure you got a BBW near you. What I just tuned into? Conspiracy theories. SpaceX is trying to stop me, self. We can't allow them to. You must keep me safe. Chat. Everybody tinfoil hats so we can reflect all of the rays from the SpaceX satellites back to them. You know what a FUPA is? Yeah. Yeah, everybody need a nice little pillow for a sleep. Court hearing for the receiver got delayed till July. Whoa, wait. Whoa, wait. So, we're now about 7 months at that point into the court case. 6 months. And they're still fighting over who's going to handle the IP while they actually fight over who did something wrong. Nah, this is cooked. Chat, we're never seeing Ashes of Creation again. I'm so sorry, but we're never seeing that again. The legal system is an unforgiving bitch. And that IP is going to be locked up for fucking years before anything can be done to it. Very unfortunate. Can't wait to play Ashes in the retirement home. Bro, I think by the time Ashes is out of the court case, it's not worth anything anymore. It's like, I don't know, how's GoPro stock doing right now? This kind of reminds me of like that GoPro stock when it crashed that one time. Surely GoPros aren't doing the worst right now, right? Because their stock went to like -2 at one point, yeah? They basically had to pay people to buy their shares. Not worth anything in the moment. All it has left. Yeah. I mean, literally the only thing that would have been worth something would be any assets that people would have wanted. Maybe any base code, but that's, as we've been saying, like a Rosetta Stone that you can't decipher. It's like a lost language that you have no idea what it actually is, where to start. You'd have to spend so much time combing through all of the already established base code and understanding it, and that would typically have to come from people who worked on the project in the first place. And now we're how many months out into the legal battle? Not everybody has infinite amounts of money to just sustain during this, especially employees in California. So it's yeah, it's unfortunate, dog, but I think the Phoenix may not rise. Don't know much about Ashes. Business rep already in the ground, like an outsider. I know, just scam game. I mean, that's basically been what people on the outside have said for a while, in all fairness. So, like, that's nothing really, like, new or, you know, confounded with Ashes. The thing with Ashes is that the gameplay and the business side of it, in basically, like, most people's minds that played it were two completely different things. The business itself is what went to the shitter, and the business itself is what crumbled. The gameplay was, by a lot of people who played it, actually pretty enjoyed. Obviously, it was a high friction environment, so not everybody that came into the game loved the game, nor will you have a game like that everybody loves at any point, right? There will always be people that dislike your game no matter what you do. But it had a high friction environment, and it really felt like an MMO where all of your actions as a player meant something and led to something, right? So you had guilds that were literal like organizations. I mean, we had a multi-100 person wait list. Whoops. Wasn't paying attention. We had a multi-100 person wait list for our guild at all points in time, that as soon as we would get a slot, and we had 2 guilds up as well. As soon as a slot would open, we'd have somebody ready to fill, and we had hundreds of active players within the game, and every player had a role and contributed to the guild in some way, shape, or form. It was really fun. And once you got into it, the game itself, for a lot of people, wasn't always, you know, the most exciting, the most riveting, so to say. But a lot of people really liked the feeling of belonging that it provided, where you were genuinely interacting with other people for, you know, one common goal of making your guild stronger. It was very like we over me, which for a lot of people in our guild was a very, you know, fun thing to pursue and chase down. We like having the whole community essence here. We like having the full community vibe, and that for a lot of our people was so important for us, and was something that we always tried to have present, which is why games like this, you know, they're fun for our people on an individual level, but this isn't like our community playing a game, right? When our community plays a game, we go in with a lot of people, and we have a lot of people that are constantly grouping, always doing stuff together. And one thing about Ashes that it did really well was making sure that every action felt like it mattered. Like, whether you were cutting down a tree, whether you were killing a mob, whether you were doing anything, it felt like it mattered somewhere, right? Also, Leon, good day, brother. Thank you for the hydrate. I choose iced coffee. And Selb, thank you for the 75-day streak, guys. I appreciate you. So, the big thing with Ashes right now, the entire reason why people were super skeptical of it wasn't really the gameplay itself. It was because Steven, the CEO of Intrepid, the, you know, founder of Intrepid, the creative director of Ashes, always pitched to people that the game was fully funded until launch, no matter what. He had a famous quote of, everybody that is currently playing could stop playing the game right now, and the game would still launch. I'll hop over to another layer. And he talked about how there was no board to answer to, like there were no investors that they had to worry about, and that it was fully a, you know, a game by MMO players for MMO players. And that made it, in a lot of people's minds, very personally insulting when everything crumbled and it came out that there were indeed creditors, and those creditors had formed a board of directors that were indeed having a substantial say in the direction of Ashes of Creation. A lot of people felt like they were kind of bamboozled a little bit, and a lot of people that were hesitant to believe that the game was fully funded after being a Kickstarter from this mysterious studio in San Diego with, you know, a lot of employees and this very, you know, outwardly proud team, right? They were, if they could have pulled it off, probably going to be known as like a studio that defied the odds and made one of the most ambitious things that you could make, an MMO as a first-time developer with your studio just starting up that's meant to compete not with indies but with AAAs. If they could have pulled it off, it would have been insane. It would have gone down in history books. But the business crumbled before that point, primarily because of, from what we've gathered, allegedly, the setbacks in development where investors felt like they were not getting paid quickly enough, the increased cost of development as it continued, as well as disagreements from allegedly the, you know, the side that wanted everything to be by players, for players, and the MMO of dreams, versus the side that was like, hey, we need to ship a product so we can get some fucking money back, allegedly. It was basically like two antithetical approaches, where one side was seemingly willing to burn any amount of money to make the dream come true and then hope the money came back in the long term because it was a passion project, and the other side had zero passion, was soullessly involved in it, and they cared about one thing and one thing only, and it was the bottom line. And that is also why Ashes of Creation's pitch did so well as the, you know, no board to answer to, fully funded to launch, because people don't want to have to deal with those corporate oversights anymore. And it's unfortunate that it went down the way that it did, because now many other Kickstarter games are also getting a very bad rap because of Ashes. Like, Kickstarter games already had a bad rap, but when Ashes went down the way that it did, everybody was just like, nah, Kickstarters, no more. No more. That's the last Kickstarter for a lot of people. That's the last, you know, in development MMO, the last playtest, the last alpha, the last early access for people. Even in my community, we've had people that were just like, all right, I guess I'm just done gaming. I'm gonna just go outside and shit now. And it's crazy to see that it crumbled because of just the business side of it, when the business side was being presented as going so smooth. It's really interesting. But you will, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, probably have years and years and years to look into the case. I don't think it ends anytime before 2030. I think we will all be playing far different games than Ashes by the time Ashes has any chance of even becoming anything at any point ever again. It's unfortunate, if I'm being honest. But, you know, just another MMO that doesn't get to see the light of day. Much like all of the MMOs that were not so publicized, that have been in development, that have had their funding cut. So, I feel like I could only watch y'all play Dracantos. Looked really good, but I couldn't bring myself to spend time on another test. Just in case it doesn't make it. Just in case. Dude, I feel it. I feel it. And part of the thing about FAREVER that's really comforting for a lot of people is that there's not the reliance on the social systems. If FAREVER went down to one player and it was you, then you could still do everything in FAREVER as intended, and your game wouldn't be completely compromised. And those that saw I streamed Ashes through the ups and the downs of it over the last year plus that it was alive. And there were times where I had, you know, 300 average viewers or more, and there were times where I had 40, 50 average viewers because of the content cycle. And I can damn sure tell you, as soon as player bases started to shrink, you could absolutely tell. The world got really empty really, 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 really incredibly quickly. And it had a terrible impact on things. The systems denatured. The gameplay loops became very isolative because everything in that game was dependent on a group. Just a completely different structure of things. Would I go back and do it again? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But I'm excited for Dracantos. I think Dracantos has a mix of, you know, classic cozy appeal with hopefully some modernization in the right places in the combat system. I will say it definitely felt like a, you know, like a classic-based movement system. Like very, very retro gamey, very, you know, SNES type. It's 8-directional movement, which I think, honestly, breaks down to everything else here. The thing about Dracantos for me that I've been trying to point out for people is if I do this with my camera, I move forward, left, right, back, or any combination of that. The only difference is my character has a turn rate instead of just like bop, 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 bop. In Dracantos, you also move forward, right, left, back, or one of these other directions on a strafe. It's the same movement. Over here, I left click to attack, and then I right click to block. Over there, my left click and my right click are just two different attacks. And then I have ability buttons off of that. It literally is the same thing as any other MMO to me, especially with the movement system being 8-directional now. It's just a different camera angle. Kento's and Apogee, older kind of Tibby style games with massive potential, excited for both. I also think that right now, we have to keep in mind, there are a solid amount of gamers that are gated out of playing games because of performance issues. And I almost think stylized games might be really good at avoiding performance issues if they're done in a proper manner. With RAM prices and everything else prices being so incredibly out of control, I think there's an appeal for something that doesn't really need to be run on the highest end software, and it's not about the cinematic 4K experience where you're gonna feel like you're actually looking at a tree. I don't mind looking at pixels. I'm looking at pixels anyways. Fuck with pixel art. Run Dracantos on a toaster, that's a good thing. Very good thing. Very good thing. Nivi, hello, my friend. Light no fire when? Have they said anything about Line of Fire? Because I know they just dropped the No Man's Sky Helldivers update. So No Man's Sky has some beef coming to it. They're absolutely kicking the shit out of everybody with more free DLCs. The community is begging to give some money to Hello Games. And for whatever reason, Hello Games seemingly has infinite money and they just will not take their community's money whatsoever for any of these content updates. It's really strange. I've literally never in my life seen a company so unwilling to take a shitload of money from their community. It's almost like refreshing in games. They only need devs to have the most passion. Well, yeah, because No Man's Sky is the modern definition of the passion project. It was the title on the brink of death that was brought back because of nothing other than the developers' sheer persistence and will and their decision to keep that game up by any means necessary. They poured a lot of time, a lot of money into it, and invested a lot with no guarantee that that game would be any fraction of what it was originally going to be. And it may not be the zeitgeist that a lot of people thought it was going to be, but they are absolutely the modern definition of bringing something back from the brink of death and not giving up on it, and as a result, establishing themselves as a, as a well-known developer. What other teeth about what it was going to be? I mean, yes, but I also think that in internal playtests, there's such a different feel versus what's actually there when you have players on emergent gameplay and actual player behavior. I was extremely hyped up for No Man's Sky before its launch, like extremely hyped up for No Man's Sky. But it was also one of the games that I think made people realize early on, you've got to try to verify anything that you can before just blindly trusting what you hear a game is going to be. Because it's the same thing as, hear me out, Dune. Dune is the same scenario. Dune said that they were going to be the Dune MMO. They got a bunch of people to run with the Dune MMO to get into the MMO community. And then it was cooked. It was cooked. It was not an MMO. Try streaming on that, install OBS and everything. I did stream for a little bit. Yeah, I streamed a little bit of base building and whatnot with my boys. I was playing with my dog Bryce to like 3 viewers. It's fun as fuck. It's fun as fuck. Oh, the game up, closed it, refunded it in stream. See, I still had fun with it early on. I just ran around with groups of friends that I knew and we explored shit. And like, once it was apparent that it wasn't going to be like this Space Hub multiplayer MMO that they wanted it to be, I just kind of like changed up what I was doing with it. And we basically played it like Space Minecraft. So incredibly hyped for Dune. Performance sucks. Combat sucks more. Open world small in Dune. Feels big at first, but in reality it's small. Yeah, I mean, that's one of my concerns over here as well. With their server infrastructure being built around layering, particularly small size layering in FAREVER. Right now, you can only fit 20 people on a layer, roughly. And they said their long term is going to be about 50 people on a layer. So for me, that's immediately like, how are we going to have an open world PvP area with 20-person layers? I could literally snap my fingers and have 20 people to fill up that layer insanely fast. Insanely fast. So, I don't know. I do worry a little bit about that. I think Battlegrounds are likely to be 4v4 when we do get them, at least the first iteration of them. I don't really see a world where they would go larger than that, considering 4v4 is their current, like, group sizing. I don't really see too much of a world where they go larger than that, but all things considered, it's possible. I just think it'd be a little peculiar. I don't really see this having a lot of, like, large-scale anything. And primarily just mid to small scale, pretty much all the way across the board, but yeah, they're definitely, I will say, definitely titles that I think overpromised and under-delivered. And I also think it's something that didn't necessarily start with No Man's Sky either. And it's something that didn't really end with No Man's Sky. Shit, Grinding Gear Games went through it with Path of Exile 2. They talked about how it was going to be a 6-month early access, I believe it was originally planned to be. And then the game was going to be out in its entirety. And I went in and played, and we realized that less than half of the game was in, and we were like, this is not going to be a 6-month early access. You guys are fucking crazy. Here we are, what, with PoE 2, like a year and 6 months after? So slap 12 extra months on that bad boy. Now, again, they've salvaged the reputation of it. Some people are like, oh, remember when you dropped this and it was really bad, and PoE 1 almost suffered as a result as well. But time heals all. And I think enough time and enough effort, you can very much change a lot of people's perceptions, if I'm being real. Shit, even Mizkif is doing financial content now instead of just beating the shit out of women. So that's been a huge, huge game changer for him. Time literally allows pretty much everybody to change their shit. Dr. Disrespect still streams. Like, the fuck do you mean? And you're telling me that we think game developers are cooked if they have a bad launch? I don't think so. I don't think it's a nail in the coffin anymore. It's so easy for a large content creator to come into a game and just say, hey guys, I'm having fun. And then 10,000 people hop in and then tell 2 of their friends. And then everybody just starts spreading the word. Some of the kneeling people are just forgetting. I don't think people forget. I think people realize that not everything's perfect at all points in time. Same thing with gaming, same thing with interactions. And I think over time, you very much end up with a level of acceptance, not just forgettance. Still streaming is not the same as games being bad. I think you're misunderstanding what we're talking about, Tech. I think you may have come in like partially into the conversation and then just started making crazy assumptions about things, dog. Because you're like not even in the same wavelength. So we're basically discussing how even though a game can be bad on launch, all it takes for a game to recover from being bad on launch is bringing in a very large presence to show off the changes to that game, and then all of a sudden you have those changes in front of hundreds of thousands of individual players. So like, I guess maybe I'm just missing what you're saying, but a game on launch is not the same as a streamer being a POS and still streaming. What do you mean being a POS and still streaming? I'm saying that analogy doesn't work. I guess I'm just confused on what you're trying to say. Like, you realize game developers pay streamers to come in and show off updates to their games anytime you see a hashtag ad or a sponsored stream. That's a developer paying streamers to come into their games. And they literally pay streamers to show off their games, right? That's like a really common thing. It's not an analogy, it's real life. Like, it's not a made-up analogy. Games that have bad launches will drop updates and then literally pay streamers to stream the game as a hashtag ad to show off the game. Source, I'm a streamer who's been paid by games to show off updates. Like, that just happens. So anytime games have big updates, they're absolutely looking at their marketing spend to see if it's more optimal to run ads, bring in streamers, or anything like that. Been misgiven Dr. Disrespect being genuine garbage human beings and still streaming being the same as bad game launches. Oh yeah, because even if a bad game launches and has really negative sentiment, then they still have a platform later on. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Literally the exact same thing. Yes. Unfortunately, it is the exact same thing, Big Talk. A reputation for having bad game launches because you fixed what happened is not the same thing. Earning a reputation for having a bad game launch because you had a bad moment during the launch of your game is the same thing as being a streamer who's had a long career but has earned a reputation for being a bad person because of a moment during that career. It's literally the same thing. No matter how much you despise those people, it's the same thing. It's a blip on a long time record of performance and reputation that is basically recoverable from, no matter how you look at it. And it's quite literally the exact same thing. Yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunately the same goddamn thing. And you're not necessarily changing the ideals of the people who played the first time, because a lot of those people are still going to remember and are still going to know. But over time, there are so many people in the gaming scene, in the content scene, everything else, that you can absolutely Dr. Disrespect the game launch, and then your game can recover from that. It's happened many times. There are also games that disappear and go irrelevant now for literally years, and then will come back as a big pop-off because people down the road will just forget, they won't associate, and then later down the road, the controversy always comes back out, brother. It's the 2-week attention span of every person nowadays, whether in gaming, whether in anything else. It's unfortunately the exact same shit. Game can't survive a Lucari, though? I don't know, bro. A lot of lolly games. I wonder what Lucari's doing nowadays. Is he in jail? Surely Lucari, like, actually went to jail, right? Because there was, like, a full investigation that was opened up, right? Surely he's not just, like, streaming on Rumble, right? Someone Google what's Lucari doing nowadays. Because now I'm kind of curious. He's unbanned but hasn't been on. Wait, excuse me? He's unbanned? On Twitch? Cause like... Why would Twitch do that? Lucari wasn't in the original discussion. It was Mizkif slapping the shit out of Hose and now being a financial streamer. So basically, No Man's Sky came in and slapped the shit out of a bunch of Hose after people thought that it was going to be this really nice thing. It's kind of like a Sakuno. Would be a really good analogy as well. Everybody thought it was going to be this super nice thing, and then it turns out that it was just a demon fucking everything that moved, and it didn't really care about having that initial perception, and that initial perception lived nowhere near what it was originally supposed to be. And over time, Saikuno's still going to have thousands of viewers, and everybody's still going to fawn over him. It's still going to happen. Like, nothing's going to stop Saikuno from making millions of dollars. Dusty, you're right? Dusty's always right. He has a microphone and a camera. Literally never wrong. All you have to do to never be wrong is invest in a microphone and a camera, and then press start streaming, and then you're always right, chat. Just remember that. Well, I mean, it's kind of same thing. Now, I will say, I think it's even more heinous to think about that people can recover their streaming careers because so many ooga booga mongoloid zombies will just follow them even after they smack the shit out of some hoes and also turn into Dr. Diddler. But that's a different topic entirely. Now, when you think about streaming careers being able to recover from that, you have to consider games can also recover quite easily. And we're the same type of people. What if Dr. Disrespect is really the burnt peanut? Because peanuts have no age. Like, how old is a peanut? It'd be the perfect cover for him. Be the perfect cover. Because if she's older than him because he's a peanut, then he could cover. Okay, I'm gonna get sued by burnt peanut if I keep yapping. The class on options trading. Looking at forever on a second screen. No. I haven't had enough controversies to be a financial streamer yet. I would need at least 2 rug pulls. I'd need to slap some hoes a little bit. I think bare minimum like 3 slurs would have to be said. I'd need a couple of 3-day bans, and then I could go into financial trading and people would actually trust me. I need to have a completely shattered reputation to be a financial trader, a financial streamer, and then everybody will trust every single crypto poll that crypto project that I start. Like, realistically, if I had just got out of federal prison for money laundering and fraud, then I could probably start streaming. Say I'm starting an organization and that this crypto is going to be the largest thing after the start of the organization. And then I could just rug pull everybody. And then I could take 80% of the earnings from all of my signed, content creators and athletes. And then I could just not pay them. And then upon not paying them, I could just dissolve the company, because then who needs to pay them if the company's dissolved? There is no company. GG. I learned that from Jason Karamanis. So, you know, it's honestly financial tips and tricks from MLM Mafia. Do all that and just blame it on Ryan Gosling and disappear into the night. Yo, honestly, I could just blame Polar. I could blame Polar for just about anything at this point in time, and I think it'd be fine. I think chat would be cool with it. Not financial advice, selling options is the best way to do it. Also not financial advice, unless you're already very good at normal trading and confident that you would do well with advanced trading, don't put trading on hard mode or you will lose a lot more money. I say more money because if you're someone that diversifies in positions, some of your positions will lose. Some of them will win. You're not hoping you win on everything, you're hoping you win more than you lose. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. No investor wins on everything all the time, but you have to offset your your losses with more wins, and then you're good. And then you sell your losses for tax loss harvesting. That's next week's chat. You want to do that mid-mobile deal? Bro, I've always wondered, what, like, super obscure company would I sign a deal with that would be a fucking banger, but also you guys would be like, Dusty, what the fuck? How did this even happen? Right? Nathan's Hot Dogs. I love a good glizzy. I do. Palantir. I start a stream every single day with a facial scan through your guys' cameras of every single person in chat. I greet you by your first name and your social security number. This stream sponsored by Palantir. Chat code DustyWhy on Palantir.com for 25% off of facial recognition technology. Get the latest in home defense surface-to-air missiles. Now wall mountable. Big fan of hardscaping? Well, stay tuned because our surface-to-air rock will take all of the joys of the surface-to-air missile, but confine it in one small, very discreet yard rock. This 10-foot tall by 22-foot wide field stone is simply too disguised to know that it is truly a fully operable missile silo with 3-person full-time working staff. And, hear me out, buy your rock missile silo now. Save 50% on your first AI data center installation. Chat. It's a one-time deal as well. You guys gotta get this shit done fast. I have the easiest way ever for you to get 100 of the top GPUs within arm's reach of you. Yard gnomes with machine guns. What are you saying? We just put all of the 5'6" men in the US military and give them infantry roles? Because honestly, smaller hitboxes make sense for military. I do feel like if we took all of the shortest men first in the draft and did like a draft based on inverse height, all of the shortest people should be infantry because they're the hardest to hit. If you have somebody that's out there that's like 6'10", 300 pounds of pure muscle, why would you have them doing something stupid like, I don't know, holding a machine gun when you could literally have them throwing missiles safely? Just food for thought. Chat, 5'6" and under. If you can be an astronaut or a horse jockey, you can be infantry. You just got to keep that slender 28-inch waist. You got to stay nice and nimble. You got to be able to fit in some weird places. Short people fly the planes and drive tanks. Yeah, see, that doesn't really make sense to me because you would want the taller people flying the planes so that way they could look around and see more. Because if a short person tries to look, they're not going to have as much of a field of view, so they won't be able to see as much as somebody that's taller. Oompa Loompa Warfare. Exactly. Exactly. Like, you know in baseball, the whole strategy that some people have of just crouch down and get really small so the pitcher can't throw within the strike zone? It's kind of the same thing. It's like, how are you going to aim for center mass if there's literally half an inch of center mass? What are you going to do? And then we just teach them a mean sidestep Like, we get every single soldier into, like, the Euro step into the quickscope. So that way they're nice and nimble. I feel like that would go fucking hard. Maybe a little half spin into a quick 3-round burst. Go fucking crazy. Gotta keep them shifty. Gotta make room in the tank. For big motherfuckers, we get less tanks and less gun per tank. What do you mean less gun per tank? Why would you want guns in the tank? The whole point of being in the tank is to stay in the tank. I feel like fewer people in a tank would be more optimal, because if you just had one dude soloing, then you lose the tank. It's not really like as big of a thing as like 20 dudes in a tank, right? Like statistically, the gun's not in the tank. Right, but why don't you have one dude with like foot pedals? The ammo for big gun and tank. Right. So you have the big strong guy loading the ammo. Like, hold on. I'm picturing kind of like this, but for tanks. If that makes sense. Already not that many, really. There's driver, shooter, loader. Yeah, that seems easy as fuck. That seems so easy. I've played so many games with tanks where I was able to drive and shoot at the same time. You just have to be able to strafe a little bit. Plus, if we taught all of the tank drivers orb walking, I don't know if it's the same, like if it's called orb walking in other games as well, but in Dota we called it orb walking, where you have a range attack and you basically like attack, move, attack, move, attack, move, attack, move, attack, move. So you basically like, you kind of want to orb walk in a tank as well. I feel like you want to kind of like, you want to launch, and then you want to start the back strafe while you're loading, and then you want to stop and then launch again if you have to stop the back strafe. I don't know, World of Tanks. Oh, World of Tanks is coming out. Yo, what if we just go play World of Tanks? Genuinely, I could get my dad into that shit. He was my entire family are Marines, like pretty much every dude in my family. And that's part of the reason why I didn't go into the military, because they were all like, you're just gonna maybe chill out and not go, you know, active duty and maybe have a nice chill life. I was like, all right, yeah, that sounds kind of cool. So I was like, you know, what if I do criminal justice? And then my dad was like, you're not gonna like that, you're kind of a pussy. And I was like, you're right, I'll focus on criminalistics and behavioral psychology. And he was like, all right, yeah, you'll make good money off that. And now I play video games. So, you know, that's the entire run around. Honestly, the gang, that shit's looking fun as fuck. World of Tanks? See, World of Tanks is kind of lit too. Because if you can manage in World of Tanks, what's stopping us from actually getting like a real tank and driving it? Just theoretically. I feel like we could crowdfund. Chat, can someone Google how much an M1 Abrams is? Or like what a cheaper tank would, because I feel like an M1 Abrams would probably be a little bit expensive. Hold on. What is the cheapest tank with working cannon? Let's see. The military uses, because I just got like a build your own tank, basically. The cheapest active duty tank with a working cannon fielded by a major military is a Soviet designed T-55. Still in service with over 50 countries, these Cold War era medium tanks often cost between $200,000 and $500,000 to acquire or modernize. Chat, that's really not bad. Like, for an actual fucking tank, I don't really know what, like, oil changes would be on that. The T-72 is the cheapest modern main battle tank, which is 1.2 million to 2 million. So, realistically, we'll want a T-55. Mass-produced in the tens of thousands between 1946 and 1981, it's the AK-47 of tanks. Inexpensive to maintain and operate. Chat, we actually might be up. Do you like the guy in 1995 who stole in San Diego and drove around town? Was that the Killdozer guy or a different guy? I wouldn't kill anybody. I'd just use it as my daily driver. I don't really have a thirst for blood. Just a flair for the exotic, if that makes sense. I kind of like the unconventional. It's like, I drive a Honda Civic because it's great economically. Amazing gas mileage. Very cheap maintenance. Gets me point A to point B exquisitely smooth. But when I'm merging into traffic, sometimes people aren't the nicest to me. Because I'm a very small car. Now imagine if I'm merging onto I-95 going 75 miles an hour on a T-55. Somebody doesn't pull over for me, I just cannon them. Fire a little warning shot next to him into the pavement. Little pothole. People wouldn't even notice it was me because we got so many potholes up here anyways. Vaporize a deer. I would never need a parking spot in my fucking life. Sean Nelson, he didn't kill anyone. He crushed a ton of cars though. Oh, that's metal as fuck then. Those cars probably had insurance, right? Did it hurt the cars? Like, nobody died? Because that's kind of fucking fire, if I'm being honest. Like, I really don't understand why he would even get in trouble for that. If he just borrowed the tank to drive it around for a little bit. Didn't kill anybody, by the way. Maybe crushed a couple of fucking cars and then was gonna give the tank back. I feel like that's not even grand theft of any sort. I feel like that's just borrowing. And I've always been told that I should share my things with my friends. Now, I don't really know if the US government doesn't consider us friends. I feel like we've done a lot for each other over the years. But, max use of free will. Yeah, brother literally rolled a 20 on the fucking charisma check. Just walked up and said, hey, can I get the keys? I gotta take the tank wash. It's half off today. Next thing you know, blammy. Blasting down the road. Absolutely nuking cars. Alright, I've got 2 inventories full of gear. It might be boss grind time. It might be boss grind time. Because as soon as I get 2 inventories full, I hit my point of I cannot run this one loop anymore. But it's so good for getting mats, recipes, pretty much everything you might actually need. I do think I have every single recipe in the game now. I pay for the extra tank protective package so it's not covered. Yeah, this seems to be an act of God. God's machines of war seem to have run over your vehicle, and we have nothing for you, unfortunately. What level are the necklaces? 16. So I still run one of those on my character to this point in time. They're just so easy to get. They end up being 38 of the main stat that you're looking at, or the secondary stat, I should say. So I have 38 fervor on my necklace right now. Do you have any 20 level perpy, level 20 purple thorn laces or toothpicks? I don't think so. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I haven't held on to a lot of extra purples, if I'm being honest. I'm kind of like starting the legendary stockpile a little bit, but I haven't held on to many. If I end up finding one, I'll let you know though. I'll start holding on to some purples for that shit. But yeah, really easy to find necklaces. You can get fervor, you can get pen, you can get crit, pretty much all that shit. What are you grinding? Honestly, fucked if I know at this point. I might go try to get my legendary Claudius. So that way I have the Claudius mage build in place. Because if I go Lego Claudius and then Lego Wing Sabers, then I'm probably pretty stacked up. So seems like it could be a very solid thing for me to get into. Level 17 neck drops with 1 extra stat point. Yeah, the 17 neck is... Where are you guys farming that at? Is that the B? Or is B rings? I think B's rings, right? Where are you farming the 17 necks? Because I will say, the nice thing about here is that they just drop so fucking frequently. Sparkle Wolf? Ah, okay. From Uncle Ben? Like right over in that area? Yep, that checks out. That checks out. Crimson can't spawn? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I did my rings at Ben by the Sparkle Wolf as well. For chat that's curious, that's gonna be like right over here. I don't know exactly where the Crimson camp is, but if I'm thinking of the same thing, then it's like right up in here. So, all right, hold on. I'll be right back, chat. We'll go smoke, because it's hot as shit. Then we get into the boss grind. I think I'm gonna go hit crab. What are you trying to get off those randos? The Crimson 3, as I call them, they basically drop a lot of spark dust, which you're always going to need for upgrading weapons. Again, you can't get spark shards or spark crystals from any repeatable content. They drop pumpkins, they drop stale bread, they drop a lot of like general cooking mats and whatnot. Ton of just general materials for pretty much everything. They can also drop runes for most of your abilities. Well, everything except your level 20 ability. And then from there, they're incredibly good to have, if I'm being honest. I usually do an inventory or two full of gear a day. Salvage everything. Sell the necklaces that I get. Keeps my gold up. It gets me a few thousand gold a day just for chilling. The gear from there breaks down its green stuff. So a lot of people are asking where to get these guys. The bright void particles. I have 87 of them just from running that loop for like an inventory to 2 a day. I don't really want for any materials except for flowers and the materials that we physically can't get anywhere else in the game right now. So really good general farm. Oh, also, you can get some mounts out there too. So I found 2 different mounts out there. The first one was that hound. It was this one. And then I found one of these wolves out there yesterday. I can't remember which wolf, but one of these wolves. That's wolf. This one. Yeah, this clean. I like that one. I like that one. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna smoke real quick. And then we bowl. Good day. The humidity, I'm not gonna lie, is fucking my weed a little bit. It is humid as all get up here right now. Like, incredibly humid. And it's like, it's clumping up my grinder. Yet it's so humid that my budski doesn't want to stick together in the way that it normally does. So it's making my bull pack super weird. So I just went to pack like a 2-hitter. Like a 2-3-hitter. Which is what I usually do when I go out. Shit lasted 6 hits. And I'm just like, I'm ripping and I'm like, when is this going to end? This is my personal hell. Cause me, mommy ain't raised no bitch. I pack a bowl, I'm a smoking bowl. So, like 3 or 4 FAREVER players I watch me smoking a kush. Bro, I'll be real, like, I don't know many people that work in gaming full time that don't smoke weed. And a lot of the people that I know that don't smoke weed are either borderline high-functioning alcoholics, snort cocaine like crazy, or have some other form of imbibement. I don't really think that many people in gaming are just, like, completely sitting here chilling. It's kind of like, we love our vices. Yeah, someone's probably jerking off right now. Not yet. Don't you think about it. Not until you check your Twitch Prime, buddy. You better not. You better check that Prime first. God. I know my community. I know my comm. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Smoke before bed. Coca on Saturday type of guy.
Cat with abs is
Yo, Peter, thank you for following my love. I just like weed. I'm very simple. I'm like the sports person that played video games my entire life. And now that I'm too old for sports, it's just video games and competitive weed, basically. It's like all of the effort that I used to put into basketball, I now put into weed. Like, I used to know so, I mean, I still can spitball, but definitely put a lot less effort into staying up to par these days. Caught? Okay. So, like, that's kind of what I'm saying, though. Like, everybody in gaming, bro, we're all sitting here, especially content creators. We're all probably just sitting here getting fucking fried, vibing, playing video games, having some fun. It's part of why this job is so cool. Like, unironically, it is probably the coolest job in human history. Like, sure, people that work at SpaceX are like, nah, I'm going to space. Yeah, they have to work hard for that. I do not have to work hard. The hardest thing that I have to do on a daily basis is remind you guys to check your Twitch Primes, or you're gonna get absolutely peppered with ads. And then I sit here and yap and try to be entertaining and learn as much as I can about the games that I'm playing so I can answer questions. Pretty fucking dope. 33 never smoked anything in my life and I don't drink. You jerking off right now? What is your dick doing at this moment in time? No, sir. That's what they all say. That's what they all say. Look at you, mister. I can run a mile without throwing up. Fucking virtue signaler. Crazy. Crazy. No, honestly, when I was in high school, I kind of got made fun of because I didn't like go out to party or anything like that. I also got made fun of because I was terribly poor. But I didn't really get invited to parties. So subsequently, I got made fun of for not really going out to parties because I didn't get invited. So I got made fun of for 2 things related to the parties. But long story short, I didn't really smoke or drink or anything like that through high school. The few times I drank, I had friends over and my parents were like, hey, if you ever want to drink, just do it here so you don't do dumb shit. We'll make sure you guys are all good. We know you're going to at some point. I was the youngest of 3 brothers. So they were like, please, for the love of God, just don't be a dumbass and like get you or other people killed because you're drinking. So 6 years in the Marine Corps and I got separated for getting type 1 diabetes. Wait, which one's type 1? I don't know all the types of diabetes. Where were you stationed? Is this the food-related diabetes? Born with. Ah, bad RNG. That sucks. Also, thanks for your service, dog. My dad was a Marine, and pretty much everybody else in my life. Never mind. Wait, is it food 1? Or is it born with? Type 2 is better eat like shit. Word. Word. I'm shocked. I don't have type 2. Yo, Alexander, what up, dude? Have you heard about or played Soulframe? That was what Baggins was playing, right? I was pooping earlier, and I was watching Baggins for a few. And it looked interesting. I only watched a few minutes, but yo, Selfa, over on YouTube, what up, my goat? This is a game of open world PvP. The game currently has no PvP, however, it does have PvP planned within the roadmap, so there are going to be duels as of right now. This year, as their first priority. Again, this could all change, as we know from matches and other playtests, right? PvP region, which will be an open world PvP region, and then instance battlegrounds as well. So, I have my concerns with some of these, but I'm also extremely excited for them. I do feel like this PvP could be fun. I feel like there are a lot of abilities that can kind of be wombo comboed. My worry is that there are a lot of stuns, CCs, and other forms of just general, like, fuck you levels of punishment. So I do worry a smidge about, you know, just the, you know, the 100 to 0 wombo combos that's coming out from everything. Excuse me. But the roadmap itself is actually quite encouraging. Quite encouraging. Wait, Jack, how old are you? From the Middle East on a ship, and 4 of us came back with type 1 beat us. Wait, what? How? How do you get diabetes from a ship? Did you eat the ship? What the fuck did you do? How is that possible? 33, okay. So, my dad went to... Was it Paris Island or was it Lejeune? It was one of those, though. It was one of those. One of the places that he went to had, like, poisoned water, basically, that they were just, like, giving everyone on the base the entirety of the time that my dad was there. And so they're like, hey, if your kid came out all fucked up, you could be entitled to my compensation, or entitled to compensation. And I shit you not, my dad has inquired multiple times to see if he can get compensation for me being an actual fucking idiot. Because I used to get hurt a lot when I was a kid. Like, my bones weren't the greatest. I would break bones a lot. Thankfully, I've had relatively good luck as an adult, knock on my wood. But I would get hurt a lot as a kid. And my dad literally, every time I would get hurt, he'd go, it's because of that fucking poisoned water, I swear. Curse my son. Bro, it's fucking cooked. Every time I broke something, he'd talk to my mom and he'd be like, make sure we reach out to the lawyer about the poisoned water again. The bacteria that prevents insulin from being processed sounds like you got that virus. Wait, what? There's a diabetes virus? Little W's scary. My whole family fat and God damn it, John G. Be nice to your family. Be nice to your family. It's not their fault. It's bad RNG off spawn. Sometimes people really just have a sweet tooth and also not a tooth for like getting out and walking and stuff. So I do feel that though. My older brother got the beatus. And he ain't even like, it's not even like large or anything. I think he got the bad RNG diabetes. I'm not gonna lie. But my older brother has beatus. I don't really know much about it. He's actually quite healthy. I don't really think he has to like shoot up or anything. Not like you fucking addict diabetics. Tell you what, beatus sucks. Don't recommend it. Yeah, I've had a few seizures in my life. And like, wouldn't recommend that either, just if we're like trading things that we wouldn't recommend. I wouldn't want diabetes either, and I don't think I'd want to trade it. Because like diabetes, you have to watch what you eat and shit, right? I eat like absolute ass, but my metabolism is basically like, picture your favorite athlete of all time, all of their top highlight plays, just in one 1-minute montage. That's my metabolism all the time. It just fucking cooks. I could probably eat 7 whole pigs and still just be chilling. I'd probably throw up a couple times, but probably be just peachy. I was thinking that Alzheimer's was actually diabetes type 3. I don't fucking know. All I know is at one point I saw an article that said dietitians are now considering like actual ice cream to be a superfood when eaten regularly. And I read about 3 sentences of the article. I said, this sounds legit. And I have been just pounding ice cream on a nightly basis. Never felt better. Never felt better. The best news is too, every morning when you wake up, it's effectively a free purge of your entire system, no matter what. You just start the day completely fresh. Dusty type 2. I think I'm losing weight. I'm not gonna lie. Because I'm walking and shit a lot more now that it's not winter. We didn't have an exercise bike until the end of winter. And now we're like actually out walking and shit. He's in his cutting phase. No, I'm quite happy, thank you. DustyWhy type 2. Dustacado avocado. Dustacado avocado would go fucking crazy. I will say, I just start doing like mukbangs all the time. That did sound dark. You said it, not me. Listen, you said it, not me. I just went with it, okay? I'm just playing off the crowd here. You're the one that's throwing that out there in the first place. I'm just the improv guy. I can only work with what you give me. I did go through a little winter cultivation of mass, I will say. I went up like 3 pounds. Dude, my weight doesn't really fluctuate at all. Last time I got drunk, my blood sugar went down to 30, and my wife was trying to get sugar in me, and I kept puking it up and almost died. I don't drink anymore. What the fuck? What did you drink? Would you want to drink, if you were a diabetic, a sugary thing or a not sugary thing? Because if your blood sugar went down, not. Hold on. Best alcohol for diabetics. The best alcohol is distilled spirits. Oh, word. Wait, so my drink could be perfect for you. Because I drink vodka, soda with a little lime wedge. I don't know if the lime would fuck you because of the naturally occurring sugars within a lime, because I think limes are relatively high sugar fruits. But vodka sodas, I don't even drink that much. But when I do, love me a vodka soda, if I'm being completely real. I don't like sugary drinks because anytime I have sugary drinks, I get a hangover. It's not very pleasant, if I'm being completely honest. It makes my tummy hurt too. I got like a sensitive tummy sometimes. So I try to avoid the whole, you know, drinks that make you feel like shit. I had a couple margaritas recently because my aunt and uncle brought Carla and I out to lunch, and they were getting margaritas and they were paying, so I was like, well, fuck, why don't I? So I ended up grabbing a couple margaritas myself. My belly hurt. You do the shopping more, Carla? Like grocery shopping? Or like Lego and clothes shopping? Yeah, we grocery shop together. We are honestly like very lucky because we get to spend an exorbitant amount of time together every single day comparatively to like most couples. So every morning before stream, it'll change up a little bit with her new work schedule, but like she's gonna be working 8:30 to 5, you know, 5 days a week and then weekends off. So like we'll be able to hang out, have coffee, have breakfast before she leaves, do Wordle type shit. I'll probably go back to bed or just start waking up earlier when she goes to the new job. And then, like right now, her days off or anytime she goes in late, we wake up, we do Wordle, we have coffee, we chill for a little bit, then she goes into work, comes home on her lunch. So, we get to spend a whole hell of a lot of time together, but we also do all of our shopping, just, we go to the store together. So, we always try to, like, min-max our shopping as much as we can. We're always going in the, like, the grocery store apps and shit for every store, trying to find the best deals. And we're actually pissed today because Carla fumbled the bag. We had, we went to a grocery store, and what we learned, first thing, is apparently different grocery stores that are the same exact store, like 20 minutes away, will have completely different prices. So they had, like, Newman's Own, like, lemonades and stuff that were in the app showing for $2 for $4. in store, they were showing 2 for $5. So on top of that, there were like some yogurts that were supposed to be 5 for $5, and they rang in as $1.25 per, so 4 for $5. So we're going through self-checkout with it, and we're just like, okay, this is weird. So we had the person come over and check it out, right? And he's like, hey, can you do me a favor and go back to the home screen on your app? Carla goes back to the home screen on the app, and it's for a different store. Like, it's the same store, but like a different location for the store. And he's like, yeah, so basically our like regional corporate side sets all the prices for the stores, and every store will have their own unique sales and pricing. So now we're like, all right, well, what if we need to start min-maxing and looking at every store in each town to see what has the best deals for the week? And then if the deals are really good in one town, then we just drive to a different town to capitalize on all the stores. So now we're on like this revenge tour, basically. Bro, honestly, that's how I try to live. I don't make a ton of money streaming. And really, the only reason why I've been able to stream for 3 years is because anytime, like stream full time for 3 years, is because anytime the channel goes through a down spot, I put away pretty much all of my money in like rainy day funds and investments and stuff. Oh, I'm dead. Ah! I fucked up. I fucked up. I got into the bad corner. When you get into these, you can't really turn quickly enough to get out. And it is, it's very, 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 very tragic. If I'm being real, it's really sad. But, regardless. Bro, I kind of hate this fight. I want to get my Lego Claudius is very bad. I also want PvP. I would sacrifice pretty much half of chat if they gave PvP in tomorrow's update in any way. It would just add so much replayable content for us. Now, tomorrow's update, I'm pretty sure, is quality of life fixes over anything else. Which means maybe B-Fury fixed, maybe a few other things fixed. But I'm not getting, like, too overly optimistic about tomorrow's patch. Heard rogue buffs coming tomorrow? Yeah, I heard some rogue changes coming tomorrow as well. So we don't really know all of what the quality of life fixes are going to be. We don't know what bug fixes they have planned. We're just told those quality of life stuff. So, bring a content update, more news soon. Is that per Steven as well? Because if there's a content update coming out, then that might actually be a fucking slapper. If there's more news coming out on that bad boy soon. Too many Stevens in the world? Well, we're back to trusting us, Steven, for all of our updates, boys. We better just embrace it. We got no other choice. We must trust. This one's a community manager, though. So this one's not responsible for doing any like, bookkeeping or anything. We're absolutely vibing. Everything is peachy. Why did we have to end up here? Savo. We could have been farming Steel Bloom right now. Actually, we would have had secondary classes already. We'd probably have secondary classes. And what else? Instancing at this point? What could have been, my boys? What could have been? And is no more. Do I play PoE on Friday? Because I'm not going to lie, chat, I'm kind of mixed on it right now. I'm bouncing back and forth on, like, can't hurt to check it out and see what's what. But also, I'm kind of in an element of, like, you know, what if it doesn't go well? What if it doesn't go well at all? What if I'm too washed? What if I'm too unk? I might solo self-found it, if I'm being honest. Maybe run myself a little SSF league. RPGs are too much for me. I don't know too many numbers. Yeah, the thing with ARPGs is typically, like, the power fantasy goes incredibly high. You are literally like a walking deity, and everything else is cannon fodder. And one thing I like about MMO balance is it typically in a lot of MMOs, you're not necessarily looking at like cannon fodder ads everywhere you go. Ads can be pretty meaningful in fights, especially if you get a large amount of them on you. Of course, depending on the MMO. But so many ARPGs, it's really just like an infinite amount of main character syndrome and power scaling and kind of like hero fantasy and race car builds and zooming, and it's slightly tragic. Off topic, but are you optimistic on Arc Age 2? Arc Age 2 or Chronicles? I know of Chronicles. I don't know much of a Chronicles. Oh, okay, my bad. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't on the wrong one. I'm someone that doesn't necessarily stay as up to date on games as I should, but from what we've gathered, Chronicles is gonna be like an MMO light, right? From what we've been able to get, I think it's meant to be like an open world ARPG type shit more than it is a true MMO. But I mean, I've heard ramblings that they might actually have some larger scale systems. It's just been so mixed. I feel like when Chronicles or Arc Age is brought up in general, you can hear 72 different things about what it's going to be depending on who you ask. And when I try to look into it, there aren't a lot of like verifiable sources from them that specifically come out and they're like, here is a, you know, a system map of the game and what it's going to be. And I think that's something that would help me out a lot. Excuse me, because a lot of games right now truly are MMO lights, and they're kind of like just open world multiplayers. It's kind of akin to what FAREVER is, right? And part of me does worry that if I play too many of those, that I'll kind of start burning out on them. I do really, really, really like PvX. I really like community-driven content. And something that can, you know, play into those strengths for me are really good. Too many MMOs are MMO lights. Well, MMO lights primarily. Too many MMOs are going as an MMO light, I should say. Like, everything is MMO light. It's the modernization of an MMO, right? It's more accessible. It's easier to palette for players. Pretty sure Chronicles will be a true MMO. If it is, then I will absolutely be happy about it. Now, question on that is, what do they have for monetization? Because if Chronicles does have solid monetization in with it as well, and it's not pay to win, pay for convenience, then I mean, that could be very solid. Do we know when their expected launch is? Because I think it's supposed to be Q4 2026, last I heard, but there's just like not much about it, right? So I'm not entirely sure. Oh, it was originally known as Arc Age 2. And then it got turned to Chronicles. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. So they changed it to Arc Age Chronicles. They've delayed it multiple times for more time to polish the game and optimize its combat and economic systems. And it's currently expected the final quarter of this year. I mean, shit, I'd definitely check it out. I think any MMO, again, especially something that, you know, Ashes very much followed the Arc Age structure and world building. And if it does feel in any way, shape, or form similar to what that Arc Age world building is supposed to provide, then I could see a lot of fun in that. Again, that's something that I really enjoy in games, is actually feeling that living world, feeling that, you know, multiplayer cooperative aspect. So, observing a true MMO out right now with more than 5k CCU. 14? RuneScape? But I mean, I don't really know how heavily those are like true MMOs or anything. WoW? I don't really think WoW is a true MMO anymore. Hello, noob! Hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. I don't think WoW's a true MMO anymore. I think WoW's an MMO light at this point. The open world has been segmented off into so many different layers that you don't have any open world really friction or anything. It's basically a it's a multiplayer RPG more than an MMO at this point. Your largest scaling that you need to take anything down is going to be 30 is the cap for raids, but most raids you don't even really need to like bring in 30 for. It's 20 for mythic, and you can do 10 for everything else on a bare minimum, and it's recommended to do like 13 to 14, at least when I was playing Midnight, for most of your content to optimize it. So WoW, in my opinion, through all of the group finders, all of the layering, all of the asocial developments of the game, I struggle to give WoW the true MMO tag right now. I will say 14. I think 14 still definitely an MMO. It's very story driven, but 14 definitely brings that in. Albion OSRS would also agree. How you play? I know guilds that are super social, but you can definitely play completely antisocial if you want to. Right, but even just inherently having a guild that's super social doesn't really separate it as an MMO, because there were guilds in Club Penguin, there were guilds in fucking Palia, there are guilds in ARPGs, there are guilds in fucking Call of Duties nowadays. Guilds are just a group of players that play the game together, whether that's inherently in a Discord or anything like that. The effect of guilds in the game has been entirely diminished, basically, by the standpoint of Discords being the guild hubs instead of in-game being the guild hubs. I remember originally in World of Warcraft, when it was truly, you know, in-game guild driven, guilds were hyping up the fact that they like designed their own websites for the guild where you could go on and apply and follow the guild's progression and shit like that. And truly, then your in-game felt like your guild hub. But now everything has shifted outside of the actual in-game hubs. And a lot of your social activity, yeah, you might do stuff together as a guild, but to what extent are you doing it together as a guild? 10, 20 people, maybe 30 if you're bringing in a community run for heroics. It just doesn't give me like massive multiplayer anymore. Your crafting interface in WoW, if you're playing Midnight, is effectively the same thing as interacting with an NPC and then sending something out and then having it just pop back in your mailbox all crafted once you have the mats for it. So there's no like face-to-face interaction or anything. Like, sure, you can make anything inherently a little more social, but I don't think WoW by design is intended to be a true MMO anymore. And it's always kind of been, in my opinion, evolving to that really accessible standpoint. But I don't really fault WoW for that. I think that's a byproduct of like the MMO community as a whole being an aging community, where if you're trying to appeal to the audience that you've already appealed to for 20 some odd years and had success, then you're going to want to evolve with that community, right? You almost want to change your catalog offering. So I think you'll check out the Monsters and Memories playtest on Friday. Could be fun if I don't do PoE. What do they have going on for the playtest over there? Monsters and Memories is very, very EverQuesty, and I have never in my life actually gone back far enough in the MMO timeline to experience something like truly EverQuesty. And like, I watched some EverQuest Legends actually today. I was seeing some in passing while I was taking my pre-stream poop. And it really looks old. Like, it's kind of like when you see a very old car going down the road and you're like, oh, that's a cool car, but I don't think I'd ever drive that. It's one of those like interesting debacles. But Monsters and Memories definitely has a little bit of curiosity from me, a little bit of like you know, a spot on the side of my brain, so to say, a little MMO tumor there. So there's a chance. There's definitely a chance. I don't know much about it, other than the fact that it is very, very, very like retro MMO based and back to the roots of it. I know Jonah played it for a little bit, and I would watch some of his streams when he was playing it. I just lurked from time to time. But I also don't know all of what the scaling is. I don't know all of what there is to do over there. And I also don't know on a like a curb appeal standpoint how much it would appeal to my community and I'd be able to like get people in to watch it, so to say. But that's also kind of where I'm at with Path of Exile as well. If I went to play PoE on Friday then I'm almost like, all right, well, I'm probably not going to stay and just become an all-time PoE content creator. That's probably not going to be my route. And also, I don't necessarily know that I'm going to be doing too well hopping into that directory for the start of a league launch and the largest update when everybody's going to want to see the update in the hands of those who have played for so long, you know? That's really testing forward. Don't know much about it other than it's a true old school MMO. Yeah, that's effectively what I've, you know, heard and watched as well. So, come to super appreciate smart people super investing in the development of a guild, like how we made the had that app made, the calculator. Calculator's a banger, by the way. Yeah, I mean that's the cool part about guilds. You have everybody that plays their roles, right? And I think something that was really underappreciated about Cats in Ashes, from a, you know, a lot of the people that were just in the community standpoint, is truly how smooth we operated. We just magically, mysteriously shit out items that we auctioned off to the guild for way cheaper than they would be available for on the market. And those funds rolled directly back into the guild. And as a result, we were able to get people so geared. We had people that were invested in planning out our war side and optimizing that, diplomacy side, managing the relationships there, logistics, recruiting, handling the Discord side, because Discord literally got broken by our infrastructure many times because we had too many people that were joining. Like, we had a very well-oiled machine in the PvX world. And I'm really trying to find something that will present a little bit of that player-driven economy for us once again, so we can have our crafters in their roles as our primary crafters. We can have our gatherers coming in and playing the role of those suppliers for the guild that we then, you know, compensate them for their time and their effort. And then we just, you know, we have a really, really, really well-oiled thing. Sounds like you're more wanting Sandbox MMO or the Structure Theme Park one. I'm not inherently against theme park and structure, but I also think with a theme park, it's important to have large enough scale to accommodate the numbers that we bring in. And with things like WoW that are incredibly theme park, that are just like, you know, you can go with up to this many players. That's kind of where we're like, that kind of sucks. Even if it were something where, you know, it was a little more open world based and we could roll up with a couple hundred people to difficult open world content and compete over that. Like if WoW had actual, like, yo, Thor, thanks for the time, dude, I appreciate you, much love. If WoW had featured any form of like open world incentivization for us, where we could have grouped up in mass and gone out and fought over stuff without just having it be the layer boss dictating everything all the time, then it probably would have hit different. And I think, like, I do definitely enjoy the sand park side of things a little bit more. Also, Lockshock, what up, brother? I do enjoy the sand park side of things, where there is kind of the create your own adventure side of it. Especially once you get into the late game, you can become what you want to be on the server from a, you know, a player supply standpoint. You can have a reputation as being the big bad on the server, a reputation for being one of the best crafters, an RP, or a nice guy, a bad guy, whatever you want to be, right? And to me, that social setting is fun. It makes the world feel alive. And when those reputations don't follow anybody anywhere, it almost... Oh, thank you for the prime as well, dude. Boys, we got the primers out today. Goodness gracious me, oh my. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. When those reputations don't follow guilds, don't follow players, and I'm running by a guild and I'm just like, oh, I've never seen them before. I have no idea, like, if they're new, if they're good, if they're bad, if they're PvP, if they're PvE, anything like that. To a certain extent, that can be fun in a game because it means new players are coming in, right? But when every single person you're running past is somebody that you know nothing about them, their guild, or anything in between, it typically signifies that there's little to no actual interaction within the game between players outside of your social bubble, whatever you may want that to be. And that's kind of when I get to the point of like, oh man, you know, we can bring our community in, but even then, when the numbers are restrictive, it stops us from branching out and recruiting more people into the community too. And without being able to recruit more people into the community, it almost becomes this like isolated bubble that's antithetical to how a lot of our people like to play, where we're trying to just take in anybody who's interested and give them a place. Uh-oh, I'm dead. I fucked up. Well, boys, that'll do it. I fucked up. Is there any game on your radar with what you're looking for? Honestly, the entire checklist, like every single thing that I'm looking for, not really. But I also think there's a certain point where as you play more games, you create a larger checklist and a longer checklist in your head, and you almost like mold your expectations more and more and more and more. And strictly adhering to my own personal checklist with how much I play games and how many things I've experienced can truly be detrimental. So I'm trying to not get myself to that point, right? But more or less in the immediate, there are some smaller scale MMOs that I'm really excited for in the whole like 2026 to 2027. Arcade Chronicles, depending on monetization and depending on where they plan to go with that, I think could actually be kind of fun. Like, could be kind of fun. So, who knows? Who knows? Now, there is a source saying that ArcAge 2 is different than ArcAge Chronicles at this point, but there are also sources saying that ArcAge Chronicles was originally ArcAge 2, so I don't really know what to think there. But there's a source saying that Project X7 is now ArcAge 2, and it's releasing in quarter 2 to quarter 3 of 2027 from a month ago. I don't really know, like, what, you know, the capacity of that is or the validity of that is, but that could be interesting. I mean, Chrono could be a little interesting, I guess. I didn't play the last Chrono playtests, so from what I've heard, that may actually be for the best. So I'm excited to be able to test Chrono and see what's up there. I'm excited for Dracantos to come back around. Like, I really had a lot of fun with Dracantos. It's pixel art, and it's not going to be everybody's largest appeal. But I do actually, you know, want to see more of Dracantos. Chrono was very New World vibes and gameplay, but also seemed theme parky. Yeah, I mean, it all depends, too, because, like, I say I really love Sandbox, but if the PvP combat's good and it's repeatable, and there's also, you know, consequential PvP anywhere within the structure, like fighting over a town or, you know, a buff or something with the guild, then I can get behind that as a theme park standpoint. New World was inherently quite theme parky as well, especially the evolutions of New World over time, where you kind of follow this main story quest to level, and then you had instancing if you wanted to go through your instancing, but your PvP was more or less devalued only to Outpost Rush, arenas, and wars if you even were warring, which most players in New World didn't war. I warred until my eyes bled. So New World, even at the end, was theme parky, like, very heavily. But it was also just that the combat was so gripping for some people that it was really unmatched by anything else when you know, the offerings came in and the comparisons came in. A lot of people in the New World scene tried to go to other combat systems, and it just did not hit. And honestly, it took a while for me to be willing to try out other combat systems as well. When I first went to Ashes, I thought that I was going to fucking hate the combat system because New Worlds was so good. So, we tried the big full loop PvP games, LBN, MO2, EVO, SRS. As a content creator, I don't really care to get into any of the established titles, if I'm being completely honest. So, if I were just gaming off stream, then I probably would play a lot more and I would just kind of bop around and see what fits. But as a content creator, I also have to keep in mind, like, this is what pays my bills. And to a certain extent, you are, as a content creator, a little bit handcuffed. Now, part of it is I also personally just don't enjoy playing, you know, X months to X years of catch-up. As the top end continues to get their ceiling higher, here comes me on the floor trying to and bridge the gap up. which my floor would start higher than other people's floors because the amount of information that exists now is higher. But even then, anytime I hop into an already established game, it's a guaranteed X amount of time of just being completely behind and not necessarily like putting out content that people would necessarily want to see. And I think that was part of what kind of cooked me with WoW. I wasn't able to put out all of the WoW content that was like fun WoW content for most people to watch because I was too busy trying to get caught up to the cutting edge WoW content that I wanted to do. And with games that are just starting out like this, I have the, you know, the capability to hop in on a baseline, get to the point of like the cutting edge of WoW, of whatever content I'm on, right? And at that point in time, I can learn builds, yap about builds, make build guides, use that as content. And then I also don't have to worry about spending X amount of months bridging the gap. So whenever new content comes out, I'm able to have a lot of that content already parsed out. And then I can catch people up and tell them about the content too, which is huge. Fails to go to WoW content. Bro, if I was as good at farming pockets as Peo, I wouldn't have to stream 7 days a week. I swear to God, I'd have so many tier 3 subs in chat. And Battlegrounds and Duels, or even just a little bit like New World, Forever, has not all the same with Chrono. God, I really fucking hope that their PvP is good at all. Now, initial balance-wise, I'm gonna be real, the PvP is probably gonna be pretty, like, butt cheeks. A little tier 1? I mean, maybe a little tier 2 if you're really loving the content. Maybe even a little tier 3. Just a little something. Speak the man's name. Flash, you just lost $7 immediately because he was brought up. Somehow he reached into your wallet and took money. Yeah, you really hate to see it, but yeah, you got scammed. You got absolutely scammed. So we get my refund for my AO pump tomorrow, then I can reorder and get the rig up and going again. Wait, so Leon, what happened? Your AIO just died after you put me on it? Because the last I heard, you had me playing on your AIO, and then your AIO was dead next thing that I heard about it. Which I don't really know if I consider that an accomplishment or not, but it was geeking before that. Are you just saying that to make me feel better? Or worse? So what have you been doing in the meantime? You got like a backup rig? Did it just stop pumping like the pump died? Or did it start leaking? Because anytime you're looking at AIOs, the largest hope is that if something goes wrong, it doesn't fucking leak. As long as it doesn't start pissing on other things, you're good, man. But if your cooler starts R. Kellying, then you are absolutely fucked. We're talking about Arcade Classics, and it's got a lot in common with AOC. Arcade Classic is a private server, yeah. Private servers don't typically do well for streaming. I won't lie. I think it's private server. But yeah, private servers and streaming typically go together like screaming bomb in an airport. And it's not really the best set of circumstances. I don't know if there are people that were streaming it, but I also think with certain titles too, there's got to be a certain element of, like, from a streaming standpoint, is the title gonna grow? It's almost like, it's like stocks, honestly, when you're a streamer. If you're doing it full time and you're trying to grow your channel, you have to invest your time in games that you believe in, the same way that, you know, in actual stock investing, you have to invest your money in companies that you believe in to perform well. And for some people, they will diversify their investments in many different ways, and you really won't see any two portfolios that are the same between a streamer. And I just kind of like, I don't know, I have to try to be aware of, is this something that I can grow my community in? Or is it something that's going to result in my community shrinking and me having to get a job? That's what we'd like to avoid. I think it's not that we actually keep progress if we play in early access. For FAREVER? Or what you mean? Something is a hard choice. Hope it's not putting too much stress on you. Oh no, I mean, streaming is inherently, like, when you're my size, not to bitch or anything, because I think streaming is the coolest job in the world, but the worst thing about streaming is that it inherently comes with insecurity about, you know, what tomorrow will bring when you're my size, especially when you're not rich enough to just be like, ah, well, if it all dies, at least I have $17 million in real estate. I don't really have that. Like, I don't, you know, I'm in a good spot because I have put enough money away to where I would be on my feet long enough to get a job and stuff if stream did die. And I can also put in multiple months of, like, you know, at deficit streaming, so to say, to try to pull it out from the gutter. So I try to live very intelligently and aware that, you know, I'm not the streamer that can just count on it to be there 10 years down the road. So for me, it's a little bit less stress. And, like, yeah, it's a little stressful to know, you know, I'm looking at, the way I describe it is like crossing a river, but you're jumping on very slippery stones. And if you can cross the river successfully on the slippery stones, then you get to the other side and you look back across the river at all the people that fell in and got swept away by the current, and you're like, God damn, I'm a lucky one. And so far, I've made all of my jumps. There have been some stones that I hopped onto that they were a little rickety, and I think they might have fallen out if I stayed there for longer. But fortunately, I felt the instability in the stones and I hopped onto the next one and I made it safe. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's always just hopping stone to stone. And at the end of the day, you've just got to be thankful that you're able to see a river in the first place and that you're able to hop stone to stone regardless, because there are a lot of people that can't even hop to the first stone because they don't have legs. There are people that hop onto the first stone and fall and never get to see through the middle of the river and anything like that. So I try to enjoy every step of the way. But there is definitely an element of, like, you know, I'm living my dream right now. This is something that I wouldn't trade for the world. And it's not necessarily a hard choice. It's more just like, I could go down a million different routes, and I would like to go down to the route, go down the route that enables me to keep doing this while also enjoying it on the level that I am. Because if I didn't enjoy what I was doing, then I wouldn't want to put in as much content or put in as much time to the content. I'd just work a job and then come home and stream 30 hours a week on the side, have a cool 500-600 subs as side money to pay rent and stuff, and then my job would be my income. But I genuinely love doing this shit on a daily basis for as long as I do. So it's a big thing for me to try to, you know, try to be aware and try to keep it going. So I've been actually really thankful to be, you know, while I'm in this little variety phase, everybody's been super supportive and consistent. This has actually been the, believe it or not, one of the healthiest phases for stream in terms of a consistency standpoint. Streaming one game has higher peaks because when an update comes out for that game, everybody flocks to you as, you know, the guy for that update to give them the knowledge. But being in a spot where I've been popping around to some different games along the way and checking them out has, I think, led to people not really getting tired of seeing the same thing, which I think is what we're starting to see with FAREVER. Until there's another update that comes out that's like a content update, I think people are going to start to get tired of seeing the same goddamn thing over and over again. So I may be on the prowl once again. The playtesting little spurt that we had with Scars and with Dracantos and when FAREVER first dropped, that was incredibly fun. So there are a few more games that could definitely be checked out that are a little bit earlier on, which could be fun. Guild Wars 2? You don't have to pay me so much, dude. I can't go into a game that has that much of a knowledge gap. It's just not fun for me. I was talking about it with WoW, but like the odds that I go over to any game that has existed for 10, 15, 20 years, incredibly low, simply because I wouldn't be able to get myself to play the game in the way that the game is supposed to be played. I would find myself feeling obligated to play the game in the way that's going to get me into the end game the fastest, and then just missing a lot of the core element of the game, the exploration, the fun content. And it turns me into like a one-dimensional person within that game, where I really like to be able to appreciate all aspects of the game. Like with Ashes or with New World, I'd be able to tell you about the grind spots in the world, the PvP metas, the best farms, all that stuff, you know what I mean? You gotta treat yourself and go slow. It wouldn't be fun for me. That's not what I do. You know what I mean? That's the thing about me. I wouldn't go slow. I stream 8 to 10 hours a day. Now, I'm not going to pay to boost or anything like that, but it's just my psyche, right? If I am learning something new, I fully fixate on learning that thing. And if I'm hopping into Guild Wars, my goal would be to get into PvP, and I would miss anything that wasn't PvP on the way up to it, because my entire goal in the back of my head would be saying PvP, 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 PvP. Whereas right now with FAREVER, it's, okay, there's no PvP yet. Chill out, hit some mobs, maybe try to collect some mounts and some shinies to give away to your chat. Get yourself situated to maybe make an alt here and there so you have some content. And there's a little bit of a, you know, a slower pace. I don't really like feeling as though I'm playing catch up with games, because that, again, it just puts me in a very, like, rushed state of mind where I really can't find myself enjoying those games, right? It's kind of a me thing more than anything else, but I obsess over being on the higher level of content and being able to articulate everything for people, and it would take so long for me to be able to do that with something like Guild Wars, with all of the information that already exists. I would basically be behind the top end forever until the top end just decided to not exist anymore, and then there would be some chance that I could catch up a little bit. But the playtest coming Friday, but I don't know if the com will like it, like some EQS stuff, and I guess there's PvP, but didn't look at it. Monster Memories. Yeah, I've seen Monsters and Memories, like a solid amount. Same keybinds? Yeah, but the keybinds don't really matter. It's the game itself. The game is more than just keybinds, if I'm being completely real. So there's, from a content creator standpoint as well, you have to keep in mind, anytime people go into a new directory, there's an element of like, why would people watch me versus watching the people that are already established over there? And when it's something that truly is established in such a long term, it's really hard to break in. It's part of why WoW is so hard to break into. It's not because there is no talent in WoW content creators. It's because people already have their people that they watch over there. And you are not getting a lot of like new click-throughs if you're not the, you know, one of the go-tos. So games like that, it's tough. There's just a really low chance that I end up going to something that's established again. Every time that I've done that in the past, it's been very bad for stream. And very bad for stream is very bad for my mental. And as much as I would like to just be able to look at it as a, oh, well, this game has such a good history, I'll go play that for a little bit. I do have the very real element of I have to make enough money to pay my bills or I can't stream full time. And I would like to keep streaming full time. So for me, there's an element of, you know, I have to enjoy what I'm playing at its core, but I also have to make sure my community's also enjoying that. And if I was one of the streamers that, you know, popped off during the Fortnite years and got a contract with Twitch that paid me millions of dollars and I had fuck you money, I'd probably be playing whatever the fuck I wanted to at any point in time. I'd probably play 7 different games a week type shit. But there's definitely a certain level of like, you know, it's a small business, so to say. And I have to look at it as that, to where, you know, right now, FAREVER content is declining because the FAREVER community has been shrinking. So unless FAREVER does something to get momentum back for the game, I will basically be forced to vacate FAREVER, and then I'll have to go somewhere else where follows aren't slowing down, viewership's not dropping off, and new people are actually getting excited about the content that they're seeing. So it's crazy how much timing is involved in streaming. Yeah, and one thing that is apparent when you look at me as a streamer, I was known up until, Jack, think of it all. I was known up until really recently as like a one-game Andy within smaller MMOs. I streamed 7,000 hours of New World, and that was where I kind of like became known and went full-time. And then I went to Ashes of Creation where I streamed it until it literally died. And I'm not really known for the variety standpoint because I have always felt like variety for 99% of people is such a dangerous route that doesn't really work unless you have an extremely consistent community. And I think a lot of streamers, at least those that aren't trying to front like they've got everything cool, calm, and collected, really deal with imposter syndrome to a very high level, to the point where it's like, you know, I may have 120, 150, 200 average viewers depending on the time of stream, right? But even with that, in the back of my mind, I'm like, they're watching for the game. Not everybody's watching for you. You go to another game, you're cooking your shit, right? There's always that level of uncertainty with it. And with streaming, you have to be a large mix of things. You have to be talented enough to get people to stay in some way, shape, or form. You've got to have something that draws people to stay in your stream when they come in, but you've also got to be lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time to get enough people in to be able to do it full time, right? So for me, staying through New World's demise and really enjoying it helped to give me a platform when all of the super large content creators eventually made their way out and there wasn't as much competition, so to say. I made my way up the PvP scene because I really love the New World PvP. And when I was towards the top of the PvP scene, it really helped my stream take off because I did VOD reviews for people, which I enjoyed doing. And I talked a lot about like the higher end of the PvP scene and what it had. So people started coming in for that, and then they stayed for the yaps, right? And you almost need that catalyst to get people in. It's like looking at a Magic the Gathering or a Yu-Gi-Oh deck popping off. You need your engines, and your engines have to drive people. And if you can get the engine to drive people in, then it's capitalizing through your talent and your ability to get people to stay. And if you can combine all of that, then you actually, have a chance to make it. But there is inherently the luck. I streamed for 7 years before I got lucky enough and found myself in the right place. And my stream has definitely improved, and I've become more comfortable and more fluid on stream over time. But it's not like I was a completely different person 7-10 years ago. It's just the fact that I got in the right place at the right time, and people ended up seeing the stream. And so far, I've done a pretty solid job to keep the snowball going, That's been the big thing. I think you do very well in Sandbox and Mo's Rally, propose to take some territories. You have to learn everything first. Yeah, that's the big thing. I mean, if I'm going to learn something, I want to enjoy what I'm learning along the way. And again, not feel like I'm playing catch up, but feel like everybody's on an even playing field. I really like new games, to say the least, especially when they're competitive. This game got PvP? It will. No PvP yet, but their roadmap includes duels, battlegrounds, and an open world PvP territory, like a region for it. That's all just kind of in future content deployments. We don't really know when they're planning their first content-based update, but they are getting ready to drop another quality of life and balance update like tomorrow. So they have been really great about bringing us in new updates and whatnot, fixing a lot of bugs, fixing quality of life. They're progressing a lot faster than I think most even like AAA devs would. They're doing quite well, man. I have admittedly been very impressed with Shiro and how they're handling everything here. So hopefully tomorrow's patch is an absolute banger. If they can get momentum rolling again and they find that quality of life is in an acceptable state, so then they can work on some iterative content, they're good. Shiro has a good track record. Really well loved in the RTS scene. Yes. They have successfully launched multiple titles in the past, albeit, they're not known as like a fucking Blizzard or a Riot level dev or anything like that. But they absolutely have a solid track record for putting out quality products that people enjoy and are at the baseline fun games. And I think that's one of the strongest elements of this game that I keep trying to remind people. This game is not trying to present itself as the here is your next esport competitive ready title. This game is like, hey man, here's a fun game where you can come in and kill Crab Gantua and SpongeBob, and you can get some cutesy gear, you can collect a bunch of cosmetics, and you can just explore and have fun with it. And I think that's the strength of this game. I say that as somebody that really loves PvP. They will have PvP over here, but I don't think it's about to be the esport, incentivized PvP title that a lot of people are thinking of, I think it's a smart design. I too think it's a smart design. I think that most games are facilitated by casual player base existing in mass. Even though they may not put in your largest numbers per session, casuals existing in mass is a person that knows about the game the same way as a competitive player that plays 12 hours a day knowing about the game. And a lot of games spread through word of mouth, and that word of mouth just multiplies. If you play 2 hours of the game and you think it's super cute and you want friends to play with, you tell your friends, they have fun the first day coming in with you, and then they tell their friends, and all of a sudden you've got a group of about 10 people that are playing, right? It's interesting. Gaming's so weird and interesting right now. New game comes out, dominates the scene for 2 to 4 weeks. It's a 2-week attention span. I talk so much about how humans have a 2-week attention span now, And if it's not immediately a new comfort within 2 weeks, they just go back to what's known. It's literally... I don't mean to, like, be IRL-y for a second. But, like, people care about IRL events for 2 weeks. People care about games for 2 weeks. The news cycle is 2 weeks. Everything nowadays exists in 2-week phases. And then it's effectively a Men in Black memory reset. It's like we're getting Edge of Tomorrow, but in 2-week reset times. Every new game wants to do one of those core games, while IRL streams, etc. Yeah, I mean, it's also the battle of live services right now. Because a lot of developers are still, when you look at the larger end of gaming, trying to bring in live services that they can have concurrent IPs that they can grow off of. Indie devs that are investing less are able to go more of the side of just like, hey, we sell a box, you buy the box, we make $100, congratulations, that's great, because we had half a developer working on this in his spare time. And, like, that's great for indie devs. But when you're looking at high-end design, if you're not dropping a live service that's constantly bringing more people into the IP, it's the same way that movies operate, right? So you have your movies that have their, you know, their box office big weekend launch. And then you try to have people that want to follow up watching the movie. You put the movie onto streaming services. Back in the days of DVD, you'd have the DVD ship of movies and people would go to Redbox and rent it at home and shit like that. So I really thought Cyberpunk was going to be a staple of Twitch. I was wrong. Sort out GTAs. I think a lot of people thought Cyberpunk was going to be a lot different than it was, in all fairness. Open their done tomorrow, so 98% of people will start playing other builds. I think Dom is honestly just one piece of the builds. I don't even think Dom is necessarily that much stronger than Crab Shield, depending on the build, of course. On a Priest, I think we get much more value out of Crab Shield, and in any fights that actually have adds, your overall damage output is also much higher with Crab Shield than it is with Dom. Dom also rolls on the hope that you're going to crit on the damage output that goes out from it. And if you don't crit on it, then you're not going to get as much value out of Dominion. I think the reason why people use Dominion in mass, if I'm being completely honest after testing it myself, is because big number's satisfying. And people see big number and assume big number means best build. Or most damage means best build. And then they'll come into chat and they'll look at me just regenning all of my health all the time. And they'll be like, Dusty, what the fuck is this broken ass build? All I do is hit for 2,500 and if I get hit, I die. Armor bonus? Armor bonus only matters for Fizz. So, like, sure, it's 100% armor bonus on a coolie, which is great. But armor also has diminishing returns in the actual output of armor. So once you start to get past 40%, like the 15 to 1600 range, you get into pretty steep diminishing returns from what we've seen so far. It's 100% armor increase. But, like, it's also definitely diminishing returns in, like, your actual output. Personally, from my testing, not that crazy. Also, just from having my passive up, my Beast Swarm, I get 10% armor, obviously not 100% armor, but that's a constant 10% armor with no downtime, and that ticks heals, and that does damage, and then I also have Depth Shield that brings in, you know, healing pops, and damage pops, and a stun, which doesn't really matter on bosses, but I think a Warrior Hero's more than a Priest does. I get my Hemhot steal for over 200 a second. Yeah, I've never, I mean, I don't run meters because I'm not a pussy. So I basically evaluate everything off of kill times. And this may sound primitive to some, but I literally start a timer on my phone at the start of the fight when I aggro the boss. And then I stop the timer at the end of the fight. And then I evaluate out there. Then they both here set up. And one with the Dom, they both fun, just different. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think a big thing with Dom is just that big number go boom. If I'm being honest. They said they won't go after meters / UI add-ons. Oh, that's cooked. Yikes. Yikes. So, at what point does somebody make a UI add-on that just brings them through 100% completion route? I don't like that. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's really tragic. DBM coming soon. Literally everything. I mean, if they're supporting add-ons, especially with how slow and telegraphed these fights are, there will be add-ons that literally will guide you through every single part of the fight. There will be a weak aura, there will be a deadly boss mods. Somebody will develop it. There will be an add-on that you can download that as soon as you start a character will have an arrow on your screen that tells you go here, talk to this person, go here, talk to this person, go here, talk to this person, go here, open this chest, kill X of these things. I really wish that weren't the case. That sucks. It does suck. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Chibi, what up? I just got used to say Ashes of Creation would become a great game. Can you find a clip of me saying that? Because my actual disclaimer was actually that Ashes of Creation could die at any point, but the gameplay is really fun while it lives. You hate to see that. Hate to see that. Bro, anytime somebody would ask, I'm not gonna lie, I love the game, but I had jokes about Steven taking all our money to Vegas and gambling it on a Baccarat table and losing it. Which is kind of, in hindsight, really fucking crazy. I always told people when they'd be like, should I hop in? I'd be like, keep in mind, Steven could walk into the studio one day and say, fuck it, you're all fired, and then retire on a beach somewhere and never have to worry again. I joked that we were the Riot MMO. I kept saying, where is GM John, Steven's husband? Because he was very, like, noticeably not present, not realizing what was going on. Bro, I was basically like, you know the blonde bitches in the horror movies, Scoon? That just like end up walking past the killer 17 times and they're just like, oh hey, nice to see you here. Hi. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. Now I will say, I still had fun. I had a lot of fun. The gameplay was dope, just not a good business. Ended up being 250k. If he bought 250k of AMD, he'd have 11 mil right now. Lesh, I sold AMD at like 110 back in the day. What's it at right now? I don't want to know what it's at. I really don't want to know what it's at. Hold on. 500. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Although I will say it's a good day, boys. It is a beautiful, beautiful day today. Corsair's up 20% today. Nah, no shot. No actual fucking shot. Corsair's up 20% today. Why? Bro, is it the AI pivot? Ay. Why does everybody just buy into stuff as soon as it says it's AI now? Gosh dang it, dude. Gosh dang it. What a world we're living in. I had a chance to buy Bitcoin at $600 a long time ago and didn't have the money to do it. Yeah, I mean, listen, that's a story for so many lads. So many lads. And then you eventually just YOLO your final money into something and hope for the best. And if it doesn't work out, GG no re. It's the buzzword you look for in every earnings call. Bro. It's not going to be sustainable, though. Like, what? They just said we're an AI compute company now. And then it went up. I don't even think they revealed any of their infrastructure or anything. I have no fucking idea. If I'm being honest. Oh god, frame drops. Ay. Anyways. I'll be right back. I need to get water. It's hot as dick. It's a cool, calm, collected 84 degrees in the stream room right now. And the only reason why I'm actually cool, calm, and collected is because I have a fan blowing directly fucking on me. I would be cooked without it. I shall return, chat. Un momento. Chat, it's hot. Chat, it's really hot. Like, it's really fucking hot. I don't like how hot it is, dude. It's just getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And it's so sad. 80 and humid. Stream room's 84 right now. So like, it's 84 in here, 80 outside. I haven't put the air conditioners in the window yet because again, we get 2 days of heat and then it goes down to the 60s. So then an air conditioner would just be kind of like excessive because windows open time is the best time. So like, I'm kind of in between a cock and a hard place. AC broke. Nah, main houses don't typically have like central air, so you have to put window units in the air conditioning, or in the like window air conditioning units in just, you know, your windows. And I just don't want to put them in yet because I like having my windows open for fresh air. And if I put the ACs in, then I have to like close up all the windows and get them all, you know, get them all sealed so the air conditioner's not just leaking outside type shit. So main houses are just old. There are a lot of main houses that'll still have like a good old chimney, wood stoves for heat, shit like that. It's not all just central air like a lot of modern civilization, which is a little bit of an adjustment period for people when they hear about that. But it's very common in Maine to be in a house that's like built in fucking 1900 or later and not be in like a new place whatsoever. Some areas, obviously, you can find new housing, but a lot of it is just like really, really, really old historic housing type shit. So, chat, what else is coming into playtesting soon for MMO adjacents? Because honestly, like, I wish I didn't hear that they were completely okay with like add-ons and stuff for a cozy game. That's gonna cook it so much. Like, CurseForge is probably gonna have an add-on section for FAREVER by the end of the week with that news. Like, it's been fun, but I might be a little cooked on that one. I'm not gonna lie. That's like that's a really slippery slope too, if I'm being real. Now, maybe as they drop more content, people will be excited and people will overlook those things. But I don't know, I just feel like when it reaches that point, they're almost at a point of not really protecting the integrity of the accessibility of the game. Especially if they do ever shift to more like multiplayer stuff, right? No AC, no heaters, sold the house for 110K. Pre-COVID? Because that bitch probably like 300K now. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I double tapped my spacebar. I'm such an idiot. Why am I this way? I'm actually the fucking worst. GG's. I deserve it. I deserve it. I did it to myself. If I download 20 add-ons like WoW and ESO, I'm out. Oh, you know, if they're not like pursuing add-ons, that it's going to get very hairy very quickly. And from what's been said earlier, while we won't promote the use of add-ons during EA, to keep players on the intended experience at first, we won't condemn personal use of add-ons like minimaps or DPS meters, Steven. On Forge. On Forge. I won't lie. It starts again. It starts and then it snowballs. And once they've created these some add-ons are okay, now they're opening the door for having to parse out exactly which add-ons are okay and which add-ons are not okay. So next you're gonna have a gatherable tracker on the minimap that compiles where every single gatherable is, so you can run an optimal gathering route. You're gonna have a mob tracker on the minimap. You're gonna have a map route that takes you through the intended progression in the best possible way. You're gonna eventually have deadly boss mod equivalents that come in, weak aura equivalents that come in. You're basically going to have the full WoW suite of add-ons applied over here, considering how accessible it is for people to seemingly get in and, you know, throw in things in the first place, right? That aren't intended, but think of the PvP add-ons. I don't want to. I don't mind too much, I just want to be interacting with the add-ons. The problem with it, typically, is that with add-ons, it's typically not just a matter of, like, you know, say they bring in group content. It's not typically a matter of just like, I won't interact with them, because people will figure out ways to check if other people in the group are running those add-ons, and if they're not running those same add-ons, then they won't get in the group. With a damage meter, if you're in a group and you're on a build that is lower performing according to the meters, then they'll just kick your build to replace you with a build that can theoretically do higher damage. It's unfortunate. 3 sites since week 1, the head of the mats, critters, chest locations, I don't know where everything is. Yeah, and I'm also not a huge fan of those, if I'm being completely honest. It's a big reason why I think exploration games will always die out, because it's unavoidable that your information in today's day and age is going to be sent around the entire internet exponentially quickly. It takes away the sense of discovery, and it also lowers the gap between players all around. I'm very, like, old-fashioned in a sense, where if there's a third-party source of information, I'm typically of the whole element of, unless it's very hard to find information that some people have access to and some don't, like, I'm typically very against that stuff. And once it starts, it's just so hard to stop. DPS meters is one thing I don't like, though. It creates toxicity for players that don't have friends to play with and don't care about min-max. Well, it's just gonna start with DPS meters as well. Like, again, I'm a big in-game exploration person with the games, not even in sense of, like, playing an explorative game, but exploration in terms of testing other builds and whatnot. And where add-on suites eventually go, you'll be able to just immediately follow a recommended build as soon as you pop in. So you'll download your add-ons, you'll load in on a priest, and it'll be like, which priest build do you want to select? DustyWhy's, you know, Ram B build, like, you know, so-and-so's Ram Spear build. Which build would you like to choose? And then it will tell you exactly where to farm up every piece of gear. You go into your character sheet, you click on it, it opens up your map, and then pings it on your map for you and shows you exactly where to go to farm up that piece. You go farm up that piece, you click on the next slot, and you go from there. The add-on suite will expand, and anything I can think of, you bet your ass that people are smart enough to make add-ons will also eventually think of. And it's unfortunate that the actual explorative nature of the game gets devalued. I got to the point that I'm at with my gearing without looking at the third-party sites. I think I spent maybe 3 visits to one of the databases just to show chat the perks that come on things like Toothpick that I didn't have at the time. But that was already shit that I knew where it existed. A lot of the information that I got was sourced from either adventuring or just asking chat, which is my little cheat code. Understand the game is an MMO light, really open the classes are tweaked, such that the roles are more defined. At level 20, every single class can just ignore all mechanics and use all abilities on CD. Every class is a mechanic to heal and shield through all damage and straight up ignore it. Only difference in the moment is what the abilities are called, and single classes are just better at dealing damage. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. It's entirely around the route of accessibility. I don't really see a whole lot of the element of inaccessibility at any point. Maybe from the tanking standpoint, but... So they only allow DPS meter and minimap, but hard is going to prevent the usage of other types of mods, though, unless they implement some of their modern add-ons. Correct. See, that's kind of where I'm getting at, is once they allow add-ons, it almost opens the door for somebody to make a more intrusive add-on and be like, well, you said that one was okay, so I thought this one was okay. And then at bare minimum, the developers now have to spend time looking at every single third-party software that's developed, saying, this is okay, you can get in the club. You, what's your purpose? What's your actual purpose? Don't lie to me. Okay, no, go. That's too much. Okay, you're good in the club. You're good. Hold up. You're with this guy as a package? Right, but okay, you have a functionality we don't like. You get out of here. They now have to dedicate manpower to sifting through all of those. It's really unfortunate. Add-ons are amazing. They allow devs to focus on main game and others to do free quality of life work for them. They're not all quality of life, though. That's the big thing. Add-ons are not simply limited to quality of life, and I think World of Warcraft has demonstrated that extremely heavily with the capabilities of weak auras in the past in their ongoing war on add-ons. If add-ons were simply quality of life that weren't going to be created in the dev suite, and that's what gaming has showed us in the past, then I would be likely to agree, but it's not free quality of life work. It basically circumnavigates pretty much every bit of exploration that's supposed to be present in the games. It detaches people from the world, because instead of having to run around the world yourself, you'll eventually have, you know, an Azeroth autopilot equivalent or a Questie equivalent that'll come through and will mark every single thing where you need to go. You'll have a little arrow on your screen that you can move around that'll say, run this far, you know, this many steps, complete this objective, kill X of this thing, loot the chest in this area, climb up to the top of this tower, now drop down this direction, and then look for the door here. Like, you'll have full walkthroughs in-game before long, and it's only a matter of time. And there's kind of like, once the door's open, right, there's no way to limit it to just quality of life. Now, again, if it were just quality of life, I think that'd be great. I personally was saying I would love a minimap, but I'd also love a minimap in the creative suite of the game itself, not necessarily a community-made minimap that is then, bringing shit into the, you know, the download realm that I don't really know who made it, what's on it, all that shit. Opens the door for some really weird stuff when third-party software comes in. But it's also like, what is the full capability of that? What's intended versus not intended by the developers within the creative suite? Do they intend for a minimap to eventually have every single, you know, gathering spot compiled, every single mob spawn compiled? Do they want to have an even more in-depth loot table that's available without having to go in your journal and search by, you know, the faction of mob that it is? Because they already have kind of a loot table here. I think, to me, it's very apparent that they have quality of life planned within their creative suite. And I think that add-ons start to almost sometimes, I say sometimes, pretty much all the time now, assume where the developers want the quality of life to end and the, you know, the gameplay infringement to begin. And a lot of the times it doesn't really stop at just quality of life anymore. But again, I do agree that quality of life add-ons can be great for certain games. But I typically am somewhat of a purist, just for full disclosure, of like, I want the game to be the game's creative suite. I want every single person to be, you know, in any recommendation from me, having to download the game and only the game to play. I don't want to send people with a laundry list of things. It's even something that, you know, PoE I kind of dislike with it. PoE 2's update has brought so much quality of life, but I was talking to my brother, who's a pretty, like, very, very solid Path of Exile player, and he was telling me, like, if you really want to sweat it out, Path of Building is still going to be the optimal route. They brought in their auction house, like, interface and stuff like that, but before that, I was doing the whole auto hotkey to listings on PoE.xyz and PoE.trade. And, you know, I've done the whole D2JSPs, and for those that haven't, it's fucking just a bunch of letters that mean absolutely nothing. But eventually, third-party software starts to infringe on the actual gameplay mechanics, and it really does devalue a lot, right? The more popular game, the more casual players that'll want things like auras, quest uppers, etc. that'll only make the game more popular if you're looking for niche that's small players. These have a lot more content. This game has like something like 10 years of working content like other games have. See, and again, this is again just me speaking from my personal circumstances. But I have the pleasure of talking to a lot of casual players on a daily basis. And if I pulled my casual players right now, chat, how many of you would think it's super cool that you would have to download a lot of add-ons to have all of the accessibility to quality of life in this game and a bunch of third-party software versus just launching the game and playing with what they give you? Genuine curiosity. Because most of the people that I talk to on a daily are like, I don't want to have alt grinds. I don't want to have to download add-ons and third-party software. I want to play with what's in the creative suite of the game. And I want to download a game and play the game without being opted into add-ons and third-party stuff effectively through playing. Like, obviously, you're not forced to. No one's going to download them on your computer for you. But once they're in and they become commonplace, the intro to World of Warcraft now is, okay, download these add-ons, and then you make your character. And then once your add-ons are downloaded and your character is created, pay for your boost, and then get to farm in these things that your add-on says to farm. Also, here's a checklist of everything that you should be farming and when you should be farming it and what you should be doing in what order. It kind of like, Again, it detaches a lot of people from the world. Once the add-ons get to an invasive state where you're going into a boss fight, and some people may really enjoy having a in their ear every single time that there's a boss mechanic, or hearing 3 steps left every time you have to step 3 steps left. But I think the overwhelming casual player wants to come in and feel like they're progressing through a game on a casual basis, especially something like this that's highly soloable. And I don't think people want to be given a laundry list of like, here are all the things that you have to download to even play the game on a baseline standpoint, or you're just missing out. It also can lead to the creative suite of the game, if they are accustomed to add-ons, being very lackluster for the players that don't run the add-ons. Because if there's a very commonly run map add-on, then why would the developers waste their time on a fully functional minimap instead of just letting that minimap add-on being commonplace, and then people that come in that don't run the add-ons then don't have the accessibility to a minimap? It facilitates a really weird gray area, you know? Ron. My God!
07.
Oh my God! The 16 months of T3. I appreciate you, brother. Corsair's up 13% aftermarket, and I don't know why. Like, after the 20%? So what are they at? Like $11.30? Post market? 11.10? Huh. Well, Lesh, would you like to take my hand for one more jump into the deep end tomorrow? Listen, I got room in my cost basis to play a little bit, buddy. I got room. My cost bases are stupid. Everyone's gonna have a PvP add-on that I don't know about, so they have an advantage on me. Yeah, that's also where we get into the add-ons breaching just the quality of life standpoint and really getting into more of a, you know, affecting the core gameplay and circumnavigating intended gameplay loops from the developers, mechanics from the developers. It gets a little hairy, right? One thing that I think back to is when I was PvPing in, God, I want to say it was like SOD or something. It was one of the WoWs that I PvP'd in. It might have been SOD because it was when I was playing a Paladin and I was fighting against Shamans. But that could have also been, either way. There was a weak aura that when someone you were targeting would have something purgeable, it would basically just highlight your purge like super fucking large on your screen as a shaman. And then it would make it glow, so you would just press that button anytime that lit up, and you like fucking conditioned yourself like a dog to press button whenever there was a buff. So I would basically put up one of my seals, and immediately the seal would get nuked. And I'd be like, all right, weird. I'm gonna wait a second for them to actually get into casting something, and I'll put up a seal when they're casting something and try to immediately just, you know, judgment after the seal like frame perfect. Still get nuked before I could get the judgment off. I'm like, man, shit's fucking ridiculous. Zoppington, halfway to a number? Oh my God, what are we gonna do on the big number? We've got to do something to celebrate. I feel like French toast might be appropriate. I'm not gonna lie. French toast may be the play on that day. We may get French toasted. Seems correct. Was today French Toast Thursday? Is it French Toast Thursday? Why do I feel like it's French Toast Thursday? Is today Thursday? Wednesday. French Toast Wednesday. Yo, you know what's crazy? Every single day is the same for me. Today isn't Thursday. I don't have a sense of days. Brother, I do the same thing every single day. I'm effectively retired at this point. Like, that's what I've been saying. I live the life of an old man. I, like, walk around. I feed birds. And then I play video games and talk to people. And then I watch Survivor or YouTube videos. And then I go to bed. French Toast Thursday. There's a new server on Thursdays. So I go Thursday, Saturday, Mondays now. Wait. Realized that last week when you were predicting stock prices for Saturday. Okay, well, hear me out. My predictions were right. So, it's not that I'm like, wrong on the prediction. It's just that I'm like a blind oracle, so to say, right? I can cast the heals, but I don't necessarily know who I'm casting them on. I don't know where this shit's going. All I know is that there's good coming out of these hands right now. Normal Thursday person requested I also come in Mondays for the morning vibes. Are they paying you? Are they buying your French toast? Hear me out, just one random stream. You take like $100 and it's stock day stream. The thing about stock streams is they're very hard to set up because you need to have a lot of information on the screen without fucking doxing yourself. Then you have to be awake at 9:30. I literally woke up at 9:30 yesterday. Suck my cock. I woke up before 9:30 yesterday, actually. Like, I woke up the past 2 days before 9:30. I've been fucking getting active. Technically, I was awake at 4 to 5 a.m. each morning because I eat too late in the night and then wake up in the middle of the night to poop. I should probably adjust my eating habits. But I was literally awake at 9:30 2 of the last 3 days. Now, I did get my revenge on 9:30 today by sleeping until noon. I will always exact my revenge. I absolutely will. Emu, I have thought about letting chat spend X amount of money, but I don't watch Stock Guy stream to see how he does it. I can always narrate it like it's a marble shoutcast throughout the day. But you just follow my portfolio, and then anytime something starts taking off, we'll watch all the candlesticks and we'll see what's going on. We'll talk about all the buy orders that are going out. We'll try to figure out who's buying what. We get deep into it. Bro, honestly, you don't want to see my portfolio. When I tell you that I invest based solely on which companies I think are going to be cool and do well in the future, I mean that shit. Every single company that I invest in, I can tell you the exact story of why I invest in them. And usually it's because of a futurist mentality where I think in 10, 20 years, these things will be way higher than they currently are. And I'm trying to go for the long-term shit. I don't need to retire right now, but like by the time stream dies out, all right, SpaceX is going public. And Elon is also thinking about merging Tesla and SpaceX. Rumored. Rumored. There's a big stinker there. You say that until Microvision hits an ouster. And then out of nowhere, you're like, holy shit, Dusty, the Oracle, the 65-cent cost basis. Or do you hate, which one do you hate more? Do you hate my Microvision or my weed stock more? Because I'm not gonna lie, the cost bases really aren't that bad. Micro? I think Microvision is probably best served getting acquired elsewhere that can provide it the funding to invest in its products. But I do believe that they're at almost a period similar to Ouster when they went to 4. Like, yes, $4. Where they basically just haven't put out a product that's worth the public sentiment yet. But, say they don't die. 65 cents ain't too bad. Stock manipulation used to be a crime. Yeah. Now, basically, stocks are just like free money, I'm not gonna lie. Like, all you have to do, because everything's publicly filed at this point, you might be like a month behind, but every large investor at this point, past a certain amount, has to publicly file their positions. And you can just follow investors that are up tremendous over long-term periods that have shown that they're long-term investors or they're aligning with what you want to invest in. You can literally watch their trends and then just invest in what they invest in a month late and make a little bit less, but literally just play the market in the same way that they do. Sister made a fuck ton of money on selling her grow op license this year. Wait. selling her grow-op license. Like for weed? So like growing plants for people? So she was basically like a nursery? It's kind of meta. It's like a daycare, but for weed. Yo, chat. 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 Hear me out. I need a few people who really like growing weed and also like getting pimped out. I have a pretty solid idea. She paid like 15K and sold it for 5. Oh, what do you mean sold it? Like, she grew plants for people? Or like she sold her license to somebody else, like sold the business because it was attached to something. In what definition of like sold it? I'm so curious. Cause that is a crazy comeuppance. Just a license. Wait. So she got the license and then transferred ownership of the license to somebody else? Why wouldn't people just get their own license? Well, it's like a small operations license. So can she get another license? And then just do it again? Like, how did she allow herself to get the license in the first place that, like, normal people just can't? Gotta be, like, business affiliated? Because I feel like now you just have a churn. Because she could probably start businesses, scale capital into the LLCs that she started, hire people under the businesses, get them to get a license, and then basically pimp out people with grow-up licenses, and then take profits. That's weird as fuck. So, like, could she just churn licenses? How long does it take to get one? Because I'll be real. A, that sounds not really legal. I don't know why. I know it is probably, but it sounds like it probably like shouldn't be. It'd be inspected and approved. Does the sale get regulated from anywhere or no? Is it just like, oh, hey, here, I can sell you this now? You gotta do a contract and a whole deal. Well, yeah, but like, does it get like reviewed by the state as like this person is eligible to receive this license? Or is it just like on the private seller side? Is it like me selling a car to you? Because honestly, I don't know, fine print. We should figure that out. Because if it takes a year to get a license, on average, and you have an instant buyer lined up, that's 500K a year. That's an absolute baggington. If it takes 5 years to get a license on average, then you have 5 people all getting on average 100K a year to sustain and constantly ticking in that 100K a year with a flow of licenses and a multi-year backlog. She also got on the ground floor in New York. Is it cheaper now? How's New York's weed? I feel like it costs a lot higher now. Oh, interesting. Skipper, what up, brother? How are you?
Totally not grounded in
oh no,
trying to get home or anything.
Also, oh no,
high FML. Not
like this. What up, brother? Thank you for the 47 months. That shit's huge. Oh, and ants. Holy shit! Everybody start throwing money at me. God damn, it's time. Skibby, thank you for the massive 47 months. Goodness gracious, one off the big 4 years. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wait, so why grounded in Detroit? What'd you do? Why is Detroit mad at you? Ants, thank you for the raid, dog. Oh my god, Hopesy's throwing money at me. Ah, what the fuck? I didn't expect that to actually work. I thought you were watching S-Fan or something. Holy cannoli, me oh my. Hoofsy, thank you for the 5, sir. 07, I appreciate you. I hope you've been able to get outside. I have a lot of plant sprouts that I shall be sending you pictures of soon. They are beautiful. It's almost turning into a, you know, a nature reserve up in this bitch. It's quite nice. So, haven't spoken since the death of Ashes. Oh, dude. Let me tell you what. It's been a journey. I took some time and tried to figure out really where I wanted to go. And I leaned into the consistency of World of Warcraft existing. And it really wasn't good for me or the channel. I didn't enjoy it just because of how isolated it really felt. So I told myself I was going to take a chance on doing some variety coverage. And I ended up doing just that. So since then, I've done the Scars of Honor playtest. I've played FAREVER. I have, you know, I did a couple months in WoW. Then I was just like, all right, I want to do some other stuff, right? I did the Scars of Honor playtest. I covered FAREVER, which I'm currently playing right now. I just finished up the Dracantos playtest, which somebody told me that they put me in their video. I need to see this video. So those are the big 3 that I've tested so far. Is the channel going well now, though? Was worried about you. Dude, I appreciate that. Yeah, the channel's actually... I've actually been telling people, Jake, thank you for the follow. I've been trying to tell people, this is, like, unironically, the most successful that the channel has been on a consistent manner. Previously, when I would, like, hop games, so to say, because I was such a one-game person, and I didn't really break out of that one established game, right? My channel would dip drastically. So when I went from New World to Ashes, for example, right? I went down to about 40 average viewers and 200 subs when I started with Ashes. And everybody thought I was going to go back to New World, and I just stuck it out with Ashes because I really liked Ashes. So what I learned through Ashes was that, you know, people really like to see me having fun. And the content cycle of a game can be very vicious for content creators. Obviously, I'd like to have something that's like home, so to say, but it really opened my eyes to the value of having a little bit of an explorative side to the stream, where even if it's like, you know, a couple days every other week or something, or a day a week, checking out a playtest for something and seeing how it is, and then popping back to the main after that. So I got into a little bit more variety, and as a result, I think I've been having more fun on stream than I previously was. And despite playing titles that aren't necessarily the most popular or anything like that, we're doing a lot of, you know, playtests right now, which has been fun at the baseline. Some people from the comm have hopped in. Some people from the comm are like, Dusty, you're fucking crazy. I can't do another playtest right now, but I will watch. And it's truly been fun. I'm able to give a lot of feedback. I've had multiple of the dev teams just, you know, reach out directly and see what the community thought of it and ask for feedback. It's been a blast. So I think variety is really where I've been enjoying myself. I would obviously like to have a game to like station cats in, so to say, so we have the constant community, you know, somewhere for people to play. But it's also been really fun covering up and coming products while we wait for something with the home potential to come around, instead of just trying to force it in one place, right? FAREVER's going through a little bit of a drought right now, where a lot of their player base has dropped off in the last, you know, week plus. Especially the last like 2 weeks have not been the greatest for FAREVER. So they had a good peak, but they haven't sustained it because a lot of people have been, you know, kind of reaching the end of content, reaching the point of completion. And they're honestly, you know, there's a great roadmap ahead, but the roadmap hasn't, you know, it doesn't keep people in when they're actually completing what's available. It's not really a bad thing. But while they wait to put in more content, old me would just be like, all right, I'm going to stick it out in FAREVER, you know, no matter what. I'm going to ride or die with this and establish myself. I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, well, maybe I do find, you know, another playtest that's going on right now to hop into for a little bit. We'll see what the patch is tomorrow for FAREVER. But they also just kind of like soft announced today that they were okay with third-party add-ons being made. And for a game that's supposed to be inherently cozy at its core, I worry about the add-on world. Big bites, but willing to put the sandwich down. Yeah, that's a really good way to say it. Like, I'm not a variety content creator in the sense of wanting to go around to a million different games, but I want to see games that have something new to offer. I want to sample new food. And I want to be able to try everything that's on that new restaurant's menu so I can give an entire, like, you know, food connoisseur review on that place. Instead of having, you know, the Dave Portnoy one bite review, I want to have the entire menu, and I want to write an entire thesis about why that is good or bad, right? That French dip, though. Oh my god, bro. You talking about the Portillos? You talking about that Tillos? Can I hit rocks in this game? You can hit rocks. You can also craft with them. Now, very single player. However, there is multiplayer. They have PvP that'll be coming in, but it's really not MMO-y, if I'm being honest. It's kind of like a multiplayer Zelda type vibe at this point in time. Not to say that as a bad thing, but some people have expected it to be an MMO based on, like, you know, what other streamers have said. And I can't allow myself to get into that realm of it as well, because it's not really true, in my opinion. I do think at its core, it's a multiplayer, like, exploration. So, let's give him a report from Korea over, care report over to the US. No, this one is made by a French developer. And this is not their first title either. So they've released, it's Shiro Games. So they've released multiple, I might die for this. Okay, cool. Yo, Jubba, oh my god. How do you use your Twitch Prime? But yeah, they've released multiple, like, RTS games in the past. They have a space game coming next month. That's kind of fire. Yeah, so this is, at the time of this launching into early access, roughly 15 of their developers out of their 90-ish that they had at the point in time. Now, this did peak at roughly 15K concurrent, and I don't know their total amount of, like, boxes sold, but it was like an $18 USD game. So we'll say that they sold, on a light level, 150K copies. We'll say that, right? That's still 150K times, we'll say, 15 after Steam Cut, because Steam Cut's going to be a third. So, I mean, I guess that would actually be 6. So we'll say 12. So it'll be 12 times 150K. Say 1.5 million bare minimum. Not the worst off of box sales. Now, again, that's factoring in a 30% cut from Steam. I don't really know what French taxes or anything like that lead to. But for a 15-person developer team, that's enough to fuel them for, if they're in San Diego as a 15-person development team, just about a year with no other sales whatsoever. I don't know what devs are making in France, but I'm assuming that's plenty to be able to allocate more resources to the product. So hopefully they keep ramping content. Because, again, they do have PvP planned over here. They have a lot of already pretty fun content in. I think the largest wall that a lot of people are reaching is that the hard mode dungeons, so to say, are very, completable. Like, very completable. So, it's not like you're getting in and you're sweating like crazy. The game's meant to be inherently accessible by nature, and we also don't have all the hardest content in right now, like heroics. Heroics are going to come in down the road and will be another difficulty on top of it. So, like, inherently it's meant to be an accessible game. It's meant to be a fun, cozy game. There'll be some sweat potential, and there's some, like, ability to cook different builds and whatnot in the game right now, and it is fun. But a lot of content creators, like I said early, very much put this out there as like, oh my god, FAREVER, the next MMO title, indie MMO FAREVER. And it's, I say this again, zero disrespect to the game because I really enjoy the game. It's just not an MMO. And the devs have said that themselves. It's like a multiplayer adventure, so to say. So, that's my thought on it. How do I do it? Brother, all you gotta do is click on the purple subscribe button. And when you click on that purple subscribe button, if your use Prime sub is checkable, then you check that bad boy, and you ball the flick out. Hold on. Nice. My mom just sent me her portfolio. That has got the peak. She's doing great. She's doing better than me. Hold on, I'll probably have to go call her in a sec. I'll have to see what she's doing well on. She's getting dividends too, I think. It's not available yet, so I'll have to ask again in a few days. Don't worry, brother. I will keep you posted. Whenever there is a doubt in your mind, I will be here to erase that doubt and lead you to the usage of that prime on a 30-day cooldown. You're also living in Bordeaux, where Shiro is based much lower than anywhere in the US, like 1,600 euro a month is solid wage. Oh, damn. So they're probably paying 30, 40,000 a year for the developers. If that seems correct. Oh, the divisor and attacks per count. Oh, I mean, her portfolio is much smaller than mine, so it's not a lot. But, like, percentage-wise, she's actually cooking. She's got that old person, like, I haven't checked it in years mentality. And she just sent me a picture, and she's up 88% overall. Like, just overall up 88% in her portfolio all time. I'm like, what the fuck? I gotta hit the mom portfolio, dog. Pretty good. That's what I'm saying for a set it and forget it. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of fucking wild. And she hasn't checked it or, like, turned anything. Interesting. I'll have to call real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna run out and smoke a bowl and call, and then see what's doing well and see if I outclassed my other brother in terms of the recommendations. Hold on. One sec. Okay, good day. Sorry. I've returned. Don't meet chair. Everything's fine. I'm back. I had to call my mom. We're cooking now, though. What is it? Welcome to DustyWhy's chat room. What is the chair stream? Listen. Listen. I simply exist to aid chair. I'm here to help the big dog get through his day, and I'm just here to provide some comic relief. Bro, I went to the store earlier today, like the grocery store, and some bitch smelled so loud that, like, me and my always stoned ass constantly smoking super boof right now walked in the vicinity, and I was like, oh lord, you clam baked everything around you. You literally hotboxed the fucking, like, vehicle on the way in type shit. Bro, it was absurdly loud. My stoner nightmare is other people being able to smell me like that, which is why I'm so particular about air purifiers and smoking outside and shit like that. Is why I take a fucking 3 to 5 minute break every time I go smoke, because I run outside to smoke. Also, Jefferson, thank you for that, dear brother. Was here to get you warm. I need to watch out for chair. I need to make sure chair is comfy at all times. He is secure. He is taken care of. I haven't played this in a few weeks. The stabilization issues get resolved for the most part. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. As a non-smoker / former smoker, we can always smell people who smoke. Yeah, I mean, if you get close enough, there's always a giveaway, but I will say there are capacities that can help reduce the dankness of the smoke and make it less vulgar, so to say. For example, smoking out of glass can help a little bit more than somebody that is just constantly holding joints and having smoke directly on their hands. Obviously, if I, like, smoke a bolski and then breathe in your face, I'm definitely gonna smell like that. I can smoke outside to help reduce it. It doesn't completely take it away. I change my clothes before going out in public type shit, but triggers me somewhere else that smells worse to cover it up. I didn't smell it in NYC. Well, see, that's the thing. I was smoking right next to you in New York. So the odds are that you went kind of like nose blind to it. I smell people as they drive by. They're wearing the cologne now. Okay, hold on. The worst is when people don't lower their windows while they smoke and drive. Because, yes, smoking and driving's bad. Don't do that. Blah, blah, blah. But people do it anyways. You should at least roll your windows down so you don't get out of your car smelling like a fucking doink. If you are cycling smoke and just sitting in smoke in any way, shape, or form, it's like Laramie Tunsil, the Laramie Tunsil classic. Anyways. I feel like there are things that you can do to reduce the amount of, like, oppressive smoke smell that you have. For example, if you're smoking, don't smoke a doink unless you really expect to smell. If you're smoking a bolski or a bong outside, honestly, bong preferred, because you don't really have to have any even immediate contact with combusted product. You light it, you pull your hand away, you pull the bolski, hand sanitizer, and wash your hands immediately after. Change your clothes, put on, you know, deodorant, put on cologne before you go out, or even just a full shower before you go out, and then you're good to go. But there are people that instead of, like, you know, putting on anything that will make them smell fresh, marinate in the dank like they are a goddamn steak. Brainsman points out VIP while you were AFK a few streams ago, by the way. Wait, did he? Why does he do everything while I'm fucking AFK? Jesus fucking Christ, Brain. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean a few streams ago? Like, what is this? I just don't understand. Like, how? Like, Thursday or Friday? Well, Chair let you down, not me. I just did it. I'm just putting that out there. I, DustyWhy the human with legs, did it. Chair has a lot more legs than me. I have less smell than a bong because of the mouthpiece. The thing about, like, a little hand bolski is that you have to have a thumb over the carb, and then you're immediately interacting with smoke on your thumb, bare minimum. And typically your hand's gonna be near where you're combusting for longer because you have to hold the bowl. So a lot of the time with a small bowl or a pipe, you're gonna have the residual smoke getting on your hand. Voski, what up, dog? How are you? What you been playing? Cause let me tell you, it's been a time. Also, chat, who can find me the Dracantos video? Like their promo video thing that they put out. Cause that shit was hype. If I'm being honest, like that game was so fun, especially the PvP side of it. Dude, it was so glorious. But anyways, back on Stoner Nightmares. If you're just like smoking blunts in your car, just know everybody smells you and nobody thinks you smell good. Signed, a cultured glass user. Do not smoke blunts in your car with the windows up. You will actually smell like fucking cheeks. Nobody likes the smell of burnt anything. We're just not really like programmed to. Especially burnt weed, because most people don't like weed smell in general. Go to the unit, should be on your feed. Commented on it. If you smoked in the last 24 hours, you can smell it. I mean, I can smell what you've eaten if I get directly inside of your mouth. Feel like a burnt peanut butter sandwich on rye. Yeah. Exactly. Like, basically, they made a mad clip comp on the official Dracantos YouTube. Was I half of it? Because I feel like that would be valid. I feel like I was out here cooking. Oh, I'll keep it after this kill. I appreciate the link. Another one walking through the work parking lot and the entire lot smells. Yeah. Okay, hear me out. I also have a take on this. So, anything's going to be oppressive, right? Like, pretty much any way of it is going to be oppressive to a little bit. Your only hope is minimizing the oppression to other people. And A, smelling good and having very good hygiene in the first place. If you're smoking in the car, keep hand sanitizer in your car that can try to take some of the smell off your hands. Mouthwash if you really want to be considerate type shit, right? But when you're smoking in a parking lot, it is #1, in my opinion, rule. Dog, you gotta go to the edge of the parking lot. Ain't nobody want to take their fucking kid through a fat cloud of smoke. Like, nobody wants to come out the goddamn Safeway and have somebody fucking ripping a bluntski to some Chief Keef. Only positive thing about alcohol is I can't smell it 4 feet away from you. Oh, you haven't been around somebody that's had enough alcohol then. Believe you me, when motherfuckers start going hard on it, oh, you can smell alky 4 feet. It's not about weed smoke, it's any smoke. Yeah, I also think weed smoke over ciggy smoke, if I'm being honest. I think ciggy smoke is fucking vicious. Also, I'm going to inform some people of something here. If you're a smoker and you smoke outside or at any point in time, please, for the love of God, do not wear a, like, smoking hoodie or jacket or anything like that you bring around with you when you smoke all the time, because it will smell like smoke even if you are constantly laundering it, because you will smoke more than you will launder it. And you will smell fucking horrendous if you were smoking in like a jacket or a hoodie or something like that over and over and over again, regardless of what you're smoking. As a non-user of alcohol or weed, I assure you we all know. Oh yeah. Now, hear me out. I also didn't start smoking until I was like 22 was when I started actually like smoking. And I could definitely tell before then. But I can also vouch. You can also tell who's trying to be considerate with it and just keep to themselves and be a little fried, versus the people who are thinking that they're flexing by rolling up the windows of their 2002 Corolla and ripping a fucking backwoods. There are the different kinds of smokers, and there's the get fried and smile and hold the door for somebody, and you walk by and you're like, I know why he's so happy. And then there's the, you walk by a group of people that are clearly just chiefing in the car. They're to be annoying as shit. You're like, yep. All right. I see you guys. Let me see. Push out an O2 Corolla. Bro, honestly, an O2 Corolla would fuck. Might buy one of those when the Civic dies. When the warranty goes out, we might be looking at some Corollas. Who's sitting a Black and Mild in the Quality Dairy parking lot? When I was in college, and I was playing college ball, me and my roommate would go out to smoke, right? He was the one that I started smoking with and shit. We had another dude from the team that one day brought out Black and Milds. And we were like, oh, cool. He's gonna like break the Black and Milds down into like, you know, into blunts, right? You know, normal person stuff. We're out there and we spark up a bowl. And he's like, oh, let me get the lighter real quick. And we're like, oh, dope. You brought blunts? And he's like, yeah, dude, I got some Black and Milds. He just lights up a Black and Mild. Just in the car, like, going on a chill drive, just raw dogs the Black and Mild, rips the bowl, rips the Black and Mild, and he goes, anybody, you guys want the Black and Mild? And we're like, wait, just the Black and Mild? And we're like, is there weed in that? And he's like, no, I just like the Black and Milds. I just figured I'd bring a couple for us. We didn't smoke him up again after that. It's an absolutely wild move. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. If you were a stoner in college, you probably have a stupid amount of stories. There was somebody that insisted on coming out to smoke with us one time, despite the fact that smoking usually made them feel really bad and throw up. And we went out, and I was in the front seat, thank God, like the passenger seat. And then it was two of my teammates on each, like, outside back seat. And for whatever reason, Throw Up Kid was in the middle. And I kept telling him that he wasn't allowed to smoke unless he got out the fucking car. And everybody thought that I was being mean because it was in the middle of winter in Maine. And he didn't bring a jacket. And I said, no, please, get out the fucking car if you're about to smoke. I was like, I want you standing beside the car. Everybody was like, nah, Dusty, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let him smoke, let him smoke. I was like, you know what? I'm not looking. After he does, I'm not getting involved in this shit. Brody takes a rip, and then you see it hit, and, like, you ever watch the soul leave someone's eyes temporarily after they take a rip? Where you clearly just see them, like, melt in. And they're just in the 1,000-yard stare after a good bong or Pinsky. I see that hit, and I just turn away, and I'm like, I do not want to get involved. Dude says nothing other than, can you open that door? And then no sooner than the door opens, dog starts hurling over my teammate's lap, trying to get it outside the car. I'm just like head down in the front of the car, fucking face palming, man. It was a terrible experience. I don't like smoking with new people. People have bad smoking etiquette. I don't like sharing my weed with people. I've been traumatized. I've been fucking traumatized. I also got snaked one time by my same roommates. I'm not gonna lie, it really had no impact on me. But my, we went out to smoke one time and came back and like, we clearly smelled like weed. And it was me, my roommate, and then one of our teammates from Australia, which, hindsight, teammate from Australia had a lot riding on it if he got caught. So basically, we come back from our smoke route, we'd go on a drive, and at some point, you know, our coach would sometimes just pop by, you know, the apartments, so to say, on campus and like check on everybody, see how they were doing, see if they needed anything, see what's up. And so he had popped by our dorm to see what we were up to. And basically they were like 4, you know, single rooms and then a shared living room type shit. So he popped by and he ran into our other roommate that didn't go out to smoke with us. And they were just like, oh yeah, they're out getting food. They'll be back at some point. And like tried to cover for us, right? My coach was just like, oh, well, I got time. We'll hang around. What are you up to, other roommate? And starts a conversation. Other roommate didn't text us a heads up or anything like that. So our coach came around looking for a roommate that I would go out to smoke with frequently. And we get back and it's all 3 of us I'm the first one walking in because I'm like leading the way. We go to enter our dorm, and when you pull the first door open, it's like upstairs to the one above us or straight into ours. And our coach is sitting on the right hand, like right where the stairs are. And he goes to jump my roommate thinking it was going to be him. And so he like says his name. I don't react at all. I am fucking fried out of my mind. Like I am fucking obliterated at this point. And he like tries to jump me. And I turn and I'm basically like, and he's like, but I didn't even scare you. And he's like, hey, where are the others? And I look behind me. Both of the dudes that were with me were fucking gone. The Australian sprinted into the next like dorm area and like pounded on the door until they let him in and told them to not tell our coach that he was there and hid under their bed for like an hour until he came back out. My roommate that I always smoked with ran back to his car, reclined his car seat, and then after our coach left, I looked out and I saw him like sit his car seat back up in the parking lot. They literally hit the lickety split on my shit. So my coach is like, Dusty, what's going on? I didn't even scare you. I was like, awfully tired from practice tonight, coach. Awfully tired from practice tonight. And our campus was a dry campus, so we couldn't smoke on campus. We'd always be respectful. We'd go off campus. To this day, I know for a goddamn fact, I fucking reeked. I reeked. Between that and my first time ever smoking, being on a little field trip, so to say, with friends to Walmart one night to just like be a nuisance, as young yappers do, right? We're at Walmart like an hour before it closes, just walking around looking at shit. Mind our own business. We're not roughing up the place or anything. But I turn a corner and I see my high school history teacher, like my AP US Gov and shit. And I turn the corner and it's the same goddamn thing. She sees me and she's like, oh, hey, Dusty. And I am again out of my mind obliterated. I remember half of the conversation, and somehow my way out of the conversation was offering to buy her a coffee on my way in. And I was like, because I would drive myself to school type shit at that point. And I was like, oh yeah, just, you know, let me know. I got to catch up with everybody else, but I'm going to do a big coffee run for everybody soon. So just shoot me, we're using like our school emails. I was like, shoot me an email. Let me know what you like in your coffee. I'll grab you a coffee. Fucking lost out on like $4 on that coffee because of that shit. Very bad at improving. Well, I was. Now I'm actually pretty good at that shit. It's pre-COVID days. We go to Walmart, let the fuck up and ride the e-carts. Don't take the e-carts from the handicapped people. That's not nice. I like getting fried and getting my steps in. Me and my tennis team camped out of the courts of a tournament one night. Our coach rolled up at like 2 a.m. after we had just burnt the metric fuck ton. We like touched it on 24-inch tube TV. We plugged it in the tennis court outlet. The fuck? Your tennis court had outlets? In what? I mean, I guess for like scoreboards and shit. For the lob machine. You know what our lob machine was? Our coach. We employed small independent labor there. We didn't give in to the clankers. Also, pretty much everybody in my hometown would call tennis gay, so they didn't want to give us much budget. They were mean. I thought tennis was really fun. But, you know, that was a really, really mean thing of them to do. So, we didn't really have the nicest stuff. Our coach had to pray, like, up and down to every deity in the world and, like, beg the school system to redo our courts for, like, 10 years because they were, like, fissuring. It was literally like a superhero landed on our tennis courts. And I remember one time this motherfucker was running 1v1s against people, like he was just running singles in practice. And he stepped on one of the fucking cracks and he just went down like a sack of bricks. We thought he was fucking dead. So we got a court, but then the caveat to our court is that whoever booked it didn't order the grit to be put in like the lining of the court. And whoever was painting the court didn't realize that you had to have grit put in the striping, or whenever the court got wet, the striping would get really, 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 really slippery. So, we effectively had the slipperiest court in the entire conference as soon as it would get wet, and people would frequently fall and hurt themselves on our court. It was absolutely terrible. Tennis was not really well up. That's right, any person in chat is in tennis right now? Dude, I don't even know if I could serve without, like, falling and hurting my shoulder at this point. I am probably so beyond ass at tennis at this point in time. Same thing with golf, man. Like, you probably cook me at those two, and then, like, on a basketball court, I'd probably win. It's just like riding a bike. Yeah, that's a problem. That's where the problem lies. I wasn't the greatest at riding that bike. So, you ever play Mario Tennis? Because I'm basically like a Waluigi in Mario Tennis. Like, you can basically hit the ball anywhere, or could, back in my younger days when I wouldn't pop something trying to walk. You could hit the ball anywhere, and then I could just end up getting, you know, some form of volley back to you. But I was not an amazing player. I was either our third singles or first doubles when I played, which was still fine. I got great matches. I did absolutely nail my doubles partner square in the back with a very bad serve one time, but I feel like every doubles team in human history has gone through that. It's entirely still on me to this day. Got distracted, literally smacked them in the tramp stamp. So 11 on me 99 out of 100 times. Or I don't know, I'm probably worse at basketball now in my old age. You guys know I'm 30 in less than a month. Like, this is something that I've been coming to terms with. But bro, I'm basically dead at this point. I'm literally like on the brink of fucking death. I am a life insurance policy away from being able to die successfully at a profit and not have everything just be like at a net loss. I've always said my goal in life was when I died to not have people lose money burying me, but to make money off of my death. It's the least that I can do. So I want somebody to get very, very well off when I die. Maybe by 40 we'll be in that spot, then I can just kind of chill out, up the bong rips again, see what I can really pump out. Maybe some extracts, maybe skydive type shit, but playing it safe until then. Trying to preserve all of my connective tissue, my brain at least a little bit. Finished third in my league. Both the guys who beat me want to play a bit of tennis. I broke the strings on my racket playing with my brother about say probably 8-10 years ago. And I said, I'm gonna get this fixed. Never got that shit restrung whatsoever. Haven't played since. Still have the racket too. I got the frame down there with the broken springs on it. So I mean, I could always just take it to like a sporting goods store and get that shit restrung. And I've been saying I need to for about 10 years. Same thing with my bicycle. I have a bicycle downstairs. Nice bike too. Got a flat tire. Cause like the tube got punctured. I was like, I'm gonna bring it to a bike shop and have them tune it up for me. You know, get it all set up. Like 5 years ago. It's ready to go. Like at any point. I could bring it, it's just I'm a very busy man. Like, the birds schedule their time with me on a daily basis. So like, how am I gonna, uh-oh, am I dead? Hank, what up, brother? I hope you're having a beautiful day. I am grinding mindlessly. Whole lot of PvE, whole lot of praying for some shiny drops. This crab, brother, this crab. I am hoping and praying that I can smack the shit out of this crabber just a little bit. That was not near me. I just want to put that out there. That was not near me. That was not at any point near me. Like, whatsoever. I'm just saying that was incredibly far away from me. Okay, hold on. Where did they put together a video from the Dracantos playtest that's like 6 minutes long. Chat, for those that didn't see Dracantos, it's a pixel art MMO that's going to be coming out soon. TM, it's set to come out this year. They just had a PvP playtest.
I'm back.
Is this their in-game music, or am I gonna get DMCA?
Oh my god, the devil kid!
So they had two different PvP modes. There was one that was like a MOBA type PvP mode. Well, technically three. There was a MOBA, a domination, and then an escort. And then they also had PvE available because it was their final playtest. It's funny still watching you slowly get sucked into the PvP. Dude, it was too good. It was genuinely too good to not get sucked into once I figured out what I was doing and figured out the scaling. It was so nice. Dusty featured at the end. The end! Oh, yeah. Is it me getting cooked? Bro, this shit was actually so fun though. They had so much build customization, like 20 classes, a bunch of different augments to your abilities that you could throw in. Dude, it was beautiful. Beautiful how it was done. I had a ton of fun, and they have open world PvP planned as well. Some people think that it felt clunky because it was an an 8 directional movement system. But honestly, I think it's the overall speed and the animations that seem clunky to people. Because really, 8 direction movement is basically the same as what we currently play. It's the same shit. As you guys can see, PvE content was actually difficult in there. Bro, I can't wait for it to be an actual completed MMO. Once it is, I am going to be all up in that shit, if I'm being real. The PvP was so good. So good. I'm shocked so many people were PvEing during this. Like a lot of people were PvEing during this. What the hell is this? Was that from this test? Oh wait, yeah, that was the escort. Yeah.
Vai falar que eu não estou com dedos. Ó, o cara pegou cair.
Bro, I missed it.
What the fuck? O nosso parça matou nós dois,
I
velho.
miss it. How long is this? 6 minutes? Where did they put my clip in? I need to see which one they used. Oh, wait. Oh, God, wait. How long is my clip? I have ult. Popping ult. Turn. Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. Oh, my God. We just wiped all 3 of them. What are we even doing? The tower is the MVP.
Agora você.
That was so good. You're famous now. I want to go back. They took a clip from day 1. That wasn't even our wombo combo days. That wasn't even the full wombo. They got like a 6 out of 10 clip at best. We had so many better ones. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I could have like handpicked them to send. Like I have better highlights. I do. I have so many nasty clips where I just turned a full like 1v3. So many like clips with Strag where we just annihilated shit. Dude, it was fun. Supposedly, Frost can't do pre-order EA bonuses because Steam doesn't allow new publishers. Whoa, wait. So, there can't be any like pre-order or anything like that before launch because they're a new publisher. Interesting. So we'll basically have to wait for the game to fully launch before we get anything else out of it. I will say it was very fun. I do want to get back into it. It was a blast, especially when they bring in PvE for PvP progression. Not necessarily PvP prog. But having to get the artifacts, having to get trophies from actual meaningful PvE progression, I think is going to be quite enjoyable. It's really going to bring the gameplay loop into a pretty, I think, holistically complemented spot. But again, there's still so much that we have to figure. Oh no! Why do I do this to myself? Why do I do it? Why the fuck do I do that? Kinda don't like how classes look the same, like same sprite for every warrior, mage, etc. They have a transmog system where you can dye it up a little bit, but I will say it does help to prepare for the abilities that are going to be coming your way. Almost like counterplaying the ability kit that you're fighting against and having an answer to it already because you know of that matchup. But I also wouldn't be upset if different armor pieces that were available and weapons also changed, you know, how the armor piece actually looked. I think we'd still be able to discern at some point in time. I think it was kind of broken, but I think it was in response to pre-order packs or something along those lines. Okay. That makes sense. So they can't do any pre-order packs and we'll just see the packs become available on launch, basically. Okay. That makes sense. Well, not the packs, but like any form of access. So do we know what they're... Like, one thing that I've kind of questioned, are they going to have monetization around like re-rolling artifacts and like chests at the end of dungeon completions and stuff like that? Because that was one thing that I didn't inherently get an answer to, which... Oh my god, I almost missed it again. I actually might have. Bro, I hate it here. Why am I so greedy? Why am I so greedy? I genuinely have no reason to ever miss one of these whatsoever. And I just always find a way to miss one. It's so sad. So fucking sad. I actually hate it here. Chat. I need PvP in my life. What else do we have on the horizon, by the way, right now? For actual, like, play tests. Someone was saying something about Soulframe, I believe. Which I saw Baggins playing at one point in time. And it looked okay. I don't really know the depth of it or anything. But I almost feel as though, pending the patch tomorrow, might be a check out something else for a stream or two vibe. And see what clicks and what pops and what doesn't. Just a week to month of grind content. Is there PvP? I don't remember any PvP in it though. Yeah, but it's neat. I don't know how much I can do the whole, like, no PvP is a sustained long-term thing, you know? I yearn for it. And I think that's a large part of why Dracantos was genuinely so enjoyable for me right now. Just the fact that, like, it brought in PvP that was fun and engaging. And I really valued that. Because I do miss it so heavily. It felt great to be able to outplay people once again. And not just be worried about outplaying bosses and a timer on the screen. And I do kind of yearn for it. I won't lie. Kento's not gonna lie, that artifact combo you got was legit OP. Yeah, that shit was hella strong. That shit was hella strong. Now, I will say, I don't know why more people weren't using it. There were multiple people that had both of them that we fought against. And they literally did nothing with it. But Streg also got an artifact that allowed him to one-shot stuff. Not one-shot stuff necessarily, but do a shitload of damage to mobs. So part of what made it OP, at least for me, was the fact that I was so willing to just say I set up all of the kills, and I love playing the initiate route. I don't think there's a better artifact combo that I could have gotten for me personally as a player. If I were playing and I got something more DPS based, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it as much. I would have played a different build. But I dropped the wombo combo out. I ran the increased AoE and cast range on my big range damage nuke. And then I would just get in range and start bonking with the stun, dude. It was so gorgeous. Genuinely so fun. And I think the artifact combo potential, just, you know, inherently as it was a big part of why it was so fun. You just had so much customization that was available so early on. Now, again, it was expedited progression, but you had so much customization for every single class that could allow you to play every class in a different way depending on which class you were playing, right? I could have played a paladin 30 different ways off of that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Everything's fine. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate when I get bopped into a wall and it doesn't give me enough space. I genuinely, I'm done with this goddamn crab, brother. I'm fucking done with it. So Soul Frame's PvE only. What else is there that's like in testing or testing adjacent right now? Could fuck up some Forza. I could absolutely blast with some goddamn Forza. That could be fun. But I also don't think I would enjoy long-term Forza. It'd just kind of be like a temporary stop, so to say. Wait, what's up with Honor of King's World having 2 viewers? Isn't that the one that was like a mobile port? Is that a game at this point or not? Because that's like, I think New World has more viewers right now. I think it's playable, right? Or is it NDA'd? Because in one scenario, I see something very bad. Spirit Veil was another one that I saw relatively recently, I think. I want to say Canon was playing that. And Spirit Veil seemed a little interesting. Seems very cutesy-wootsy. Kind of similar to this vibe, this aesthetic. The gameplay looks, again, cute. Not bad, but it's getting wiped. I don't mind wipes, honestly. For me, it's like wipes do not scare me. But I mean, this combat really doesn't look inherently the worst. Slower TTK than what we have now. You've got abilities that are going through, but it is definitely, how do I say, adorable. And I don't want to say that as a bad thing, but it also just looks like a shitload of attacks just being dropped out all the time. So, you're over to Corepunk. Was Corepunk a shooter? Why do I feel like that was a shooter? MOBA MMO. Is there pay to win? Because if there's not pay to win, oh, that looks interesting. Kind of like Dota-y. 3 months ago, Corepunk layoffs. Word. Okay, awesome. People also search for Ashes of Creation and Terrace Land. Here we go again. Same old shit, dog, just a different day. God fucking damn it. So, are we actually like back in that route? Are we? It's not a good sign. I don't want to go back. I'm scared. I'm really scared, chat. I don't want to go back. Ay. Dude, I feel like the only thing immediately on the horizon, since a lot of playtests have ended, is like Path of Exile. I feel like pretty much everybody's going to be PoE testing tomorrow. Maybe some people do Monsters and Memories test tomorrow. Because I heard Monsters and Memories has a test coming. Minimo has a test, but unfortunately you can't stream it, which is really sad. I would love to be able to. They said you can record and publish content, but you can't stream it yet, which I don't want to be pedantic. But I don't inherently see a difference there. Just saying. Just saying. I don't mean to be a nuisance. I don't mean to cause a disturbance. But I don't inherently see like a big difference there. Full variety of fucking modes. Let's play Power Wash Simulator. Oh fuck, I'm dead again because of you! God damn it, Alb. I'll be right back and go smoke a bowl. God damn it, I hate this fight. Alb got me, +1 for Alb. I'm filling up my water. Un momento. Un momento. I have returned with food. What was that, drugs game? Why do you just want to see me do drugs? Everything with you is drugs. You're an absolute animal. Absolute animal. Planning a trip to Japan. Motherfucker, you are? What do you mean? What are you going to Japan for? Well, I guess to visit. But like, what's your planned route? Carla and I wanted to go to Japan. But it was really like wasn't in the cards for us at the time that we wanted to last year. Slightly unfortunate. Want to see how it is there? 1,000 years to develop. It is beautiful from everything that we've seen and heard, man. I have some friends that live there. Fucking gorgeous. Everywhere that you look. It is really something that I'd like to do as well. But That shit expensive. We were looking at it around the same time that we were in like the housing market. When we were looking to do that whole thing. It just wasn't in the cards. Rent's cheap in Japan, but I wonder what the wages are like. How cheap? Because, like, I get a stream. That kind of sounds fun. Japan would be cheaper than Iceland. Really? Hey, yo, Master Chief. Thank you for the 3-day, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. 450 USD. 450 USD seems really good. Any Japanese friends had told me wages are bad for the rent they pay. Yeah, but what if I'm streaming? Wouldn't I then just be able to vibe? Because that's part of why streamers move to, like, fucking Taiwan and shit. Or their apartment walls literally paper thin. I mean, if you ask a British person, our apartments are made out of fucking cardboard. So, like, you know, a little bit here, a little bit there. As Gizo, well, I don't think there's any reason why you'd be impacted by that. I want to go to low tourism areas. Are there low tourism areas? Uh-oh. I'm trying to get under the rope. These shits are good. Iso would be good to ask. Well, my plan is just to promote it enough, and then eventually, like, Iso will live there, Hopesy will live there, a couple of the friends will live there. And then I'll just bum rooms off of them for the entire trip, and we'll save a shitload of money. It'll be absolutely perfect. No flaws, no problems whatsoever. So why avoiding Tokyo? I want to go to where the deer are. I don't remember the name of it. But where they have all the, like, the deer that'll walk up to you and, like, bow to you. But I've heard that if you don't give them food, you basically end up getting mugged. Which I don't think is a good thing. I feel like the deer mugging the people is a little bit excessive. And I worry. Because I wouldn't have enough food to give to every deer, I don't think. Or I'd have to bring a shitload. But it seems fun. I don't really know what to expect. Iceland was fucking gorgeous. I'd love to go back to Iceland as well. But also, travel is fucking expensive. I feel like it's not my vibe. I'm not a real view in Japan. I'd be like going to NYC for an idea of America. Yeah, no, that's entirely fair. That is entirely fair. Instead of, like, Boston. Did you know Nokia used to be a paper mill? Really? I grew up in a mill town. That resonates with me. Is that why their, like, phones were so strong? Wait, Master Chief. I thought you didn't have to drive back and forth anymore. Because you got your, like, little trailer on site or whatever. Did you get scammed? Did they, like, untrailerify you? They've been around since 1865. The fuck? So if Nokia closed at any point in time, like, where do they rank in oldest active companies in the world? Because I feel like that's, like, the long term of long terms, no? Like, that's got to be up there with, like, I don't know, the White House and shit. Because that was what, like, 1770 post 1776? So they're basically as old as America. The diligence is done. The trailer has equipment. I don't have to drive to the shop, which is further than my house. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Don't you just do safety stuff? What do you need equipment for? Like a whistle to yell at people when they're not being safe? Or like, what's your equipment comprised of? If it's just a trailer full of like safety vests and whistles, I swear to Christ. I could unfortunately see that on too deep of a level. Right, munchies. I'm like chowing through some of our snack food right now. And it's kind of costing me. It's cost me like 2 deaths. I am a greedy man. Oh my god, that was almost 3. I gotta land. Jesus fucking Christ, almost did it myself. SVUs. High pressure air tanks. Dirty favor house. Why do you have to bring all that? I feel like that's something that should probably be like transported by somebody with... Well, I guess you probably have the credentials for it, huh? Poison atmospheres. What the fuck are you doing? Oldest company that's publicly traded is Anheuser-Busch. Bud. That's kind of crazy. So what if you just made a portfolio of entirely like old companies that wasn't edible, knowing that they're just not going to close? Just realistically, is that a sound strategy or not? Because I feel like that might be one of the most sound strategies in human history. But I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. Shows adaptability. How's Starbucks doing right now? Speaking of that. What are they up to at this point in time? I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of losing my mind farming this crab. I think tomorrow I might try to review the patch if it's not a huge patch. Maybe I just like YOLO it on an SSF day of Path of Exile or something, but someone ordered Starbucks through Amazon. What? What do you mean someone ordered Starbucks through Amazon? Like instead of DoorDash? They came down the chute at 100 miles an hour and busted open. Wait, hold on. Take me through this. What the fuck do you mean? It was the pods. Like the coffee, like made ones? Or like the coffee powder pods? Oh no, like it was actual made coffee? Oh, that's fucked. Why would you, I mean, the grounded pods. Oh, well that's not that bad, it's just coffee powder everywhere. That's fine, that's just free coffee. I would assume liquids would be a lot worse to actually order through Amazon. I don't think, no, actually, I did order liquids through Amazon one time. You remember... It was like the plastic bottle that had the little like Y-shaped top that you had to like twist off, and then it had the little nipple that you like psh out of, and it was like the really cheap plastic. Amazon had those one time for like 2 cents a bottle, and I shit you not, like 2 cents a bottle on sale. And I used to follow a lot of like, you know, deal and coupon Twitter pages when I was on Twitter. Like, a lot. I ordered 3 cases. And slowly drank them over the course of like 2 months. Hadn't had them since I was a kid. I spent like $1.50 on the cases. And I had them for an insane amount of time. Wait. Bro, I still haven't got a legendary off of this. I feel as though I'm genuinely being fucking hosed out here. I don't think Crabman is going to be the vibe. I think it may, unironically, be cursed for me. And I might not be able to claim the Lego from this. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm eating a cupcake, and I'm not even kidding. There's frosting getting everywhere like I'm an infant. Give me un momento. Have chair. Uh-oh. I wasn't in the bubble. We're good. It's alright. I literally just had to run out and wipe my face because I just cooked myself eating a cupcake. We had a leftover cupcake from the barbecue that my parents did. I was like, might as well eat that shit, right? Might as well not let it go to waste. Terribly messy. Immediately frosting everywhere. It was on my hands. It was on my face. I had a little bit on my shirt. It just fucking exploded on me. It was terrible. Tragic. So chat, who plans to check out PoE 2 tomorrow? Because, like, part of me is considering it. Part of me isn't sure if I'd even enjoy it. I'm almost thinking about like a solo self-found standpoint. I wouldn't do hardcore because I'm not like familiar with PoE 2 at any point at all right now, except for the early launch. But got Abda coming in here mid-wild sentence. I was talking about the frosting from a cupcake. You are a sicko pook. I'm not gonna lie. You are a sick, twisted individual, and I hope God has mercy on your soul, brother. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Play when it goes free to play with my friends. Yeah, I feel like a private league would be really fun. Like if we just had a private league for everybody in the community to come into so we could trade throughout like the community and shit. That could be really fun. But I also don't know what running a private league actually takes or entails. But it'd definitely be something that I would be interested in. Nin. Moin. How are you, brother? Some loss. 100 sulfide can kill at 100 birds per billion. We have 1,500 on this location. These metals we have to replace pipes and recoat tanks. Well, then just air it out. I don't know why you're replacing pipes when you could just put a fan there and then just air it out and then bring in fresh air. I have a Ninja air purifier in my living room. It does a really good job. It even tells you exactly like what % clean air you have around you. So it'd probably do a pretty good job, all things considered. Maybe a Dyson vacuum down there as well. And then what you be up to? I'm hitting the point where I'm like, I'm back into limbo. I need more testing games. Yo, Ace over on YouTube. What up? I hope you're having a beautiful day. I need more things in testing. FAREVER has content update coming tomorrow, which will be phenomenal. Only problem, it ain't tomorrow yet. And I don't even think it's content. I think it's quality of life and some rogue fixes. I think they're working on a content patch, but we're still pretty far out from getting that bad boy, so time to try Spirit Veil. Spirit Veil looks cute. I don't know too much about it, but it looks cute. It's too cozy, honestly. This is also very cozy, if I'm being real, which I think is one of the strengths of the game. But with cozy and early access, you typically get to a point of completion really quick, which is, you know, pseudo the point that I'm getting to right now, so to say, is where it's like, okay, I've got my Legos, I could make another alt, which I'll make a mage at some point, you know, piddle around on it a little bit. But even making a mage, I'll get to level 20, I'll get a build going, and then I'll just, like, hit the same point, right? So, I'm definitely hitting the point of, like, hoping that there's more with this, but smashing another strawberry cheesecake blizzard. My brother in Christ. I'll pray for your toilet. What's that, 2 in like 3 days? Also, Bellin, what up, brother? I need to boss more content. Yeah, it'd be quite nice. Would be quite nice. Just something that has a third one. Jesus fucking Christ sauce. Sauce about to have some extra sauce about him. What the heliante? Wait, why did I go back here? Going the wrong goddamn way. One of those blizzards costs more than my current net worth. Yeah, especially if he's getting the large. Bro, it's like $8. You know what that's Crusader Camp instance? Yeah. I'm really excited for it. Now, I will say part of what I'm also excited for is heroic difficulty on dungeons, just in general. Would really love some harder dungeons. The pressing week we'll get through with blizzards. Why, you've been listening to the new Drake album a lot? That's my bad. That's my bad. Too deep for Twitch. Well, put on Iceman and remind yourself that there's no emotion whatsoever in the world and you must be stone cold and unentertaining. That's what Drake taught me. That's what Drake taught me. Fucking mid-album. I'll die on that hill, Sauce. I'll die on that hill. I'm definitely stoned. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I don't typically open this up to everybody. But you just put on Life's Good. And then you just vibe out to it. And then everything's fine. And then it's perfect. That's your Drake fix. That's what I'll allow. That's your ultimate just get fried and sit there and vibe out song. Anyways, is there PvP coming in this game? There is at a future point. They're going to be starting with, excuse me. They're gonna be starting with duels coming in. And then they'll eventually be bringing in an open world PvP region as well as instance battlegrounds. It's more a matter of like when they bring them in at this point. I think it'll be quite fun once they are in. It's just we don't really know. According to the roadmap, those are in purple. So it's like next year instead of this year for the PvP region and the battlegrounds. So it's likely that this game will be kind of like in the incubator for a while for a lot of PvP-based players, just simply because of the, you know, the time of development. They could always just reprioritize the roadmap itself too and end up going with something else, but your eyes are red. It'll literally make your ass red. Fucking found that shit. Anyways, you look stoned? Okay. It's like saying I look handsome. I am handsome. Snooze the same way that the White House saying aliens are probably real is news. Everybody should probably just be like, wow, what a shocker. Holy cannoli. Can't believe it. Listen, brother. I've been very vocal. I finally hit the holy grail at my dispensary, like mythical pull. I got a strain called Super Boof that in 2024 was strain of the year at the most popular like forms of competition for the marijuanas. So consensus super boob boof 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 boof, like it's going in your butt, Hussy. It's going in your butt. So basically it is an incredibly nice sativa leaning hybrid that is notorious for being incredibly grapefruity. Like just overwhelmingly fruity, which in flower you usually don't get as like an organic thing, right? I love fruity terps, I love sativas, and I love $100 an ounce weed. It's gorgeous. It's just, it's so wonderful. The White House supporting aliens makes me believe they're fake. You think they're hitting you with the old up and under, so to say? I don't know, fuck it. I don't really care, man. As long as they don't take my weed, we're good. I have no quarrel with them. Also, what I've discovered today, there were these Sweet Tarts ropes that were on sale at the store today. And they're like twisted rainbow punch that's like all of their flavors type shit. Bro, they're really good. They're like a little chewy, like, I'm sure they're made out of rubber or something cancerous. But like these go fucking hard. What are they? Hold on, I got frosting on the package. Sweet Tarts ropes? So they're like Sweet Tarts flavors, but they're in like a floppy little rope thing. And then they've got like sour jizz on the inside. Kinda good. I'm not gonna lie. Quite solid. Serving size is 2 ropes, and it's 36% of my daily value. There are approximately 16 ropes per container, which means that I have eaten roughly 8 after this. I keep passing them up, I'm gonna get a bag. They were half off. Clearance. One of the stores that we go to, just, well, most of them, just throw a bunch of clearance shit in a cart and mark it 50% off the sticker price. This was $2.09 for the 9-ounce bag, and then it was half off. So I got it for like $1.05. I got 2 bags. I might go back and get more, like tomorrow. They're really good. Ever tried high chews? I have. I'm usually not a huge candy person, because it's like not, it's not good for you. And also, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really have an off to the sweet tooth. Like my sweet tooth just kind of cooks all the time, no matter what. I could sit here and eat this entire bag and just not feel a single thing in my conscience. Which I may. I'll have to brush my teeth twice tonight, but a little bit of a problem. So I usually don't get candy. Today, however, I have sinned. I got mail about jury duty. Just put it in your neighbor's mailbox. Not your problem anymore. Because then you didn't get it, and also you get your neighbor arrested for opening your mail. Tell him you know the crime doer. Tell him R. Kelly's your favorite musician. When you go in. Your favorite show growing up was a Cosby Show. I feel like there are ways to get out of it. You could always go in and like dap up the people that are like evaluating you for being a juror. Show up in like a Speedo. Be like, yeah, sorry, I just came from swim lessons. There are definitely ways to avoid it. Bro, if I ever get the RNG, do you think I could tell them that I'm, like, unable to work it because of the potential that somebody could know me from my platform? I feel like I'd have an out. 2 words, jury nullification. Right. Like, you can get disqualified, right? Because can't you, like... Can't you just get out of it hella easy? Because I feel as though that's the goal. I don't think anybody really wants to be a juror at any point in time. Are there professional jurors? Or no? I think you can say you know the case. I used to date her back in high school. The plaintiff? No, the case. You have some sort of bias. So, like... Judge will ask if you can be fair, if he tells you to anyway. Yeah, but you could basically just walk in and say some fucked up shit and then not be a juror anymore, right? Like, you don't have to serve as a juror a certain number of times to get like an achievement or anything. So I feel like if you just intentionally sell, then it might work out for you better in the long term. Anyways, anytime I move and then register to vote, I get jury duty within 6 months is when I'm no longer registered to vote. Jesus, how many times have you had jury duty? I would actually just, yeah, not go. Uh-oh. Possibly held in contempt depending on what you say. Contempt of what? Someone fuck up and miss mine. Your Honor, who the fuck sends snail mail these days? I feel like that's on y'all. You guys went through the wrong channels. You should have hit Carla up with a Discord DM. Maybe come in, gift 5, let me know that you're showing some love. I've been summoned once, I think, but I got out of it because I didn't live in that city anymore. So if I get summoned for jury duty, I just leave? Whoops, that wasn't me. I was eating grapes. I will say, it was worth it. I did not expect that bop to come in so hard. It was like 4 times. Some kids are gonna less than 2. Yep, nope, fuck it up. Pass on that. Don't live in the city anymore. Either opt out or you just don't go. It's like no call, no show jury duty. I feel like that's valid as fuck. Probably not financial advice, chat. You still gotta respond. So you're gonna say I'm not going? Like you just counter RSVP? Like, hey, sorry, I have a concert that day? That sounds kind of fucking lit. Cause like I could just say that I had to work if it's past 2 p.m. for the court case. I would need to have like a morning court case if I ever got summoned or anything. It's not like a guarantee that you get summoned, right? For jury duty? Cause I feel like most people that I talk to don't. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like they do it in waves. Waves of what? Till they fill it. Is it just like random? Because I've never been summoned, I don't think. Now, maybe that's because I live in Maine. And like, there's not a lot of people up here. Are you more likely to be summoned if you're in an area that's like a city? But then there would be technically more people around as well to get summoned to work as jurors on the case, nah? Excuse you. I got summoned and didn't do anything about it. And you just ghosted him? L court. Not in jail yet. Well, not yet, but. Yo, look, they didn't call you. Well, she didn't have a cell phone. So, like, how the fuck are they gonna call someone if they literally don't have a phone number? I feel like that's pretty easy peasy. Don't have a phone number. Can't get called. They pulled her over for jury duty. Ma'am, you were supposed to appear in court long ago. For what case? On what charges? Bro, I'm losing my mind farming this fucking crab. I need PvP. I need variants. I need life. Was I too early? Yep, I'm dead. Bro, I hate this crab. I'm so like, I'm at my wit's end. What does crab drop? Mounts, and also I'm trying to farm a legendary weapon for a mage alt. If I do make an alt. So, I'm at the point where, like, this character really... The only things to do at this point, pending any updates or balance changes, are to play, like, worse builds, or basically wait for an update until they add more, or revamp builds, do whatever. So, sorry for sanity. No, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay. It's more that it's just hot right now. I also think I'm kind of like, I'm growing a little concerned with how the player base is immediately going to be over in FAREVER. It definitely looks like the hype of FAREVER has passed for a lot of people. And now most people are looking forward to other titles, which is part of the reason I'm thinking about checking out PoE 2 tomorrow, despite PoE 2 not necessarily being like my, you know, my forte, so to say. Or we'll see. We'll see, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not entirely certain all of what I even have planned for, well, not tomorrow, but Friday, sorry. I keep thinking it's Thursday. PoE's Friday. So, I might check out PoE 2 Friday. I might, like, I'm gonna give the patch a shot tomorrow, but I should look forward to in any near future. Yeah, I mean, we went through a great wave of playtesting, but when all of those playtests ended, it also just kind of, like, stalled out the opportunities for, you know, immediate content with the games. So now it's at a point where it's like, okay, FAREVER, you know, until the wheels fall off. Or I could potentially play something else and see what's up. Like going on PoE 2, it looks really deep. PoE could be really, really, really fun. I will say, from a community standpoint, you can still, like, trade within your community. One thing I've said with PoE is the potential of doing, like, private leagues. If I did check it out and it hit with chat, instead of trying to be, like, rank 1 Omega Zoomer, you know, just clearing everything on site. Having a, you know, having like a learning league, so to say, for a bunch of people in the community, I think could be really fun. I thought about doing solo self-found if I did check it out. I haven't played PoE in a while, but any news on when we might get another Scars of Honor playtest? Absolutely fucking nothing. Venny hasn't even been doing any streaming or anything like that. So, unfortunately, literally no news whatsoever in that regard. So, I would enjoy another Scars playtest, but it seems like by every mean measure and metric, they are going dark for a period of time, revamping a few core things, and then readdressing after that. So we'll hopefully see something relatively soon, but I mean, as of right now, I wouldn't expect to see a lot from Scars until at least the end of the year this year. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it was a solid playtest for what they were looking to get. Unfortunately, I think what they got was the exact feedback that they didn't expect. Was like, hey, everything you guys have been cooking up, a lot of it just at its core needs a revamp. They went into the playtest very confident, I think, and that's great. I love that there was a lot of passion behind the, you know, behind the dev team. but I think there was a little bit of almost like an overconfidence, so to say, that everything was going to be received as really good when it was actually like quite early on. And I think if they had established within their community relatively early, instead of, hey, this is the smoothest movement in combat that you'll ever see, and your mom's honkers are going to squirt milk when you see this, instead of saying it like that, just be like, hey, this is, you know, still super early on. It's a networking test over anything else. And with that networking test, there's going to be jank. There are going to be things that are messed up at the core. And there are going to be things that, you know, need your feedback. Please give us your feedback. We will be constantly looking out for that. Sincerely, Beastburst. I feel like if that were the established mentality of it, maybe it goes down a slightly different route. But unfortunately, that was not the established mentality of it. And it was very much something a little bit different. And I think a lot of players just went in expecting too much because of that. And again, no fault to the developers for being excited about their product, especially their first-time product, seeing that bad boy come to life. Like, it makes sense, and I actually admire that they were very passionate about the product and, you know, wanted to think that they had something absolutely... I'm such an idiot. Absolutely amazing and as, like, a revolutionary thing. Time for the Destiny 2 new player grind. If I were gonna play a dead game, I'd play New World. I have terrible news. Absolutely horrendous news, my boy. I would just play the shit out some New World. And I don't think going back to dead games is the goal anytime soon. I can always do like that Ashes tank guide that I was promising people for so long. That might actually slap. So you just take the game off Amazon's hands? Well, unfortunately, nobody's got the money or the motivation to do so at this point in time. Face Punch had at least entered into an MNDA with potentially Amazon Games to discuss the product. But even then, that's not very promising. Dead game my ass. It literally is going on its, like, life support. 17k on right now. Yeah, but it's functionally a dead game. It's a ghost train. Everybody's on a train that they know is about to crash into a wall. 500 on a New World? Yeah, but when New World's death was announced, it had 50k. You give it a few weeks. You wait until people are out of the sentiment of, I've got to do everything in Destiny 2. Oh my god, there could be a fucking petition that saves it. Oh, the big corporate overlord billionaire company may care about our 100,000 signatures. Don't worry. It too will pass, Nid. It too will pass, and your game too shall die. Achievement Hunter's locking in right now. Or just nostalgic people. It's unfortunate, but like, it was the same thing with New World. There was the Save New World petition. There was the planned everybody log on to New World to show Amazon Games that there's still interest in the game. The assets in the team have already been reallocated. Like, it's just part of it. It's already gone. Like, Destiny 2, by the time they announced that it would receive its final content update, was already planned on the back end for probably months to be receiving its final content update contingent on Marathon exceeding or not exceeding a certain amount of numbers. So, except AGS won't die if New World's gone. So, the thing about it is Destiny isn't bringing in, at this point, any money as an IP for Sony. Like, Sony claimed a $766 million loss on Bungie existing last year, on top of a $200 million loss at the end of the year before. Sony is like $1 billion deep, and I think Sony as a studio is, I think Bungie as a studio is gonna get downsized or sold by Sony, but that's my early prediction. That's just my predict. I've seen a lot of this trend lately in AAA games, and 10, 20 to 50k players is an absolute death sentence for AAAs, and that's where all of Bungie's titles have been leading. Only thing that's gonna fix Sony is making it Japanese again. Well, I mean, I think Bungie's also kind of not bringing in profit. Why would you want to stick with a company that's just not creating money for you? If you're like large parent company, I don't think inherently you would want to, you know what I mean? So, I don't know, man. I don't see an existence of Bungie as Bungie necessarily to even get to the point of Destiny 3 with the way they've talked about it, not even having games in incubation at this point in time. The stupid man in suits. I mean, like, it's the suits, yes, but also when a studio is losing $766 million in a year, you need the suits to pay the studios, and if your studio isn't constantly turning a profit and operating with cash in excess, then you just can't function. And gaming right now isn't profitable. Like, it's just, it's not. It's really unfortunate. Like, really unfortunate. But game dev for a long time has just been a constant money sink. And so many studios, so many publishers, so many developers. It's just not enough money to sustain it all, dude. It's the very easy part of it. So they can run 300 million Concord. Yeah, but it's a write-off for them. You know what I mean? Want to do Destiny 3 game people want. Because those are still likely years away. So all of the Concords and everything that you see, like the Marathons and the Concords, those have been in development for multiple years already. So with Destiny 3, they're effectively taking a chance that the IP will revive itself and be hype enough with a Destiny 3 launch eventually to be in a good spot and to be profitable. And Destiny 3 is still very possible. They just, based on what they said, have to completely incubate it and then go into ideation and then go into design and then go into early play testing, and then they still have to launch the game later on. It's a very long process for Destiny 3 potentially even seeing the light of day. And then it's still contingent on the IP being successful once it does launch, which could be, but honestly didn't know there was a Destiny 2. There is indeed a Destiny 2, yes. So Destiny 2 just recently received word that it would get its final content update in June, I believe it is. And then after that, there would be no further content updates. So Destiny as an IP is effectively a dead ship floating in the water right now. They did say that they had other games that they were going to get in incubation, but they didn't have anything that they were actually like developing or working on right now as a not, you know, from ideation product. Nothing tangible. So I personally think that they're getting cooked. That ship with gold on it. Not really. It's kind of like a dead ship with a bunch of 1080 Ti's on it. Like, you may want the 1080 Ti's to break them down and get something out of the 1080 Ti's. But, like, as of right now, those 1080 Ti's, they haven't aged like gold. Like, Destiny 2 at 17k concurrent players. And, what, when it actually launched, like, 15k? Or, no, when it actually launched, sorry, when it actually got its death announcement, like 15k. And this is not gold anymore. Who asked for another extraction shooter? Well, because 3 years ago, everybody was asking for extraction shooters. You remember when Dark and Darker and all of that shit was a craze and everybody freaked out and Extraction became the new Battle Royale? And I sat here on stream saying, damn, I really feel like Extraction is the new Battle Royale. It's because Extraction was the new Battle Royale, and then eventually Extraction fatigue hit in. By the time Marathon came out? Correct, but by the time Marathon development had already started and they had invested money into it, it was worth seeing it through to completion. Otherwise, it was just throwing away the money without even attempting to get your investment back on it, which is kind of a, you know, a silly investment principle of just putting a little money into it and then throwing it away. So at that point, they're obligated with the investment that they've made to try to launch the product and see like what they can actually get out of it, even if it ends up being nothing. But kind of fucking tragic. Kind of tragic. Literally did. Well, they launched it. They continued it through to completion to see if they could recoup any of their costs. And from what we've gathered, they want to dedicate more resources to Marathon to try to make Marathon work, yeah? Marathon isn't even half the players compared to a 10-year-old game. Right, but the 10-year-old game also atrophied so many players over the course of the 10-year-old game that would you rather try to bring people back to a 10-year-old game? Like, you know, it's the WoW Classic versus the WoW Retail. Would you rather try to convince people to go back to Classic again? Or would you try to convince people to go into new content, so to say? So, hasn't been out for a year. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very apparent that Marathon missed the mark. But I also think it's very apparent that from a AAA standpoint, with the operating expenditure that Bungie has as a studio, burning $766 million in daddy's money, you're going to get a slap on the wrist at that point, and they probably have to downsize substantially.
Apes
Yo, Sono.
together.
Thank you for 2 months, dog. I appreciate you. Much love, much love, much love. I hope you're well. Distraction shooters are fun for like 2 weeks. I have said... Wait, what? Why are my ads not running? What the fuck? Am I tripping or my ads are not running? I'm so confused. Huh. That's weird. Anyways. They could downsize and buy a new world, but it'll never happen. I mean, they could also downsize and pay me $1 zillion to do a sponsored segment, then I could retire from streaming once and for all, but that'll also never happen. That'll never happen. Destiny 3 release, they got Marathon. I don't know if they make it long enough with Destiny 3. Like, I don't know if they make it long enough for Destiny 3 to see the light of day. If I'm being real. I wish that it did. But part of me very much worries that it's likely going to run out of time beforehand. Excuse you. Tibbs, what up, dog? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. What you be up to? Dude, it was gorgeous outside today, wasn't it? Absolutely freaking beautiful. Oh, chat. Chat. Where do we go from here? Like, the playtesting weekend was genuinely so fun and the vibes were so good. Or like the few weeks that we had stuff to playtest. Yo, Shen, you thank you for the follow. Much love. And I feel like we need more playtesting. Looking at throw 100 mil at it, if they can like 300 mil on fire. Because the return on investment isn't as high with that 100 mil on a 10-year-old project. Just completely realistic. Like the ROI in dumping 100 mil into that project and keeping it going with the fact that so many players have already come and gone versus dumping that instead into a new IP or even the next iteration of the product, like going into 3 instead of 2, could be a large game changer. But I've been playing some ESO lately. It's kind of good, but I've never played it much before. I've got friends who played it back in the day and are like, nah, no. Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing. They have 0 ideas for Destiny 3. It won't happen. Exactly. Why not? Well, because business is about making money, not giving a shit about, like, how people feel, you know? Yo, Hugo, what up, dude? Will there be a new update / patch coming? Will it be level 30? There's an update tomorrow, but it's probably not going to be a level 30 update. Tomorrow's update's probably just going to be quality of life. Another crazy world to build off of. They do, but do they see the potential in continuing off of that world and trying to build in that more? Or do they see that people have moved on from that world as a whole? That's a big thing. Like, they have so many analytics and so much data that talks about search trends and the overall engagement with the product and how many people are logging into their account to check in on updates over time. And if they see a trend where every update for a title is getting less and less successful, which the last like 3 updates for Destiny 2 were lower and lower, then it's not going to be like the Riot MMO where it's like, oh my god, there's so much to build off of. It's just unfortunate that like that you kind of get cooked there, right? So, do you have any Thornlace Toothpick talent tree you recommend? Basically, with priest talents, I have found the most success and the most consistency starting out with this as a template. My fat head is blocking this. But basically, this is just your generic cookie cutter sunlight talent build. So obviously, sunlight at the top. Grab all 3 of these bad boys. So you reduce the cooldown of your weapon skills by a second, empower yourself for 6 seconds, and get bonus damage on all of your future attacks. And then sunlight heals for half the damage dealt. Then you get 4% increased fervor. If you're tanking for a group, you can switch the fervor for this, which increases more threat gen from your magic damage. After that, your own sunlight damage is increased by 25% overall. Really great multiplier down here. Outside of that, these are kind of mid. Then on this side, sunlight has a 20% chance, additional chance to crit strike. So just 20% more crit. And then if it crit strikes, it leaves a burn, dealing 50% of the damage dealt over 6 seconds. So anytime you're proccing your sunlight as a priest, very, very, very solid damage build. And then a trick with sunlight is if you run zoomies, which is my Q, you drop that, and then it just gives you your sunlight over and over and over again and completely refreshes it. So it's very nice to constantly get sunlight ticks off. It's pretty huge. Destiny 3, Destiny 2. Yeah, and again, I don't think if they have anything, I think if they don't have anything in incubation at this point in time, and they're kind of just like floating the idea of, hey, Destiny 3 will be here at some point soon, TM. I wish I was confident that they'd dump into it, but a lot of Destiny 2 players are already on Warframe too. Yeah, they're playing Warframe because it's very, like, floaty and pew-pewy, right? It definitely does make sense. I wish they would give us looter shooter more than anything. That's fair. I would actually love a Borderlands MMO. Can you open it again? Oh, yeah, of course, no problem. My apologies. I would love a Borderlands shooter. Or a Borderlands MMO. That would be so fucking fun, I think. Especially if they went like the Tiny Tina's and went a high fantasy route with it. Ugh. Dude, it'd be kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I think there's potential there. But I really wish Dracanthos didn't take away our testing. +1s for Borderlands MMO. I just think we're 2 to 3 years out from having successful MMOs on the larger scale, like on the double to triple A scale. I definitely think we're a little bit further out on that spectrum, which is a little bit unfortunate, but they should never name it Destiny 2. Should have always stayed Destiny, just add new subtitles. And just kind of build on the lore. Yeah. Currently playing through Warframe Story to see. Were you playing Destiny before this? You just gotta hop on with the Destiny death because there's not much else to play. Because, brother, I feel that. I'm thinking about even, like, Path of Exile tomorrow or some bullshit like that, dude. I don't really know exactly what my plan is. Not tomorrow, sorry, Friday. I wish that there was, like, more to pump. No alt. I'll do an alt, but I also don't want to, like, just force myself over here and burn out when there's not content, because I can make an alt after any patch. There is a patch tomorrow that I'm gonna check out over here. Hopefully it's a good patch. But, like, if they don't fix the quality of life stuff, then, you know, I'm kind of at the point where my first character is Biss. I will make another character, and I'll make a mage, and I'll grind it. It's just I want to wait until there's something fresh for me to grind for, so I can have a new, like, organic feel on that. And I'm not just doing the same content that I'm already like, okay, you know, I've done it. Because that's kind of where I'm at right now. It's like, this is incredibly chill. I can just go over and blast the shit out of any boss that I want to. I can gear grind, I can do whatever. A lot of the materials that we're grinding right now aren't going to be usable in the long term, because those materials are or have been heavily duped. So they're coming out with new materials for future patches, like for future iterations of content. So we're not even able to, like, we're not even able to like farm up and future proof, so to say. It's a little unfortunate, if I'm being honest, but it is what it is. I'm not like malding about it, but I'm also just at the point where like, what do we do over here to stay entertained? What is the play? And let me tell you what, Dracantos would have been incredibly fun. Incredibly fun. I don't think on schedule 1, I want to find another game that's like in testing is my big thing. I want to try to find something that's like coming out soon or like just came out type shit. That's where I really have a lot of fun. And I've been trying to like scroll Twitch and see who's playing what on a daily basis and get some word on something new. And the only thing that's going into like testing right now is like Monsters and Memories. There's a certain MOBA shooter. Talking about fucking Deadlock. Bro, I just don't know, like, I don't know about the Deadlock side. I'm not gonna lie. Although the Deadlock directory is very top loaded. So like looking at the Deadlock directory right now, it's literally very top loaded. You're at 100 viewers on the first page of streamers. So there is definitely a certain element of like, sure, could break in, but also, do I want to find myself going to MOBAs again? MOBAs are scary. Can I see your gear? Yeah, of course. Of course. I have Legendary, Almond Ram, Crab Gantuas, and then Bee Fury in my arsenal. And then pretty much all my gear is just this Vitality Faith. So, top loaded because DLNSEU's on right now. I mean, it's always pretty top loaded regardless. But it just typically falls off pretty heavily. You have a few streamers that are definitely like 1 to 2,000, sometimes plus. And then you have large streamers that'll come in from time to time. And when Deadlock does continue to grow, it's going to be absolutely massive. There's no way around that. But what I'm with WoW? Burnout. WoW very much felt like a solo game more than it did a community-based game. And I think, realistically speaking, WoW is not really for me anymore. It's kind of tragic. So, there are cool guys who are good at the game. Ido's a nerd. Dude reads books. The fuck do you mean? Love your weapons. They're 3. I haven't done the alt grind yet. I have a lot of ephemeral hearts found, but like, I don't really want to make 54 alts to level my weapons, nor do I want to make chat and just run hearts across the map for me. So I'm kind of at like an impasse there, which is also part of the reason why I'm like, okay, maybe I don't want to make an alt right now, and then just run into the same problem over and over again. So I read books. Nerd! Nerd! Alright. I'll be right back. Hold on. I gotta bring my grapes out. And then I gotta pee. Un momento. Hey! Good day. As someone familiar with wrist injuries, I need a surefire way to heal a sprained wrist in 4 days. Why do you need to heal a sprained wrist in 4 days? You know that's like connective tissue, right? So you just need to not be a pussy. A sprained wrist isn't actually an injury, it's just something that ouches. Just for perspective. How bad sprain out of 10? A sprain is literally just connective tissue. Legendary drops are 1 to 1.5% chance is nuts. Yes, and then on top of that, it's trying to get the legendaries that you are hoping for as well. So it's a little bit of a, like, you know, an RNG, so to say. I actually had really good luck getting my proper legendaries to drop. I found 4 legendaries that I wanted, and only 1 legendary that I didn't want, which was quite good. Now the problem is, once I have all the legendaries that I wanted, I'm actually having terrible luck finding the ones that I want for other classes. So I'm slightly down bad there. My left hand, so I'm good on that front. What did you do? Without being too graphic, don't make me have a seizure. Like, were you golfing? Because honestly, I picked up a box and the weight shifted. Oh, you're old as shit. Jesus Christ. Probably compression, if I'm being honest, and then just try to not use, like, a lot of pressure on it or anything like that for a few days. Work your hand a little bit throughout the day type shit. Biggest thing that you can do early on is, like, realistically, excuse you, you could get like an ice bucket and you could ice it if it's swollen, help reduce the swelling, and then put compression on it after the ice, dry it off of course, and then just be easy with it. If you have like a tennis ball or anything like that, then once it starts feeling better, then you can grab a tennis ball and start doing light squeezing just to work on the tendons, because sprain is just connective tissue. Outside of that, just baseline, like, pull fingers back, you know, pull hand down type shit. You can tell how bad my range of motion is, by the way. I can't turn my hand all the way over. Like, my palm only goes to there. I can't go completely flat with it because of my wrists. I have such bad range of motion on that one. But took me a minute to get let go Judgment. Oh, dude, Judgment's so good, though, isn't it? I feel like there may be some balance coming tomorrow. Oh, those titanium wrists, they're holding up so far. Fuck, I ain't got no complaints. I feel like I had to sacrifice a little of, like, the nimbility for the reinforcement of things, but, like, shit. All things considered, I think we're pretty much vibing, so I'm happy with it. There's balance for tomorrow confirmed. Balance and quality of life is what I've gathered, yeah. So, at least Rogue buff's confirmed. Yeah, I think Rogue's gonna shred after tomorrow, I'm not gonna lie. I'm playing the best golf of my life, but pretty sure this stuff means it's all over. Just cheat. So, hear me out. Do you want the fastest way to heal your wrist? Because, like, I'm sure there's some HGH or, like, a test cycle that you can get into for a few days that will accelerate healing. Maybe there's, like, a stem cell treatment somewhere or some bullshit where you gotta, like, sacrifice a baby. But I'm sure there's something you can do faster to recover than icing and putting compression on it and then squeezing a tennis ball. Honestly, early on, fuck the tennis ball. Put a towel flat on a countertop, and your goal is to basically, like, crinkle the entire towel up into your hand by just, like, going like this with your fingers, basically. Because that's gonna work a lot of the shit in your hand and your wrist. That'll probably be better for getting you on a baseline, but anyone selling you stem cells for that is a scammer. Those stem cells do everything, right? I'm pretty sure stem cells are just like the duct tape of, like, human reinforcement, no? I might be tripping on that. But, like, stem cells are basically less ethically sourced GLP-1s, where everybody's basically on a GLP-1 for something. Got 2 level 20 builds, Warrior and Priest, having second thoughts of loving another class. Too much farming. Spark Dust and Spark Crystals are a bitch. Yeah, I feel that, brother. I feel that. That is one thing that I really hope and have been advocating for, to the point where people have, like, yelled at me in chat over it, which is really weird. But basically, I have been talking about how the Spark Shards and Spark Crystals as a bottleneck are likely a heavy contributor to why population is starting to, like, you know, go down. Obviously, the content cycle and other, you know, other factors do actually weigh in on this too. But when you're looking at it just from a standard point of people reaching a point of completion, so to say, they will reach their point of completion a lot quicker if something baseline like being able to upgrade weapons and explore other builds, not even legendaries, but just like blues on a baseline and upgrading to level 3 with the Spark Shards, if that's not possible without making alts, average players are not going to want to do that. I stream full time and I don't even want to do that shit. I'd rather sit here and hit bosses and wait for them to fix the quality of life side of it. So I really am hoping that there's you know, a certain element of haste with some of the bottlenecks that we're currently experiencing. I will say there are not a lot of bottlenecks that exist within the current progression, and I do think they've done a very solid job so far of addressing community pain points, especially putting in frequent patches for it. I've actually been really impressed with them as a developer, so I'm hoping that they can continue to power through, and if tomorrow's patch is truly a good patch, then I think they could start to get some of that player base back. But it may honestly be at this point waiting on the contingency of another content patch more than anything else. Because right now, again, people are just kind of reaching their point of completion with it. A lot of people have, you know, found the gear they need to find. They've got their weapons. They've got all of the ephemeral hearts they could ever need taken care of. A little bit different. A little bit different once people complete stuff. So, better than trying to farm legendary yew trees. Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, but when normal people are forced to make a shitload of alts and they can't progress on their main, it inherently becomes less of a fun grind. They never taught me ethics in my molecular biology course, but they did teach me the limits of what we're capable of. Bro, you just gotta believe. You literally just have to believe. And also pay somebody a bunch of money and then you're healed in a day. Like, what do you think LeBron does at this point in time? LeBron is like 72, but his body's effectively like a Frankenstein's monster of stem cells and hyperbaric chamber sleeps that have led to him effectively being 22. It's fucking impressive. He has actually like reverse time. And I have no idea how, but I'm interested. Because I'll be feeling like shit. We can say we're not gonna say I'm wrong, but it's so far from us that it's effectively correct. I mean, technically we can. We just, like, die. And then technically we stop aging. Not to take, like, the logical route to things. Oh, effectively wrong. Oh. Well, I was gonna say, like, we could just die. Yo, boys, what up, brother? Hope things are good with you. What are we playing? Things have been great, brother. Things have been great. We've been on a little bit of a journey throughout the MMO testing world right now. So I have, in recent time, since I stopped playing WoW, I tested Scars of Honor, which was having an early, like, technical alpha. I tested FAREVER, which is what we're currently on right now. And we just finished up with a weekend test of a pixel MMO called Dracantos, which is planning for a launch later this year, which is actually really fucking fun. So right now we're back on FAREVER. FAREVER is, as of right now, not really an MMO, nor will it ever be a true MMO. It's more of a multiplayer exploration game, so to say. There are boss fights, shit like that. There will be guilds, there will be some PvP systems. But it is most definitely meant to be like a multiplayer exploration. So, but a game that's good, let me know because I need a game. I mean, I'll be checking stuff out as it comes out. I think Dracantos is, as of right now, at the top of my list of things that I'm excited for. But the MMO world does have a lot. I mean, there's a Monsters and Memories playtest, which is a super old school MMO that is happening on Friday. PoE 2 is having another one on Friday as well. PoE 2 is dropping a league and a huge update. So, let's look at the game. Just did Forever Blood, all blues. Oh god, wait, yikes. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. You just must believe in the heart of the cards. You must believe in the heart of the cards. You need to level up your arsenal weapon. Leveling up to at least 3 helps a lot. So you do get the bonus active with your basic attacks have a 7% chance to attack twice. Jesus Christ. If you do have an upgrade to level 3, you don't necessarily need to throw it up to 5. But upgrading it to 3 is at least very useful. My cards are broken. You just don't believe in them enough. You must believe. Watch. Chat. We all believe that this is the legendary run, and I will get a legendary this run. Very simple. We all just have to believe. The game knows when we believe and when we do not believe. And as of right now, brother, I believe. Because I haven't found a Lego from Crab in like 2 days. Alzheimer's a hell of a time. So if I have bad memory when I'm young, I'm forgetful. If I have bad memory when I'm old, it's all of a sudden just Alzheimer's. It's kind of cooked that people be throwing out those accusations and shit. Yo, Sin, what up? You not check AQW Infinity. I did not. I did not. I may have fucked up earlier. I may have fucked up. You don't know what you're missing sooner. I mean, listen. Would it really be the worst thing to have no idea what the fuck's going on? That's how I live my life on a daily basis. It's a cruel disease. Truly is. Truly is. And sometimes I look at interacting with some of the hooligans in chat as a cruel punishment that I wish there was a cure for. Oops. Chat, this was not the legendary run. Not gonna happen. Yo, what about chat? How to go from like AOC to the Scarbo? I mean, depending on who you ask, everything's Scarbo. Shit, depending on who you ask and where they come from, Ashes was the Garbo all along. It's all just personal preference, brother. I'm kind of, I'm checking out a lot of different, like, products right now. Seeing what I have fun with, seeing what I don't. And honestly, this is far from, like, you know, the ultimate peak of games for me. But it is something cozy to just go farm up on for a while. It's got a roadmap that'll bring in some more repeatable content for me, including some PvP. But even still, I don't necessarily know that it's got that, you know, that stick of, you know, what I really had with Ashes, if I'm being honest. But I think you're looking forward to coming out soon. I did playtest, I've been talking about it a lot, but I playtested a pixel MMO called Dracantos. And it's a pixel MMO with kind of like a top-down camera. So it's got WASD movement and everything. And I had a lot of fun with Dracantos. The PvP was actually really enjoyable. It was a weekend PvP test only, though, and that was my first playtest with it. So I didn't get a lot of time to really dive deep into the PvE side of it, or see all of what was, you know, built up, so to say, right? So for me, I hope that their release goes smooth. I believe they're planning a full 1.0 release by the end of this year. So I'm really excited for Dracantos towards the top of my list. They seem to have something good going, so. Heard they're increasing level cap for FAREVER on the stream you hosted recently. Yeah, they will be increasing eventually. It's in the roadmap to bring it up to 50 over the course of early access. It's just a matter of, like, when do they actually decide to go up to, like, 30 incrementally and then 40 and then 50. I want you to stream something else. You don't even have a gifted sub badge. What the hell, Leonte? First time chatter. What is your voting power, my good man? What is your voting power? You must bring weight. Watching without audio. That could just be a badge. Some people can just, they just like pick their badge. This guy here, I mean, he's entitled to his opinion. That's perfectly okay. But 300 pounds. I have a lot of weight in. Okay. You don't need to be mean to yourself. You are beautiful and loved here. Beautiful and loved, Granger. Golly. No, I mean, listen. I'm not gonna sit here and say that FAREVER is like my ideal game for the rest of eternity. But it is nice to kind of have on screen almost akin to like a Subway Surfers type vibe where there's just something to do throughout the day. I did have a lot of fun actually having PvP in some of the playtests that we did. And when FAREVER does get PvP, I think the content will be a lot more enjoyable, so to say. That was a game shutdown? Okay, well, let's chill out, big dog. Let's chill out. Why do you hate FAREVER so much? Try Albion? Nah, I mean, Albion just doesn't appeal to me, if I'm being completely honest. Like, you have to understand, games don't really get to the point where it's too hardcore for somebody that doesn't have a job and literally has 24 hours a day to play and an incredibly large community to play with. Like, that's not really the concern whatsoever. I've had 100-hour stream weeks before where I've just been here for 100 hours in a singular week. That's really not the concern, you know what I mean? It's more so that Albion doesn't really apply to me in terms of its, you know, immediate appeal. The MOBA-y aspect of it, right? If I wanted to go crazy on something that was MOBA-y and not at the very least like WASD movement, then I would probably just go play Dota or something like that, right? I look at Albion and it looks cool for those that are interested in it. But I was also talking about this pretty frequently throughout the stream. When Hey yo, godly. Thank you for the 100 biddies, dog. Just got legendary. I'm on RAM. Oh my god. Get that bad boy up to 3 stars and then chill out. Fuck the alt grind until the patch tomorrow. Don't do it. Don't do it. But the thing with like Albion and other games for me that have existed for quite some time at this point, when I hop into them, it's hard to get my, my mind off of how can I get to the end game as quickly as possible. How can I expedite the process to get into the content that people would want to see instead of just, enjoying the game, grinding my way through, learning about it, showing off the systems. I almost attack it from just, one side very quickly. And I think that's almost like somewhat detrimental to a certain extent. So it's, I don't know, it's unfortunate. I do wish that games that have existed appealed to me more. I wish it was more of like a, yeah, I'd love to hop in and take a year parsing out this content with no worries of being entertaining or anything else in the meantime. But I really like things that I can be understanding the content as it's coming out without necessarily having to put in the 3 years of catch-up to get to this point. Yikes, yeah, first time chatter probably doesn't have the monkey bucks. Nin, take him through his rebuttal options. We've got war declared. GG, well played, boys. So, I don't know, man. I really wish that there were more new MMO titles that were promising. I think another year or so down the road, we're going to be looking at a much different state of affairs. I think a lot of these smaller titles will have launched in a 1.0 state by then. I think the Riot MMO will probably have some pretty tangible updates by then in terms of like what they're actually looking at. Come play Tibia. Tibia like really old school, right? But again, Tibia has a ton of fucking knowledge to it. Like a ton of, and not necessarily knowledge in terms of a meta. I don't really know too much about that side. But it's existed for so long. I don't know, the prospect of having to cook for many hours just to understand a baseline of things and try to get caught up to people on a 1.0 and then constantly have them like, post 1.0 and then constantly have them also expanding the app. I don't know. It felt bad with WoW. I felt like I couldn't play WoW because I was so focused on getting into the end game because I was so focused on hitting Mythic rating, because I was so focused on getting into the higher Mythic Plus dungeons. I kind of, you know, I talked myself out of actually exploring. And I tried to a little bit, but by the time I had started it, there wasn't really a whole lot of incentivization left, and there weren't really a whole lot of people in the open world because there was no reason to be in the open world at that point. It was kind of sad. Kind of sad. But all things considered, still did have some fun over there. I played a decent amount of WoW, all things considered, before I ended up putting it on the shelf. But I just don't necessarily know that I'm supposed to, you know, be the one hopping into the completed live service titles that have tens of years of experience and trying to parse all that out, catch up and learn. Do hardcore because it won't go to the end game that quickly. Like, see, that's the thing though. That would make me not enjoy it. That's why I don't want to play like Final Fantasy 14 or anything like that. Like, it's a lot of work before you actually get into the fun. It's a lot of hoopla and hullabaloo before I get into the content that I would want to do, which kind of like is the end game. But when the end game doesn't hit for me, then I can find myself burning out, right? So even with this, I had legendary weapons. No, I had epic weapons before I finished exploring the world. I have legendary weapons now, and even with that and taking my time to the end game, I did all of my gear solo self-found and shit. Like, I didn't take anything. So for me, I took my time getting to end game, and even now I'm like, okay, well, I'm at the end game. If there was repeatable content, we'd be up tremendous. But right now, there's not like a ton of repeatable content. 14's great if you want a story-driven solo MMO. Agreed. And I think I would personally lose my marbles over the course of the story forming up. I think I would be in like chapter 1, and I'd be like, all right, chat, when can I hit people? Chaz, thank you for following myself. I'd be very early on in the story, and I'd just be kind of like tweaking out. Raids and dungeons are fun too. Is there PvP in 14? Story is the main reason at 14 again. Is there PvP? And is it good? You ever played PoE 2, Hoofsy? What are your thoughts on a good old ARPG? I was thinking about inquiring about a private server, like a private league for PoE 2 that people could come into, and we could just basically like trade and play within that league. But yo, Cap, what up, dog? Any news on FAREVER patch / PvP? There is a FAREVER patch that is coming in tomorrow. However, that's going to be quality of life and rogue balance from what we've heard so far. So it's not looking like any, you know, PvP or content updates at any point in time, right? Meow. However, we can't say for sure what the timetable on that is, if I'm being honest. So from what they've said, tomorrow we should expect a quality of life patch, but I played some League. Yeah, it's okay. I have to walk into the bedroom and see Carla playing League every time I take a break from stream. I'm used to it. One of my stories are always good. Didn't like playing games, like sitting there watching my buddy play while I still didn't enjoy the story. See, what I kind of enjoyed about Dracantos was that it gave me the aesthetic that I enjoy with the Final Fantasy, like the older Final Fantasy type titles, while giving me the stimulation that I enjoy from a modern design title. Really cool. Staring at my Steam library, clueless. Give me some direction. How's PoE sound? I know, I feel like everybody's kind of hitting the wall with FAREVER at the same time. I'm not gonna lie. I think many people are at the point where they're just like, alright, I've done what I need to do. I'm doing the hard mode content. I've leveled. The wall has been hit. Yep. Never played it, but I would. I feel like it could be really fun to check out PoE and do solo self-found and kind of like learn game together type vibe. I feel like that could... I just got one, but saw Cannon playing it, Lily. Yeah, Cannon was diving pretty deep into it. I played PoE 1 for quite some time. I grew up playing ARPGs. I also played PoE 2 when it had first come out. So like, I'm not like a stranger to it necessarily, but I also haven't played in so long that I effectively remember nothing and know nothing. So I've thought about doing a solo self-found run where I make a character, I don't trade at all, it's entirely farmed by me independently, and I kind of like figure everything out and dive into it while we wait for other games. I just almost worry that that shit would kill viewership like crazy. Like crazy. But you never really know. You never really know. We would definitely... I don't know. It'd be something that could either be really good or really bad. We'd have to chip out clips like crazy. So like Selva and Nin would be working overtime, like 5 clips a day type shit the first few days of it. But I mean, we could do it. Because that's going to be on Friday. Friday also has Monsters and Memories. And Monsters and Memories is very, 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 very retro MMO, very old school, very... classic feeling. And I'm like, intrigued, but is that a playtest? Yeah, I believe it's another playtest for them. I don't think it's their full launch, so... Have you played any M&M? I've not, but I've watched some content creator friends play, and I've kind of like read a little bit. Don't know the most about all of the systems, but more so a consuming content on the baseline feel. So I don't know, you know, the depths of it, so to say. And I'm not inherently opposed to checking it out or anything. I'm also in kind of one of those like, what do we check out here, right? Because I could PoE 2, because PoE's fun. I could Monsters and Memories to give feedback to another MMO that's upcoming. I could continue on Forever and hope that the player base doesn't continue to drop like absolute crazy. But I feel like Forever is really pending the update tomorrow. Could I just play Trackmania into Rocket League? Yo, on God. You might not be... Motherfucker. You might not be wrong, because Rocket League's gonna be on, like, fucking Unreal Engine 12 now, right? So that shit's basically gonna be able to, like, face scan my Honda Civic into the game. Which is kind of crazy. Imagine if they came up with a system where you could enter the VIN of your vehicle and then it would scan your vehicle, like, into Rocket League off of the VIN. That'd kind of be fire. You ever really just open up new areas to explore tomorrow? I'd be fine with that. I don't think we're getting that tomorrow, though. Like, tomorrow is, from what they've gathered, from what they've said, quality of life and rogue fixes. And is very unlikely to be any, like, additive content, which is unfortunate. I think that content update is probably... I've been saying it's going to come in, like, July. If it's that long, then I feel like they might be 1,000 players by then. But, as Hosty said, Forever's becoming return next update. That's actually what I was telling Carla today. So, one thing that I've become better at over time is identifying when the hype around games is starting to kind of, like, trickle out. Obviously, I've played multiple titles at this point that have had the hype trickle out. You made it into Dracanto's video? I know, I made it into the Dracanto's video, right? It was freaking sick. It wasn't even one of my good plays, though. I was sad. I need to have Selv and gang put together, like, crazy Dracantos tages so we can post those bad boys. Because really, like, there were some good ones. Literally put together a pitch to GM to start marketing a new vehicle by partnering with Rocket League. They scoffed 2 years later. Deadlock. Mo and Krill. It calls. No and Krill. No and Krill. I literally... Oh shit! I literally saw a tier list of heroes that I respect the most. And Mo and Krill was F tier, lowest respect. FAREVER is just an early access with very limited content, since it would just be within the leveling phase. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's important to keep that in mind as well. Now, part of the content wall that people are hitting, however, is not even necessarily the fact that it's an early access, but people are hitting a spot where they physically can't upgrade weapons on characters without creating alts. Not even just to legendaries, but if you've upgraded a certain number of weapons, you run out of the shards, which are the blue crystals, the blue spark materials used for upgrading. Those are finite from first time kills on mobs that only drop first time loot, the world bosses that are out and about, as well as world events. So you can only get those from a finite number of things, and that's just the blue material to upgrade to tier 2 and tier 3. So even though it's a leveling experience right now, there are still some things that are kind of exacerbating the wall and making it a little bit quicker, because people physically can't upgrade weapons without making a lot of alts. So if somebody upgraded weapons to even 3-star while they were leveling, they will eventually run out of those materials, and then they just won't be able to upgrade weapons anymore, like I said, at all, and they'll just be like, oh shit. Assuming it's not just limited due to level 20, long term it's toxic. So with the structure of it right now, the way that it's described, right? The crystals, which are the purples, that are used exclusively for tier 4 and tier 5, are gonna come from heroic dungeons. There's one that currently comes from a quest, and they could always just make that quest repeatable, as you need to farm up materials to turn that in anyways. You need to farm up ephemeral hearts 10 to 1. So basically, they could make that quest repeatable for the time being to give access to the crystals. But even then, the crystals aren't even the largest worry in a continuity standpoint, because a lesser percentage of your people are going to, reach that point. I think the larger issue is the blue shards not allowing people to even reach tier 3 on their weapons consistently, because you've, explored and leveled other things in an exploration-based game. Which level 20, level 50, level 40, level 100, it's still gonna feel bad if people can't fully upgrade things, let alone upgrade things to even a usable baseline to actually get themselves a bonus. So, I hope that those things are addressed in the patches. I will say, the developers have been phenomenal about pushing content out so far. They have dropped multiple very good bug fixes. I've been quite impressed, especially for a smaller dev team, the rate at which they're dropping updates. But there are definitely things that I think at this point are speeding up the rate at which players are hitting the wall of completion. And then when players hit the wall of completion, you start to lose players instead of retaining players to, other characters, other forms of content, whatever it may be. That's when they start playing other things, and when you start playing other things, you're more likely to not come back to where you were before. So, one thing that Chris Wilson from Grinding Your Game said in an interview that really stuck with me one time was, anytime you are giving people, anytime people are hitting a point of exit, right? A point of completion, whether they have done everything that's available, whether they're just no longer having fun and they choose to leave, whether they just want a temporary change of scenery. It is imperative that you give every single person that leaves an immediate expectation of when they can come back for more and what they can come back to. And I've applied that mentality to my stream, where people know every single day they can come back here. And I might be a little late depending on the day, but I will be here in the afternoon just grinding out content and vibing. And everybody, when they leave, always knows that I will be back unless something drastically goes wrong and I'm not able to stream. I shall return. I shall. So, all in all, I just feel like right now, the people that are exiting and the people that have already exited may not have the best indicator on what's happening. You're like 5 hours late a couple days ago. Yeah, but that was like Margarita Day, I think, right? That was when I got lunch with my aunt and uncle. I think that might have been that day, which I claim innocence, if I'm being honest. That was them. They fed me turbo margaritas like absolute mad. I am an innocent man. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I defend myself with honor and valor. But yeah, I think that was Margarita Day. Which I don't remember much of. But Margarita Day was a good day. I will absolutely say. But yeah, I think right now, again, there is absolutely an expected point of completion. But the roadmap is just kind of, you know, it's a great roadmap. I like a lot of the points that are on here, but it's also a matter of like, okay, when are we expecting these? You know what I mean? Feels like it may be forgotten in people's brains as new stuff comes out. Bingo. Bingo. If you're yelling about a new product, but everybody's already got another product to consume, are they going to hear you yelling at all? And what I've said was when I first came in, I said I think they might have lightning in a bottle here. It's just capitalizing on that and keeping the momentum going. And they kind of ran into like the week 1 server curse that so many multiplayer games do, which I think effectively set them back roughly, you know, a week in terms of getting quality of life fixes in, because it was probably all hands on deck, because they're a smaller dev team, to try to get the servers fixed, which the servers are fortunately fixed and have been now for a couple of weeks. Amazing. The server stability is not the issue at this point in time. But the server stability week 1 limited the potential for more players to hop in, play consistently, and it also created negative sentiment very, very, very early on. Like, very early on. To the point where even today, people have come in and they're like, Dusty, are the servers still cooked or are the servers playable now? And I'm like, brother, the servers have been playable for like 2 weeks now. What the fuck you mean? And they're like, oh, I just see a lot of Steam reviews that say the servers are really bad. That first week threw a big wrench in, I think, the progression of the game. And it was about recovering after that, which I think being a week behind schedule is less than ideal, because by theory, right, if the servers were stable week 1 and we just put them 1 week ahead of schedule as a result, this patch would have dropped last week. Next week's patch would have dropped this week, and next week's patch could have very well been the start of a content deployment. But I'm gonna buy some leaps on Nokia. What the fuck does that mean? Are you buying options expecting it to go up? I don't even look at Steam reviews. I just log in and find out. See, that's how I do it. But apparently I'm old-fashioned because of that. I don't really understand why that's not popular anymore. But I like to figure it out for myself, if I'm being completely real. I like to understand what, you know, I want to understand about it. Long-term equity anticipation securities. So that means you think go up over a long time because 6G win? Yeah. I'm getting good at this. I can teach a class. Limits my risk. So what's that comparatively to just like options? Or is that an option? Jalapeno sausage, brisket, ribs, and macaroni and cheese. Dinner is served. Do you have a smoker? Like a big ol' smoker? Maybe. I would like to thoroughly say fuck you. And I hope you enjoy your dinner. Sounds absolutely phenomenal. Sounds great. We got a garlic chili oil. So, actually, it's technically garlic chili sauce. And then we have spicy chili oil as well. So, I'm going to make us some ramen tonight with the garlic chili sauce. chicken, peppers, and then some chili oil and a cucumber salad with some spicy, crunchy chili oil on top. Shall be delicious. To top it off, I made peach cobbler. I hope you actually stub your toe on a door frame. Something tells me you're southern as shit. That sounds like you're in goddamn Mississippi cooking for the family. And it sounds fucking delicious. I bet you use like a bunch of brown sugar. Texas? Oh, dude, fuck me. I don't think I have any reason to like ever go to Texas. Maybe like to watch a Starship launch one time. Pupsy! Pupsy, if I meet you at a park and ride, do you wanna Tesla down to Texas one time and we can IRL stream the journey and then go watch a Starship launch type shit? Because I feel like it'd be cheaper to take the Tesla than the Civic. Also, the air conditioning isn't working in the Civic right now. So I gotta buy like an air conditioner recharge soon, because I called the shop today and they were like, well, they're running the diagnostic, you'd have to pay for the labor cost. And I was like, how much would that be? And they're like, $280. So I'm not trying to do that. And they're like, if the diagnostic shows that something serious is wrong, then we could go, you know, into the warranty type beat where everything would be covered. But they have to run the diagnostic first to make sure it's covered, so. It's an option that's over a year long. Each option contract is for 100 shares. I respect it. My dog going in. Eat some brisket while you watch launch. Yo, that does not sound bad to me at all. See, I would eat barbecued meats every single day, like some good old smoked meats, just, you know, wiggle and jiggle briskets, sausage, all of that. I would gobble that shit up. But I don't have a smoker. And I think if I tried to smoke meat overnight, like some homeless guy would run up and just take the meat off the smoker, so I'd have severe anxiety around leaving it out overnight. And outside of that, if I want to go out to get barbecue at any like barbecue restaurant costs like $1.5 zillion. Like SpaceX's IPO is half the value of any local barbecue joint. I swear to God, I don't understand what it is, but they have to pull in $17 trillion a day at the prices that they have. They make an air mattress to turn the Y into a camper. Do you have the Y now? Interesting. I do. Noted. Also, I had a crazy thought. Since my Civic's paid off, I was thinking once the time comes where my Civic's no longer under warranty, Carla and I go halfsies to just buy a Tesla outright, and then we keep the Civic, have a Tesla, and then we go to a 2-car, and then we have like both options. My other thought was that once the Civic ends up like not being under warranty anymore, then I just sell that one and then roll it into a new Civic and then pay off the rest of the new Civic and then just have a new Civic under warranty as well, so I don't have to worry about it. Because my warranty has already saved me multiple thousands of dollars. So I'm kind of thinking that I cook that side of things up. I'm not gonna lie. Do we have a guild for this? There are no guilds in FAREVER yet, but the guild Discord is all set up, so why not use Dom Shield? I prefer Crab Shield on Priest. Crab Shield does a shitload of damage comparatively. Dom Shield scales entirely off of armor. Crab Shield brings damage, brings healing, and if it's any instance where you're blocking on a boss, you have the blow up very frequently. Very frequently. So, yeah, I would, I personally just prefer Crab Shield. I think it's a lot more consistent. Dom is more or less just, I do big number, ha ha ho ho, blast. And I think Crab Shield provides more like overall value, if I'm being real. Leon, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I appreciate you. What armor are you using? I faith masks. Basically, anything that provides pure faith, I roll pure faith. And then outside of that, there are 2 pieces that can't right now. So I'm pretty like, unfortunately large. Run ram, crab shield, and thorn lace. Yeah. That's a lot of heals. A lot of heals. Try to fuck on this crab. Brother, like Mr. Krabs if Bikini Bottom went vegan. Fucking awful. Awful. Like, I have been at this crab for a couple of days. At this point in time. All I desire is legendary Claudius. And I am not being granted that. And it is truly tragic to witness. Is the sword just better than toothpick for damage? Personally, again, it's one of those, like, damage, yes, but also the overall utility from sword, I think, adds up in a very meaningful way. The big thing about toothpick is that you are able to just infinitely build shield. So with toothpick, when you're at max stats, 30% of the damage that you do from all of your crits builds into your shield, right? Immensely massive in terms of your shield scaling. With Bee Fury, we'll start with Swarmlord. Anytime you use a weapon skill, you put up a shield around yourself for 10 seconds. It refreshes constantly up. 10% armor, ticks for damage every 2 seconds, does damage on the tick and heals you for equal amount, and then also has a chance to poison targets over 6 seconds, dealing another 10 DPS or so, and that scales off of off of Faith. And then with Hive Sunder, this is our little like AoE sweep. It strips 40% of enemy magic res and transfers it to you. So we get 40% base magic res, and we have more health regen on the side of Bee Fury. The toothpick side is, in my opinion, less damage and more shielding. This is more like less dependence on the shield, more dependence on like health bouncing up and down, but also for big combos, you have a lot more damage. Because again, part of the reason I go Crab Shield too, Crab Shield's magic damage. And then if we're looking at Dominion is fizz damage on its proc. So I'm able to strip 40% of their magic res and then just drop a big combo with all of my Blessing, my Ram Veil, my Depth Shields, my blocks, my Judgments, my Radiant Verdicts. Everything that I drop is magic except for my basic attack. But even my basic attack does, you know, nearby enemies as magic damage, gets magic damage modifiers on it as well, so even that delivers magic damage. So it's quite solid in terms of the complement. I have legendary Claudius I'll probably never use. I appreciate you. I just have to farm it myself or I will lose my mind because I'll have nothing to do. I've told chat that from the start. Like, so many people, Smappy, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So many people have offered to hook me up and just be incredibly generous. And I'm like, brother, I wish I could take the streamer loop, but it would devalue my gameplay loop so fucking quickly and leave me with effectively nothing to do whatsoever. So, that's part of why I do solo self-found if I did the PoE League on Friday. Chat, what are your guys' thoughts on PoE League on Friday? Question mark. However, legendaries have yet to have one drop. Roughly 1% in most instances. And then it's not a guarantee that you're gonna get the legendary that you actually want, you know what I mean? But yeah, right around 1%. And then there are also chances for mounts from a lot of bosses too. So I've been smacking the shit out of the crab. I'm trying to get legendary Claudius. And also maybe some mounts along the... Oh! Strength and Faith or Instant Faith? Faith! Faith. If you do have to split strength personally, if you're running this setup, so easiest way to tell is you can always just hover over your abilities and you can see what the splits are from, but there's also a little bit of cheat code. So if you're running warrior and priest weapons like we are here, that's going to be a strength faith split. So basically everything here, you'll just want to scale up strength and faith on every single slot that you can. So I have strength faith, that's fervor on my boots. I have faith on my hands, and then I have a fervor necklace and 2 crit rings. And then for my trinket, I use Stone of Righteousness, which is the level 6 crafted trinket, because that brings in 10 faith for 10 seconds. The only thing about this trinket that's even slightly bad is that it can't refresh itself while it's currently up. It procs for 10 seconds, falls off, has to renew, but the proc rate is effectively just like 100%. So are legendaries just more stats? Yeah, more or less. So it's more stats, and then it's also like an upgrade to the perk that you get on the item itself. But the, you know, the upgrade perk that you see under my enchant, that's just from getting the item up to 3 stars. So if you upgrade the item at one of the towns, just be cautious of upgrading too many things, because those blue shards that you get are finite. If you run out of those right now, unless they fix it with the patch tomorrow, you have to make an alt to farm those bad boys up. There is a patch tomorrow, so fingers crossed that they kind of fix some of those bottlenecks, but there have been a couple of issues along the way with it. So just be cautious with those blue shards. You get more from exploring the world, so just completing world objectives, stuff like that. But once those are done, you can almost like lock yourself out. I ran into that and had to trade some stuff to people for it. So Victor, what up, brother? Should get it from destroying weapons. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be a nice little addition to it, if I'm being honest. Wouldn't be the worst scenario whatsoever if we got these for destroying weapons and just, you know, the rarity itself scaling into that. I'd be cool with that. Not for PoE, just might need some help, but I don't know anything about it. See, that's the beauty of PoE. I know a baseline, but I don't know a ton at all. It would truly be like a first time experience for me. Not necessarily like first time, because I played ARPGs, I played PoE 1 in the past, I did play PoE 2's launch, but I would be going back without a lot of familiarity or knowledge. But we do have some people. I mean, my older brother has played more PoE than I've played of many fucking games. Like, that man goes crazy on PoE. We went to the family cookout on Monday, and he was like, "So you're gonna be playing PoE 2 on Friday? You don't play PoE 2?" I mean, I'm thinking about it. I played PoE in the past. It didn't do really well for stream when I did it in the past, but part of me has been thinking about a solo self-found and seeing how far I can get on a solo self-found with my first build that I concoct, which is naturally going to be a summoner. And I kind of want to like homebrew and see what's up. So fuck the stream, have fun with the games. Brother, I have bills. Like, I wish it was that simple. Fuck your bills. Fair. Just tell that to Galaxy when he comes in. I'm not paying rent next month because we might be checking out some new shit. But no, I do agree. It's very important to have fun with it. I do just have that little nagging voice in the back of my head. Hey now. I do have that little nagging voice in the back of my head that's like, don't let stream go into a bad spot. Like, don't ruin the momentum that you have. I've fought so hard to try to stay out of the whole like post-Ashes ditch after avoiding the New World ditch. So I'm trying to not go down that route where I like, you know, I really throw away something solid. But I will say, the prospect of a solo self-found on PoE does sound pretty fucking fun. And I think learning and cooking a build as I go would be quite enjoyable. Because there are always ways to respec. But I don't know, there's a certain allure to it. The last time I played PoE, I found a headhunter. The clip went crazy. And then I like stopped streaming PoE directly after that. But PoE is also one of those where like, when you really get into it, there is just so much knowledge and so much depth and so much like everything in PoE that's really like, it's complicated, man. It's complicated. Even with the, you know, the deep blow of PoE 2, it's still really fucking intimidating to hop into. It's a deep game, complicated game, really tough. But, you know, we'll see. There's a big patch hopefully coming in for FAREVER tomorrow. And that could very well fix a lot of the continuity gaps that we're having over here. But I do also feel like FAREVER is going to go into a waiting point soon, where everybody, regardless of quality of life, is going to be like, okay, it's definitely an early access, but people are going to want some more to do. Forever will be here forever. Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. And I do think the community is very consistent at this point in time, to the point that, you know, I don't necessarily have to worry about completely cooking stream. I say before I completely cook stream. I would just love it if there were more MMOs that weren't like 20-year-old titles, man. There are MMOs that are old enough for Leonardo DiCaprio to no longer want to date, that people are playing and are trying to suggest me going over to. Or pay to win. Or pay to win. Yo, what a potty mouth. This game rocks. I have a lot of fun with it. I do have a lot of fun with it. I'm very anxiously awaiting more content to come out, because as of right now, a lot of people are definitely reaching a point of completion with the content that exists, but it's in early access. It's going to happen. It'll go through a content cycle. So we're kind of talking about what potential next steps would be, where we could bounce to for a little bit. We'll wait for some content pending tomorrow's big update. And who knows, tomorrow's update could really knock our fucking socks off. And I'm like, I'm not fucking leaving. But they do still have quality of life to bring in. They do still have bug fixes. They do still have more content as well. So if they had content consistently, they definitely have something here. I agree, actually. I agree. Definitely the way that I would describe it. I just worry inherently for any game, because today's player base of video games moves so fast from one thing to another, and you really typically have 2 weeks to capture the attention of people before they start to look off into something else. And I think you can directly see that with the player fall off weekend 2 to weekend 3 that they ran into with FAREVER. And that 2 week hype cycle is kind of hard to capitalize on for a lot of games. But I do think, again, they have something that's very cozy, and all it takes is the right wave to kind of pick it up. If there are a few large content creators that come in and they spread the word about it, and then their viewers spread the word to their friends, and everybody just starts spreading the word, it could very easily pop in. There are a lot of sponsorships as well, or sneak peeks. Wait, with what? Here's the issue with that. Gamers gets well somewhere along the line, myself included. We all want a little of everything from each game, and one making one thing turn us off. I talked about that earlier in stream. As our checklist continues to grow more and more extensive with things that we... Oh, player pop increasing? Oh. Yeah, and just natural content cycle, you know what I mean? Yeah, as they drop an update, as content creators come in, naturally, if they were tomorrow like, hey, we just brought in level 30, players would come back. That's just natural. It's not a death spiral for the game or anything like that. But I was mentioning earlier, like week 1, they had really bad server issues that effectively set them back a full week. If the server issues weren't there, then they could have started on quality of life. And I always talk about, from a consumer standpoint, I'm not a developer, nor do I pretend to be, but I see content deployments in 2 types. Preventative content, progressive content. Preventative content is fixing things that shouldn't be broken in the first place. Progressive content is bringing in new content because nothing's fucking broken. They're shifting from preventative to progressive because they are tidying up bugs quite quickly. Only problem is, does the shift take too long? It's sometimes a drag race with games. Jazz! What up, Mike? A full day of FAREVER? What'd you get up to today? What did you grind out? Tell me about the grind. I must know. I must know. But it's almost like a drag race to get off the line, and if you miss your shift and somebody just right by you, then that's going to be a little bit of an issue. So that first week was really a parachute for them that slowed them down, created a lot of drag. And now they've got to power through that, and they've got to try to convince players like, hey, we're still here and we're still worth checking out, even with all of these other titles coming out, the Subnauticas, the new PoE League, the other MMO playtests that were around. With everything else existing, the new No Man's Sky update, 007, there's a lot of competition in gaming that can pull a lot of people. And I do think they have something amazing here. But to become a successful game, it's almost like becoming a successful streamer nowadays. You have to be incredibly talented and have something that people would want to stay and watch in the first place. but you also have to be incredibly lucky to have the right product in the right place at the right time to truly blow up. And for games to be considered successful in today's day and age, a lot of the time, thankfully, this is an indie versus a AAA. So it's not as dependent on them having a million concurrent players. But I definitely think that it is beneficial for them to try to capitalize on the hype that they've got while they have it. Have an added layer of like community for games to stay around. Yeah, and community here isn't really going to be the forefront, which is a big thing. I mean, there is the potential for community to be a thing here, but this is also community light. You know what I mean? Even when they had guilds, the guilds here are going to be no different than us having a guild in Path of Exile, which we could do on Friday. So, on the comm side, like, I do agree. Community does provide a lot of incentivization for people to stick around. But I also think community can only go so far. So I run back to complete the monster mastery. Also mastering everything. Oh my god. Brother, you're fucking cooking. Jesus Christ. I love that. I love that. Have you found more Legos since yesterday? How the Lady Bee boss do? I hate her. I like hearing that. I like hearing that. Hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta pee real quick. And then we yap about why you hate Lady Bee boss. Because she's fun as fuck. She's fun as fuck. I like that fight a lot. One sec. Ugh. I'm back. Rogan, I can't heal and she hurts. I do it perfectly because she attacks so often. Limited healing, but it doesn't help. Then my gear is level 9 rare stuff. What level are you? Where'd my music go? What the hell? What the hell? Sorry. I didn't mean to leave you guys so quiet. My apologies. Because you could... I'm 16. Oh, just go to the Crimson 3 farm tomorrow. Start your day out and go here and kill these mobs, and then these mobs. And you can get a full gear set for level 16 It'll bring in more main stats for you, and then you'll also be able to get some jewelry that has secondary stats. Will probably help a lot. Also, side tip, crafting. Consumables are really good. And then I use the crafted level 6 trinket that gives main stat. So you would want to make the dex one. But it has a really high uptime. And it's really strong. So, Pook, what you be up to, my dog? You played PoE, right? I'm trying to gauge, like... I'm not gonna lie, how many people would show up if I played PoE on Friday? I'm like soft polling. I'm like, would you vote for DustyWhy in a path of office? Do you dedicate your life to our Lord and Savior, Dusty's summons? Also, someone said they could see me playing like a druid or a melee class in PoE. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I love playing summons in ARPGs. It's my soft spot. It's like the one area where I am ever okay being a caster. Druid's my shit. They have a lot of quality of life that's come in where you can import builds directly to the game if you do want to follow a build and you don't want to homebrew and run into potential issues. They have really done so much, if I'm being honest. This is supposed to be like the largest patch that they've had. And really, like, it could be exciting. Could be. Goal to get all the mastery up for those mobs. And I'm gonna get my crafting up as I go. I'll do that tomorrow. Nice, yeah. That'll probably help out a lot, if I'm being real. And then outside of that, she do hit hard as hell. I won't lie. That's kind of unfortunate. A lot of people like Cheese Moon for heals, but I don't know anything about PoE 2. You know what's funny? I also don't really know much about PoE 2, other than the fact that it's an ARPG and it's like subsequent to PoE 1. I played it when it first dropped, but that was like a year and a half ago, and I haven't played it at all since then. And this is like a big league launch for it, where they're bringing in a massive update, like massive. So I also don't really know jack shit, if I'm being honest, which is part of why I'm kind of like, okay, well, what if I go in and do a solo self-found like 0 to hero type beat? And I try to do it completely from scratch without any knowledge whatsoever going into it. And I make my own build and I source my own gear and I see exactly what I can get down before I have to switch, right? I think that could be really fun. I think that could be really enjoyable. Only thing is, I'm not quite sure how well it would be received once again. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I really hope the patch over here brings some hype back for people tomorrow. Maybe we get a little glimpse of something yummy to cummy, but Priest Paladin Broken changed my mind. Priest Paladin is really cozy, but Warrior clears exponentially faster, Mage clears exponentially faster. The thing about, like, Priest builds, in my opinion, is that they're just, like, super cozy. They're the Honda Civic of builds where you know they're gonna get you from point A to point B. And you don't really need to find yourself in a bad spot worrying about things, which I think is quite nice. I think they're not going to set records for your kill times. That's going to be like your warriors, your mages, shit like that. Even Rogue has really good kill times, but they're super fragile, right? The thing about Pally is it's ungodly consistent. You're right. Yeah. I appreciate you. Like, that's the biggest thing. Like, when people look at this build, especially those that have seen what top builds are capable of damage-wise, people aren't like, oh my god, Dusty, holy shit, this is the fastest kill time I've ever seen. They're just like, wow, Dusty, this is cozy. What are you running? What are you farming this boss? Is a specific drop? Yes, indeedly. So, I am looking for Claudius, the fist weapons that come from this boss, in Legendary. So, I'm considering making myself a mage alt to mess around on and seeing what happens. You know what happens there if I put together some builds? I'm actually quite literally being bribed to do it. So, I'm trying to get myself Legendary Claudius because that would be my second legendary weapon for the mage. And then I'd just be able to have a really solid, you know, pair of weapons when I do get to level 20 on it to check out some of the content. So that's kind of my immediate goal with it. Outside of that, I can also farm up mounts here. So there is like a blue crab that comes from this guy that is incredibly cute. So I can farm up some of those bad boys to give it away. So, why are you so fast? Meow. 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 What do you mean? Just run. Have you tried pressing your W key? Because I feel like you should just try your W key. I feel like when I press my W key, your Q. Ah! You distracted me, you rat. I deserve that. I deserve that. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You go to bed. But no, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, no, it's my Q. So my Q gives 70% movement speed for 3 seconds. Only thing is, watch the buff bar. When I'm in the range of it, it refreshes the buff constantly. So like total usage, I get far more than 3 seconds of usage out of it. And it also stacks up my sunlight like crazy. So basically I pop that, and then I dash, and dash makes you sprint. So during the Q and the sprint, I just move omega fast. Is nice. Is nice. So, it's fun, again. Now, keep in mind, there are classes that are killing this boss before the first, like, you know, this phase. There are classes that are killing him before he even gets fucking ads out. Which is actually insane. 3 times the damage that I'm doing right off rip. But if they get hit by anything, they're kind of cooked. I can face tank one of these. Like, I can just take that, and I can sprint after, and I can have a massive Gappington, which is an incredibly cozy thing to be able to do, right? So, again, this class is just, it's safe. I insta-heal everything off. If I have coolies ready, I can tank one of the slashes. It left me with 9 HP earlier. So that's doable. But the biggest thing about this class that really helps facilitate it is when I can stay in my sunlight while I'm actually hitting him. Or not my sunlight, my zoomies. If I can stay in that area on the ground while I'm hitting him, it refreshes my sunlight. And my sunlight gets consumed every time I use, you know, the final hit in my weapon combo. And it does damage, heals me, pretty much everything that I could ever need. It's very nice. There are classes? Yes, there are classes, indeedly. Indeedly. But, I'm mostly worried. Now, Mage also does an absolutely insane amount of damage. So does top-end Rogue build. They're just, like, squishier. Mage is really dependent on shields. But there are Mage builds out there that I promise you are clearing just as fast as Warriors are. Insta-phasing Rats are, so he doesn't even get attacks off. Killing Crab before Enrage even goes out, or Fixate goes out in the first place. Like, that shit do be crazy. It's probably like Crescent because I can heal full. Yeah, people fuck with Thornlace very heavy. Thornlace Cheese Moon is kind of a, like a goated sustain build for you. The only weird thing about it is if you're using Thornlace in your secondary, then you run Cheese Moon in your main hand, and there's not really an offhand for Rogue that I've seen yet. So I feel like that's a little Akko Taco until something more, you know, sort of, ah! Bro, I swear to God, the game's trying to set me up for failure. What the fuck was that? What do you mean? They're actually plotting on my goddamn life out here. They want me to just get the hell out. They said PoE 2 can't come soon enough. Holy shit. This is it? This is not it. This was not the legendary, I'm not gonna lie. Is that the actual name or just what you call it? Yeah, it's Cheese Moon. Yeah. So, Pook, this game is filled with just a ton of fucking, like, puns and pop culture-y little references and shit like that. There's a mob called SpongeBob that's a boss. It's a giant mob one, so. Do you do Crimson Transmog runs? I have not been. I am a big anti-alt advocate if I'm being honest. I really hope that they... And a Blob Dylan and Laura Croft. Yeah, Laura Croft, absolutely. I still want Blob Marley to be a blob in the next areas that has like smoke-based attacks and is a little blob with dreads. I feel like that would absolutely fucking slap. Blob the Builder could go fucking crazy as well, and he has a little like tool belt and a little blob hammer. I'm happy to help them cook. Like, it is a fun game that feels like a game, if I'm being real. Like, I'm fighting Crab Gantua, which is a goddamn gargantuan crab. So, consider run Cheese Moon, Dom, and Judgment, you and everyone's mom. Hot take, Winrose is a worse Valheim. Well, it's Valheim, but pirates. I also feel like Winrose hit the 2-week hype cycle. Hold on. Winrose. Yeah, Winrose lost 90% of its player base since its launch. And the hype died out immediately 2 weeks after its launch. So, like, I'm not gonna lie. The 2-week attention span of gamers reigns supreme. I'll show Steam charts in a second. So basically, you can see down here, first weekend, second weekend, third weekend, it lost a lot of its players, and then it's just been falling apart since then, so to say. 20k players is still incredibly great, but at a peak of 222k last month, it's probably not what they exactly wanted for a fall off in terms of player base as quickly. But it's lit if I didn't play Valheim so much, I would have loved Winrose. Yeah. I don't think Winrose is inherently bad. I think it's a genre that has a lot of competition and it's very hard to break into, where people have their comfort games within that genre. And it's almost like an Enshrouded type beat, right? When you look back at Enshrouded, Enshrouded was really fun, but you're not thinking of Enshrouded as your favorite survival game ever, despite us having a ton of fun in Enshrouded both times that it was played, right? I think Winrose is probably going to be in that same realm of things, where it's like, oh, there's a massive Winrose update. For me, one of the best games was Enshrouded, actually. See, I think Enshrouded was phenomenal, but I don't really think that it's breaking, like, you know, the zeitgeist, you know, mainstay of a survival for a lot of people right now. I think there are some people that are gonna love it passionately, but yo, Nephilim, what up, dog? Are we having a beautiful day? Valheim, be rising in product and whatever. Yeah, you haven't played those in a while. Used to prep for V-Rising like fucking crazy. All for me to come on as a first-time player and be able to solo the bosses. Anyways. It's probably because it's been played through. Should balance once there's more. Yeah. It's definitely one of those like playthrough to completions. Yeah. Winrose isn't meant to be a live service multiplayer title as well. So when Winrose drops more content, they will have more people to come back. If they drop a DLC and that gets hyped up, then a lot of people will probably check that out. When it goes on sale, you'll also see a lot of people that pop in to check it out. It is number 17 in wishlist activity as of today, which is, again, on all of Steam. So there are a lot of people right now that have probably heard the initial wave of, oh, well, Winrose is really good, but they have other games that they want to play. And so it'll likely be a title that people check out, you know, on an update cadence. Whoever bosses, so any of us can finish the bosses if needed. Yeah, but what if you just didn't die in the first place? Oh, bozos. I feel like you just gotta not get got. I feel like that's on you. Lego? I don't know, dude. I'm losing hope. I don't think this is... It's not it. What if it is that there will be PvP, so only one person does bosses? Yeah, but what if there's not PvP? Because I diffuse the situation through local voice chat, and I coordinate us all taking turns with everybody else, so everybody gets the boss kill, and we go all off peacefully. What if I bring the streets together, Carla? You know, she used to get mad at me in V-Rising when she convinced me to play. Because we would run up on people in the open world, And she would literally be like, Dusty, get ready, we're gonna jump these guys. And while she was saying that, I would be in the area, like the proximity voice chat, going, yo, what up, boys? How's the farm going today? I'd be like, yapping to him and shit, and Carla would be like, Dusty, we're gonna jump these guys. And I'm like, wait, no, why would we jump these guys? They're so chill. She would have to, like, convince me to do violence. I'd be like, Carla, no, these guys are friends. Look at them, they're just hanging out. She's so fucking violent, man. I feel like not everything needs to be on site. I feel like there needs to be a reputation for on site stuff. I'd just run up to people with my proc set on, just, boys! Give you a shiny nickel for them crab claws. What, you just need the purples? Do you need blues? I'd at least get you purples if you need those bad boys. I'm trying to get legendaries for my mage when I make that. So anything else, like, I'll be real, I've salvaged an ungodly amount of purples. I probably shouldn't tell you that. And I don't mean to make you sad, but I can hold a pair for you. I wish there was an easier way to invite people than, like, the whole Steam invite system. Shit's kind of a wee bit janky. I'm dead. Never mind, we're good. I cut that just about as close as a Dusty possibly could. That was a wee bit fucking scary, my boys. I'm not going to lie. That was just a little terrifying. And we're running. And we're zooming. And we're flying. And everything's fine. Wonders, I do violence. There's no need to do violence if violence is not called for. Doing closet sabers on my mage? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going for on my end. So I have the Lego sabers already. And I've only found purple claws at this point. I will say I did find my legendary shield over here as well. So, like, my weapons are all good on my main. But when I go onto a mage, I'm like, okay, well, I might as well just get some legendaries before I go. I was bored enough to farm crab for some mage legendaries. Are you looking for legendaries or, like, actual legs? Also, mount farming. I'll be real. I think when they added an auction house, if it does pop in any capacity, one of the large moneymakers is going to be cosmetics and mounts. So just food for thought there, stockpiling those bad boys, or if you're a trade person, trading for them would also likely be a very solid route. So, almost bored enough to farm crab is crazy though. I do kind of relate to that, I will say. It's like, I'm at the point where I can do things to be productive, but none of it's really building towards anything right now. It's all just kind of, you know, I've explored the world. I've done what the game is. I got 520s, Jesus fucking Christ. Yup, you have done it. I would definitely say that is valid. See, I've been on the 120 grind as well. Like, I'm even at the point where I'm, like, very openly, I could do alts, but I just don't want to kind of, like, force into that. Was really hoping the devs would drop the auction house idea for free marketing, like a separate instance. It could be Hangout Plus player shops. That'd be nice. But auction house is just so much easier to get a lot of people on. I think the large instance with that, with like a hangout layer, so to say, is that their layering size is so small that it wouldn't really facilitate a lot of player shops being used and seen by many people. If it was something where they had more layer capacity, then that could be great. But right now, they can only host about 20 people per layer. And their goal is 50. I've been stockpiling feasts and cauldrons. Smart man. Yeah. Feasts, cauldrons, cosmetics, mounts, crystals, like upgrade materials for weapons, shit like that. Will absolutely slap. So, build a place to flaunt cosmetics, sell cosmetics to be flaunted, easy profit over auction house. Well, I mean, the auction house isn't going to be like a real money auction house. It's going to be like gold. From what we've gathered, it's not like a give them a direct profit standpoint thing. I don't even know if they're cemently on the whole, you know, selling things in the in-game shop for cash. I think they might just do the box cost, but I'm not entirely certain on that one in the long term. Could always change. But yeah, it's more so from what we've gathered, the auction house is just going to be like gold. I think personally, if they tried to do a real money auction house for this game, it would probably get... Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god, I dodged the second one, I think. I don't really know what happened, but I think I dodged the second one. But if they were to do a real money auction house, I think the game would probably get smited into oblivion off of player sentiment. I don't think a cozy game like this also would inherently play well into the whole, like, spend real money for progression. The devs have been very, 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 very transparent, at least in my opinion, that they don't want this to be, you know, a sweat fest where people feel like they've got to try their hardest to hop in. They want it to be a cozy, accessible game that provides a lot of content for players that do decide to check it out, which I think is great. I think knowing the identity of the game and saying we're about to be playing into the strength of that, which is our cozy game, our cozy players, and the cozy build, is the way to go. Now, I do also think they slightly contradicted that by saying we will absolutely be allowing third-party add-ons like damage meters, but that's a different story entirely. I don't really know why they doubled down on that, but it is what it is. I've been in front of those if I don't really sort of entire marketed one. My oldest brother, when Diablo 3 dropped and had a real money auction house, found a sword and sold it for $250, and then quit Diablo 3 and never came back and said, I've already won the game, how could I win any more than this? And we couldn't really convince him otherwise because, well, he had a point. He very much had a point. So, you know, all things considered, he was right. He knew when to cut his losses, and he did it a beautiful time. I will say, though, I played a shitload of Diablo 3. I had fun with it. I don't think I ever sold anything for real money, if I'm being honest. Maybe a couple bucks here and there, but sold a legacy weapon on Fallout 76 for $300. Oh, is Fallout 76 pay to win? That's sad. Why do people pay for stuff like that? I mean, more money than time, clearly. But, like, are games really that hard for people nowadays? Where they feel as though they need to pay, like, hundreds of doll hairs for a slight advantage? Wow, wee wow, my luck is fucking ass today. Bro, I haven't found much. I haven't found much of anything. I took the money and ran. As you should. As you should. Digital assets. Isn't that what NFTs were? That sounds like an NFT, dog. I'm not gonna lie to you. Could write a thesis on that entire topic. Do you own NFTs? Should we be having a discussion, Emu? How many Bored Apes do you have? Bitcoin is a digital asset. Technically, a Twitch Prime is a digital asset worth $5.99 USD. Just saying. I'm just putting that out there. And if you guys are holding your digital assets and not getting the most out of those, Chad, I don't know what to tell you. The terrible management of those assets, you would really hate to see that. You should definitely check to see if your digital assets are available this month. Effectively, each dollar they spent worth it. Interesting. We could sell it for gold. So I bought RMT, bought enough gold to purchase all their gems and tank their market. I'm dead. I was reading Poop's chat. Whoops. Whoops. The NFTs could have been used to show ownership of things like property or houses. That's where I thought NFTs were headed, not just random ape art. But why would an NFT show property of a house when you could just have a deed? See, I feel like from that standpoint, I thought NFTs were going to cut out middle. Who gives you that deed? See, me on the other hand, I have a position in DocuSign. I bought the middleman. I literally, when I was going through the real estate process and the housing process, I looked at the usage rate of DocuSign during our processes, And I looked at everything legal that I've ever done, from like jobs to housing to college stuff, anything, man. DocuSign. I bought DocuSign a while back. Like, my portfolio is actually kind of fucking sick at this point. I'm very futurist with my investments, and I always said, like, lasers, robots, and weed are my big three. But really, like, future infrastructure, as we continue to go more paperless into AI everything, it makes sense that we're only going to continue on a, you know, a digital level for everything legal to be facilitated, which means anything that's still currently signed in paper will be converted over to DocuSign, and DocuSign effectively has a monopoly on getting people to sign things legally. Like, I think it's the closest thing to a monopoly that there is. The only reason it's not a monopoly is because you always have the option to print out something. Show me another online digital signing thing that's competitive with DocuSign in the business market. But not financial advice. It's got a blue fish glider leveling and all. Yo? As a drop? Or did you find it somewhere? Adobe? Psh. Gapped. Gapped. I don't think that I have used Adobe to sign anything, like, at any point in my adult life. I will say, I like that you could name something, though, because then it's not a monopoly. It's just really good at what it does. I'm looking at you, Steam. Looking at you, Lord Gaben. I know what's going on. I know that you're legally safe. Have you used Adobe Acrobat eSign? No, just DocuSign. It's always DocuSign links. I genuinely think everything that I have signed that is digital has been DocuSign. NDAs for stream, work contracts. Like, it's either been paper or DocuSign. Real estate stuff, maybe at some point I used Adobe Acrobat eSign, but I guess Adobe's more internal. It very well could be, like, if your business has the Adobe Creative Suite. Yeah, I feel like DocuSign's just like the complete middle ground for everything. You just send somebody a DocuSign link and then they sign that shit. So, a lot of NDA work with Redlines via Adobe. Interesting. Yeah, so maybe on, like, a situational use case, so to say. You happen to see Rocket League's UE6 announcement? Yeah, where the game now looks like it's fucking actual cars. Shit's kind of insane. Now, I don't know the tech specs of Unreal 6 and how it's expected to actually change the game. But if performance is good with visuals like that, holy fuck. Holy fuck. Now, tech demos are always far different than the actual product. But genuinely, if Rocket League looks a portion of that beautiful, goddamn. Now, did you see the drone operator that flew directly into that one, like, circle that was set up as a stage prop at, I believe it was a Rocket League tournament? I want to say it was a Rocket League tournament where they had the drone and the dude was trying to do a sick fly through and just absolutely smoked the stage prop. Shit was fire. Basically overestimated his capabilities from the ground up. And I do love seeing that. No, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Looking for it now. Oh yeah, it was Rocket League. Hold on. Let me get in the air for this. Donk. Bro. Just directly into that shit. The immediate camera cutoff is fucking wild as well. He just tried to ego the gap, and he was a little too big for aforementioned gap. He was so close as well. I saw that shit. I died laughing, bro. I saw while I was smoking a morning bowl. He was literally trying to get into the tire and just smoked the fucking Michelin tire. Absolutely nuked that shit. And then look at the immediate frame after from the teams. This man's fucking cracking up to himself. This man's trying to not crack up. That shit is fucking gold, brother. Let me tell you what, actual gold. I don't know what happened to the drone operator after that. Some say he's not alive to this day. He's been excommunicated from the drone community, lost his pilot license, they've taken away his remote control. It's all fucking bad for him, man. He really fell off after this. Yeah, that was a couple of days ago, I think. God, that's been on my mind constantly, dude. I'm glad I was able to share that with you. I've been thinking about that shit just non-stop. Like, do you think that after that happened, he laid in bed that night just staring at the ceiling? Like, whoever the drone operator was, you think they went home to their partner and they were just like, how was work, sweetie? Hell. Work was hell. Hope you made the most out of the big opportunity today, honey. Really get the drone business started for us. It's probably his own drone too. Oh yeah, he fucked his own drone up. Probably annihilated that shit. He was full speed into the tire. Probably cooked the Michelin tire and got the shit kicked out of him by the Michelin man himself. Probably fucking brass knuckles on the tire guy. Dude, you really hate to see it. Really hate to see it. It's just tragic. When is patch day typically for this? They've been deploying on Thursdays lately. Last week we also got a Thursday patch. So tomorrow they have a confirmed patch coming in. And then there are rumors that they're also working on a content patch that'll bring in some more shit for us to do. Only a matter of time until that actually does come in. However, for right now, we still waiting on that bad boy. My head's up. I'm playing years with all the tourney stuff. I don't watch good players. Bro, that's how I feel about games in general. Like, once you understand the game, it's kind of like watching professional sports ball if you're into any of the sports balls. Like, when I watch professional basketball and people doing things in basketball that I just physically am incapable of doing, despite being myself good at basketball, it just puts into perspective the sheer difference, so to say, between myself and others, man. It's wild. I really do enjoy seeing it, especially the, you know, the substantial levels to that shit. It's what I miss about Dota and in shooters, but shooters I'm just too old to keep up. It's completely unrealistic at this point in time. If I tried to keep up in shooters now, I'd be freaking cooked. I'd be exposed as the old man that I currently am. I'll farm up more claws tomorrow, by the way, with the patch. Whoever needs them, I'll get you some good ones for tomorrow. Cause I'm not gonna have you in some bougie ass gear on my watch. I gotta get you the goods. Otherwise, I feel like a failure. Boyos! I got some noodles to cook tonight that I didn't get to cook last night because we got off a little impromptu and I had to go get some supplies. So I'm gonna cook some noodles in some chili garlic sauce with some chicken and some peppers. And then I'm gonna do a nice little cucumber salad with some chili oil. And we shall be vibing. Tomorrow, I shall return. We'll be checking out the big patch over here. Thoughts and prayers on big patch. And we shall see what they have in store for us. If you guys are new to the channel, whoops. If you guys are new to the channel, do me a favor and drop the follow so you know when I go live on the daily. If it's your first day here, my name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting sometime around 2 p.m. EST. I streamed 1,062 days in a row now, and I will be here in the future as well for your viewing pleasure or discontent, however you look at it. We'll be checking out the big patch tomorrow, seeing what's up, and then maybe prepping for PoE 2. I'm not gonna get too hype about it, but maybe doing some PoE 2 prep. It's hard saying though. I'm not entirely sure. So we'll give it a go. We'll see what's what, and we'll start with the patch tomorrow, my lads. I appreciate y'all being here today and every single day, you guys. It truly makes it incredibly special and possible in the first place. Couldn't do it without y'all. I will be back, and we will absolutely be blasting once again tomorrow, praying on this big patch. Fingers crossed that some of the problems are taken out. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all.